72 loyalist skulls in the pile. 72 loyalist skulls. Crush one to dust and drink it with blood. 71 loyalist skulls in the pile. Now, the timeline has advanced to an unknown time, sometime in 1995, in November, but apparently I forgot to do that. One bit I forgot. Oh well, that's fine. We'll figure it out at a later date. But it is advancing. It will soon be 1996, and we can all enjoy that once it arrives. Anyway, let's turn on the background music. There we go. The game has music. The game exists, maybe. There we go. It's in windowed screen because full screen fucks things up. Anyway, greetings and welcome. I am Karionto, and today we'll be reading Dysfunctional Systems, Episode 1, Learning to Manage Chaos, a visual novel from 2013. It has a prequel story called Orientation. It's the only episode, this one. So sadly it did not advance. Anywhere else? Don't know why. We'll find out. Maybe. We'll see where the story goes, where it begins, how it concludes, does it leave any cliffhangers? And what does learning to manage chaos even mean? What is this? I don't remember at all. I looked these up. I think there was some kind of cyberpunk element to it, maybe... I'm not... I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. What I do know, one thing I do absolutely firmly, categorically know and understand is that we need to exercise my voice and stuff like that. And in order to do that, we always, as always, we must turn to the one and only source of independent, honest, corporate media journalism known as theonion.com. And today they inform us that, hey, Roger Ebert hails human existence as a triumph. Fascinating. That man is very hard to please, you know? Incredibly hard to please. So him saying something's a triumph? Let's get down to brass tacks, see what he has to say specifically. Chicago. That's a great Frank Sinatra song, by the way. Chicago. Calling the overall human experience poignant, thought-provoking, and a complete tour de force, film critic Roger Ebert praised Existence Thursday as an audacious and thrilling triumph. While not without its flaws, life from birth to death is a masterwork and an uplifting journey that both touches the heart and challenges the mind, said Ebert, adding that while the totality of all humankind is sometimes a mess in places, it strives to be a magnum opus and, according to Ebert, largely succeeds at this goal. At times brutally sad, yet surprisingly funny, and always completely honest, I wholeheartedly recommend Existence. If you haven't experienced it yet, then what are you waiting for? It is not to be missed. Ebert later said that while Human Existence's running time was a little on the long side, it could have gone on much longer, and he would have been perfectly happy. That is magnificent. I'm glad he liked Existence. We can all experience it. We should experience Existence as well. I mean, according to him, he's like, who are you to argue against Roger Ebert? He's got like decades of experience criticizing the most and finding the worst aspects of everything. Like, how are you gonna say no to that guy? Now then, with that out of the way, Dysfunctional Systems, Learning to Manage Chaos. I already said I know nothing about it. It might have gameplay in it, I don't know. This is from 2013, I believe. Something like that. Yeah, I got nothing else. I literally have nothing else. I have no comments. Nothing else has happened. Because nothing needs to happen in between and beyond. So let's just go. Let's dive in. OBS, please cooperate. There we go. OBS has cooperated. And we can now descend into the news story. The news story. Let's begin. Music fades out. And we can now learn what this is all about. Television. Working families across Brighton are no doubt issuing a collective sigh of relief today, as the legislation for a minimum wage increase of 50 cents passed in Parliament early this morning. Okay, so it is dystopian. Okay. Alright. This bill comes after public outcry that the majority of Brighton citizens are without enough income, too poor to make ends meet after the recent increase in food prices. Those 50 cents are totally going to offset that, absolutely. The change brings minimum wage for workers working over 40 hours a week to $3.67 an hour, and workers working less to $3.20. Okay. That's... Jesus. Okay. Although welcomed by most, there has been stiff opposition toward the bill from foreign investors, primarily those from Gabrea. Okay, fakey countries. Alright. Major Gabrean companies such as Ushko and Norkley have warned that wage increases would hurt Brighton's economy, arguing that the new rate would force more layoffs as they cannot afford as many employees. Sure, that's always the case. Okay, it's a very political statements you're making this one. Alright. President Barnaby. Barnaby? Really? Barnaby? That's a silly name, that's a comedy name. Who has been supportive of the legislation since its inception, retorted that well-fed employees were more productive and reminded Ushko and Norkley representatives that employing a Brighton citizen was still over 16 times less expensive than employing a citizen of their home country. Okay. Alright. Stocks did, however, take a moderate tumble after the approval of the legislation. President Barnaby assured citizens that the drop should only be temporary and that the markets will begin to rise again after the initial shock has subsided, because the stock market matters. Yes, of course it does. And it's totally not made up nonsense. Especially nowadays with all the algorithm nonsense. With this minimum wage increase, Barnaby has finally fulfilled the last of the campaign promises made during his 1523 campaign trail. Eh? Okay, what? Whether or not he managed to accomplish this, his 1527 goals remain to be seen. Okay, so we're different time calendar entirely as well, okay. With that, we conclude our hourly business report. Next up, the latest in entertainment news. Without doubt, I still find it strange. Everything. Strange. Bizarre. Oh really? If these worlds were nothing like my own, at least then I could appropriately flip out. But no, they're similar. Too similar. I keep slipping into a feeling of normalcy, only to have that sensation of strangeness slap me across the face at the first sign of something weird. There are plenty of weird sights around to do so, too. But like, for instance, these advanced looking televisions in a decrepit looking building, which I can only assume is an electronics store. They are the first things I've seen since arriving in this world that actually look somewhat new. Fancy even. Okay, a visitor from another world. Up until now, everything has been old, ramshackle, and in various states of disrepair. It makes me feel very nervous. It's just so profoundly disturbing. Will I ever get used to this? I think that I will. Some year or decade from now, if my mentor is any indication. Look at him. Standing there so aloof, as if this were just another day to him. Which, yeah, I suppose it is. Well, what do I know? Nothing. Cyrus, okay. Winter. Yes? What do you think? Think? About what? About what we just saw and heard. Oh. To be honest, I wasn't really thinking anything about it. Winter, we've only just started. Please try to focus. Yes, yeah, I will. Sorry. It's just, well, I'm still finding it a bit hard to wrap my head around the idea of destructive conflict. I mean, I guess on the face of it, war and stuff like that does seem completely stupid and whatnot, but that is just human nature, unfortunately. Well, of course, I was the same when I first started out. There aren't many examples of conflict at all in our world. Right. What? What kind of peaceful paradise are you from? Not many examples of conflict from your world? What the fuck are you from? Aliens. You're aliens. You might even find it surprising that war is actually a word in our dictionary. Totally. Yet still, Winter, you'll come to understand conflict very well. Don't worry. I mean, you should worry. Understanding conflict kinda sucks. After all, you'll be doing nothing but dealing with it. Lame. I mean, I guess the attitude is appropriate. I don't know if the word lame is the right one for dealing with conflict, but sure. Well, anyway. You read the material on this world, right? It should have been your homework. It was. Then tell me what you think. I didn't do my homework. Perhaps it's time to admit that I didn't spend much of last night reading the material, so much as turning the pages and glancing at them. I was tired and honestly found watching the bubbles in my soda significantly more captivating than the words in those files. The way they merge with each other and crawl up the glass is really incredibly pretty. Yeah, I can see that. I can see getting lost in those carbonated bottles. You're certainly pondering that they're hard there, Winter. You must be whipping up a dazzling answer. Brighton is poor? That's a fact, Winter. Not a thought. Sorry, what I think is... I think... nothing. Look, what I've learned so far in class doesn't seem to be particularly applicable to this world, so I'm finding it a bit difficult to care. How can I care, anyway? Besides all that, this is all so disconnected from me. Plus, it's only my second world, for heaven's sake. I'm still flummoxed by the fact that other worlds exist. Second world? Okay, so we are just space hopping. Alright. Okay. Alright, so we're some kind of interdimensional agents doing something, but we have a rookie here. We are the rookie. What am I supposed to think when they just toss me into these places, give me a pat on the back and say, "Be on your way, merry child"? Actually, here's a thought. What kind of name is Brighton? A British name. It's a very standard British name. That's a stupid name for a country. It sounds more like a town. Oh yeah, the town of Brighton. Population 40. Yeah, that does sound appropriate. That does sound actually very appropriate. It's a town in Britain, not a country name. I mean, hey, different world, whatever. Blah. I'll scream blah at Cyrus and any other mentor who questions me like this. I mean, I won't, but I would. I completely, totally, and so would. Sure you would. For now, though, an awkward and wobbling smile is all I can muster. Okay, so this is a comedy one. At least partly. Blah. Well, whatever. What do you think the next step is? Alright, cool it, Winter. Just remain calm and genuinely consider the question. The next thing to do, we need to learn things that weren't given. Right. Sir, I couldn't ask my last mentor. Why are the dossiers we get before we come to these places so thin? Well, it's because they are simply comprised of first-hand information. Noteworthy things that mediators have gathered through observation and gleaned from prior trips to the world. You're lucky you even have that much. Sometimes you get sent to worlds that have never been visited before. Let me tell you, it's never fun when a surprise dragon flies out from behind the mountain, or when you realize that the person you've been talking to is really just a convincing projection. Or worse, a robot. Anti-robot sentiments, okay. And once you start going into systems that threaten your definition of what being a world even means, good luck. Then again, only experienced mediators have to deal with such things. You won't be going to any unvisited worlds, at least definitely not yet. Okay, mediators. What are we mediating? Oh, another question. Why revisit worlds that have been helped? Because worlds have people and people fuck things up all the time, even if they've been helped and instructed how to not fuck things up, because they will then proceed to forget that the next generation, typically, and say, fuck that, let's do our things. We don't want to do what the old geezers and geezers. I mean, once order's in place, everything should be fine, right? I mean, what kind of world are you from, Winter? But like, that's not how things ever work. No. People thrive on chaos. That's literally all of our history. And we create chaos deliberately. Well, okay, not deliberately, but that's just in our nature. Cyrus frowns, but his expression seems more complicated than that. I say that because his frown isn't alone. In his eyes there is a glint of irritation, directed at no one in particular. As any glint, it's gone in a second, replaced by another thing that I can't quite decipher. Part of me is curious as to what it is, but most of me doesn't care, okay? How did you get this job, Winter? Like, why are you here then, if you don't give a shit at all? This is some kind of internship that you're forced into or something. Because you're definitely not enthused about this mediator job. Here's the short, I guess that'll be answered in the prequel, the orientation one that we'll do next. Assuming I like this one. So far I'm liking this one, and I probably will, but you know. Here's the short answer. Because chaos cannot be contained or removed. Although it can be lessened by us, it will rise again over time. So are you saying there's no point to anything? I mean, technically correct. But like, we make the most of it. We exist, that's the point. That is the point. Our own existence is the point, and we make the points ourselves. Whether or not the universe has any point, it doesn't, is irrelevant to us. Because we exist, and we have our own points to make. And then that's it. That's literally all there is to it. You just move on, moving along. Because trying to find some kind of purpose, some higher purpose, some kind of whatever, come on, that's not going to do anything. BS is what that is, as far as I'm concerned. Nihility. Embrace the nothingness. Nothing in life matters. Hell yeah. Basically, that's my attitude. No. Chaos is not inherently bad, Winter. It is the means by which all worlds are born and continue, even ours. Furthermore, it is the spark of evolution. It plays a key part in those mutations which allow life to grow and improve itself. However, for life to succeed, there must also be order. It's like how cells must work together, and organs must serve their purpose. You see, a system where chaos is stronger than order is likely to collapse, just as an organism which has succumbed to disease is likely to die. In short, we are not here to eradicate chaos, Winter. We are only here to keep it in check. Oh. Anyway, where do you think we should go next? Well, someplace with a lot of information, I suppose. To the bar. No. Allow me to get to thinking about such a place. Oh, surprise, I'm done. The answer is so obvious, it's insulting. After all, I had already gone there during my first mediation. The library. No, that's not... Why would he go to the library? I mean, I get your line of thought. Libraries can tell you a lot about world's history, and I would bet there are computers there too, considering the world we're in. Unfortunately, that kind of knowledge probably wouldn't be so helpful for this job. What about scholarly journals? Reliable sources? That's not how you learn about the world. Reliable sources, as if those matter. As if that matters. In order to get the lay of the land and the people, you go to your local bar and hear what the people say. You go on their social media things. Okay, not the social media things, that's garbage typically. You go on, I don't know. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know, I don't go out too much. Oh, there we go. No, I think we should find a bar. There we go. Correct. Huh? That's where you meet the people. What is it? Oh, well, I just had a thought. Are the bars here special, like library bars? No, it's where the people are and they talk about shit and they're drunk and they don't hide anything. I figured maybe you drink as you read, maybe. Winter, stop thinking about libraries. Sorry. Bars here should be a normal, as far as I'm aware. We'll head there because bars are where people go to talk. Cyrus then turns to walk away, as if it is the next natural thing to do. Well, it is not, it actually is. I stand incredulously for 3 full seconds before realizing that we are supposed to move ahead. I mean, you have a destination, you go there then. Well, here we are, walking along. Is this a street? I've seen a few vehicles pass by, so I guess it is. Or I should say that I've heard them, for they have been loud. They are pretty sorry excuses for transportation though. They have these grotesque metal protrusions out of their fronts, which billow dark smoke and occasionally drip liquid. Oh, okay, even worse. As if that weren't bad enough, most every frame of these things has looked like a bludgeon team went wild on it. Ooh, Mad Max vehicles, eh? They were such bewildering things that they distracted me from the matter at hand. Cyrus. Is he not going to elaborate at all? He just walked off after telling me that people talk at bars. Yeah, okay, what? Okay, Winter is clearly not from our world. Cyrus feels like he's more or less like, Earth inhabitant and whatnot. So what's up? Where's Winter from? Where's she from? What kind of idyllic paradise is she from? Thanks, Cyrus. I would not have guessed that people talk at places. Isn't he supposed to be teaching me? How can I learn anything with such vague statements? Well, Winter, well, you need to go to the ice cream parlor, Winter, because they sell food, Winter, well. Goodness, how annoying. And hasn't he been annoying since orientation? Pestering me and staring at me? An annoying and unlikable person, this Cyrus. With a reputation at that, I hear. I mean, seriously, don't people talk everywhere? I mean, generally, I guess, yeah, but bar is a different kind of place. You can get honest answers there from the most random people. You never know who you're gonna meet at a bar. And they are far more willing to talk about anything and everything. So, don't people talk everywhere? Isn't that the sort of things humans are known for, like, in general? Well, aren't you snippy? Ah crap, I just ruined everything, didn't I? I need to stop thinking so much, or I'll let my thoughts slip out. No, that's good. That's honest, he likes that. That's good, being blunt and honest with him. I shouldn't have said it like that. He's my superior. I don't think he gives a fuck. I'm getting the impression that Cyrus doesn't give a fuck about the whole superior, like, mentor and student thing. Like, he's just there teaching B stuff, like, independent thinker. That's why he leaves at vague things. Like, express yourself. That's what he wants. I'll bet he'll lower my grade now. Now you're thinking, you're doing things. Come on now. Sorry, sir. I didn't mean to be... It's just a bit frustrating when you don't explain yourself properly. Oh? I thought it was mostly self-explanatory. And not really at all, sir. Well, maybe it is, but I don't really know anything about bars. I've never even seen the outside of one. Ah, that's right. We're really not into drinking back home, are we? I don't know if I would say that. Perhaps not everywhere is the same. Well, bars are generally a place where people go to unwind. And the alcohol loosens their lips, so to speak. They'll talk about almost anything, themselves, their troubles, and often the root of the problem will involve what is troubling the world's people. It's a useful place to visit. Speaking of problems, what was the issue of the last world you visited? Pollution. The world was kind of oldish and much less practical than ours. They kept throwing out their stuff wrong and had bad ways of making energy. Their water ended up getting poisoned and a lot of them were sick. Long-term project, I assume. Yeah, my mentor had already been working on it for a while before I came. I think it was around 5 months. Oh, only 5 months. That's quick. That's so. Glad I'm assigned short-term projects. It'd be something awful to get stuck with the same problem for nearly a year. Solving global pollution in like a year. That would be fucking fantastic if that was even remotely possible. I guess I don't know what these mediators are, what world they're from. Capable of jumping between worlds, so maybe they can do stuff like that, who knows. I agree, but I don't know about the way you said that. How long did you shadow her? 3 days. Oh, that's nothing then. That's nothing. C. You've never had alcohol, have you? What? Oh, that was a flash freeze. No, sir, I would never. I mean, I'm too young. I stop in my tracks, and he stops to turn. That's a very forceful denial. His lips then curl up in a kind of a ho-ho expression. I got my innocence ripe to be defiled. It is creepy. I am uncomfortable. Okay, fair enough. No, you wouldn't do anything against the rules, would ya? Is that a test, a trick, a challenge? No, it's just Cyrus being himself. No sir, I would not. His smile broadens at this, and my discomfort increases. You know, Winter, each world you visit will have its own laws, its own customs, and its own social graces. You're going to have to learn to make your mind a little more flexible if you want to succeed. I'm going to have you drink some alcohol at the bar. Excuse me? Okay. I don't want to. Besides, I'm underage. It's against the law. Also, how the hell... Okay. What? Why is she here if she's underage? This seems like a very, very important kind of job. To like hop between worlds and solve the world's problems. What? Why is like a 16-year-old here? What the hell? I guess we'll have to play orientation to figure that out. Well, Winter, in many cultures you'll be expected to drink, even at your current age. I mean, that's true. I had my first taste of beer when I was like, what, 11, 12? Something like that. Early. It's just beer. Like, it's literally whatever. You should be ready for that, and you should know the effects alcohol has on yourself and others. That is very true. You do need to learn your own limits. It's very helpful. Get shit-faced at an early age, then you'll learn your limits, and then you can always stop yourself from exceeding those limits. I've talked about this before. But yeah, anyway. What? He's telling me to break the law? It's one of those laws that doesn't fucking matter. Whoa, no. No, that is completely out of my comfort zone. I probably hate alcohol even. I mean, you should, it's poison. Right? I do not want to do this. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. And you shouldn't. I mean, I know we're in another world, so it's not really the law, but... No, this is my conviction. I was born and raised to a set of rules, and I think it would be best to live by them. It is like what I learned in class. One might think it best to try absorbing all aspects of culture's myth. However, it is not advisable. In absorbing a culture, you run the risk of becoming absorbed by that culture as well. Mediators should not forget who they are. I am Winter Harrison. I will not be shaken by this. I don't think I can do that, sir. Winter. That's an order. This is part of your training. Okay, Cyrus, what you thinking? If you do not drink alcohol at the bar, I will be forced to fail you. You can't... come on now, dude. What's he thinking? What? That is... Yeah, that's not right. That's not allowed. You can't make me do anything. I most certainly can. I'm your mentor. Frowny face. Okay. Only for today, and you aren't always going to be that. Besides, you can't threaten me because I have my convictions and I won't forget who I am. I'm right. I can tell I'm right because my cheeks are flushed, my heart is pounding, and he looks wounded. I hurt him. I struck out against him, and he knows he's wrong. It isn't just enough that he's hurting inside, though. I need to teach him a lesson. I need to knock it into him. Therefore, I will raise this trembling arm and trembling fist. I will raise it and grit my teeth, and I'll punch him right in his pathetic looking chest. Ha! It had a super wimpy thud sound as well. Okay. What? Winter? What is this? I am rebelling against you. Did you just punch me? I nod my head quickly and with purpose. You did? What does it look like? My fist smashed into your ribs, didn't it? Well, smashed is... pat on the head. All of a sudden my hair goes paff as if something heavy has lightly fallen on it. I glance up to find Cyrus resting his hand on my head. Although I know what he's doing, in fact I just said so, I am still compelled to ask. What are you doing? Winter, fine. I won't force you to drink, you can't do that anyway. You mean you can't? I mean I won't. I will, however, put forth a stern suggestion. It will be very wise of you to drink. It will help you ease into the taste of another place. I know what they have taught you, and I'd be lying if I said I ignore what I've learned. Just remember the way it's worded. You're allowed to let yourself go a little. Just don't forget. I haven't forgotten, and neither have you, it seems. But you shouldn't be afraid of stepping outside of yourself, if only for a little while. In a sense, that's what you're doing already in being here. So I urge you, Winter, have a pint. Oh, it's just a pint of beer. Come on, that's not gonna fucking anything. Okay. That was easy. Well, she's still just a child. And he's an adult. Good enough, which is not a good dynamic here. Well, there's a bar. Come on, Winter. That's a bar? What makes it any different from the other stores? It looks just the same from outside. They don't seem to pride themselves on distinction out here. I run my hand through my hair and grimace. I wonder if since all the storefronts look like this, maybe they're all bars? I mean, if this is the equivalent of like something like England, then there's probably like 5 bars on a single street. Or like pubs specifically. But in England, the United Kingdom is full of pubs. I mean, most places are. What a terrible thought. What if this is a culture which loves to drink? So a human culture. Will I be expected to drink a lot? I hope not. I mean, if it's a reasonable culture, then they might expect, but they will not force you. Warily, I begin to follow Cyrus. What am I doing? This is so illegal. I wonder if I can report this. We'll see how it ends. Oh, that's a fancy bar. Okay, brace for it. And no amount of alcohol-tinged breath could be enough to prepare me for a bar's smell, surely. Mother always talks about how awful bars are, and how that's why she only ever drinks at home. She drinks at home. Sweaty and piggish and smelling like failure. This can only lead to misery. Slowly, I pat the fingers over my nostrils. It does not smell at all. God, Winter, you look ridiculous. Hey, leave me alone. I've been misled. Slowly, I put down my hand, but not without glaring at Cyrus. He ignores this, of course, and walks over to an empty table to have a seat. He then pats the top of the chair next to him, inviting me. Well, whatever. I follow his lead, still cautious of this place. Notice how there's only a few people here, although it's lunch hour. What do you imagine that means? Most of the people here really like to work? False. No, they don't have a choice. Or maybe they really have to. Well, it's probably a good thing that this place is so empty. Too many customers might be a bit overwhelming for you. Can almost also make it rather difficult to actually find out anything. A big crowd, just like everyone's glued to the sports ball, the happening on thing and shouting and whatnot. And just generally rambunctious behaviors. Is that a word? It's a similar word to what I know. Rambunctious? Whatever. Similar exists. I see. There are only 4 other people in the bar besides us, all of whom are men, and all thrice my age by the look of it. The two whom seem to be customers are dressed in a rather rough manner, like they've walked out of a construction site. I'm not the type to pride myself on appearance or anything, but I actually feel slightly embarrassed for them. Look, if they're on lunch break, then they're not going to bother changing back into their like regular clothes. They'll just put on like maybe a slightly cleaner shirt. Construction is like, it's a work. Stuff happens. Look, you're here to unwind for a bit, grab a pint, then you go back to work that's like menial labor and tough and whatnot. I know, I work that kind of stuff. Like you don't give a shit about the appearance all that much, especially if you're coming from a construction site or whatever. Like, you're gonna get dirty again, so it doesn't fucking matter. As long as the clothes are sturdy, it doesn't matter how bad they look. They aren't the first in this world to look so deplorable, though. In fact, I would say that they look fairly good by comparison. Most people I've seen look like they picked their outfits from a pile of rags, which they probably did. Thankfully, their two, both in uniform, are very presentable. The waiter, or he's probably the waiter, or maybe the owner, who knows, looks rather spiffy, and the man behind the counter is quite cleanly dressed, so this world is not entirely hopeless. But enough about men and clothes. The wall behind the counter is far more interesting. There are two lengthy rows of wildly varying bottles, some round, some square, and some outright peculiar. Admittedly, I am enticed. Only for a second, I assure you, after all. I've been told that alcohol tastes like piss. I mean, it depends on which alcohol. There's the bubbly, like there's the wines, which taste like juice. Well, I wouldn't know myself. I've never tried it. He means piss. What? You've never tried alcohol? No, he means piss. No, piss, obviously. It isn't the best until you get used to it. And you shouldn't really want to get used to it, honestly. But I guess you do you. But, it can be a very expensive habit. Also, annoying. That aside, I've also been told that it makes you act like a twit, causes bouts of forgetfulness, and slowly poisons your liver. Correct. All of those. That is true, to a point. Eventually, you become addicted to it. Potentially. Not everyone does, but there's the possibility. Then why drink it? Because it loosens your things. Basically, the way I am right now is how I am physically in like the presence of other people when drunk. Because if I'm physically in the presence of other people, there's a bunch of mental barriers that turn on and I just like become basically super passive and just kind of just a background character, ultimately. Very much so. I need to get drunk to be like I am right now, when there's no people around. I mean, yeah, there's other people in like the rooms close by, but that's different. They're not, I don't physically see them, and they're not physically trying to interact with me. So it's look, everyone has their reasons for it. And mine is purely social circumstances, if they arise. Some people enjoy losing control over themselves, and many love to forget. Yeah. You'll see for yourself, and be able to form your own opinion soon. I would rather not. It's an important thing to learn, though. Like, it's important to try out all kinds of things once. All the common things at the very least, stuff that people generally encounter, you should experience those at least once to know what it is in the first place, so you have a point of reference. Like, cause I've tried smoking, hated that, 3 times separate, well, 3 inhalations total on 3 separate occasions, hated that. 3rd time, I noticed it wasn't as bad as the first 2, and that's the last time I've ever inhaled any kind of cigarette things, or any kind of things really. Still haven't tried marijuana though, would like to try that. It apparently has some kind of very calming effect or something like that. Would be nice to at least figure that how that works on my brain. I like some hallucinogens, I would like to try those once, see what my brain comes up with. Yeah, alcohol, whatever. No, none of the hard drugs, I don't need that. That's not common stuff. Anyway. Honestly, I am more than fine with following the popular opinion. It is often correct and has saved me a lot of trouble in the past. Sure, I guess. While my thoughts wander to safer days, the man who I believe is the waiter comes to our table. What can I get ya? 2 beers, any brand you like. Coming right up. When he departs, I find myself curious about 2 things. Firstly, I have to drink 2 beers? No, one's for me. Why would you want to drink one? I'm one of the people who enjoy losing a bit of control over themselves. I would not have pegged him the sort. At any rate, the second thing. What's a brand, sir? Does that have something to do with fire and iron? Okay. What? Seriously, what kind of world are you from, Winter, when there are no brands? There's no corporations in there? What the what? She is literally from a utopia. She is literally from a utopian world. What the hell? Pardon? What? Well, we used to brand cattle and other animals with a symbol that would associate them with their farm, alright? That is, if I remember my history. I mean, technically that's where the term brand does come from. It's an indicator of association and ownership and whatnot, or like production. So technically, it's the same thing. It's not off. That's its origin. But like, come on. That was fire and iron, so this is something similar? Well, it's paper and ink. Technically not. She's technically not wrong. She's technically not wrong. I'm not saying something stupid, am I? You're just uninformed. You're from a world that doesn't really have that kind of things. Corporations, apparently. Is it how the alcohol is made, perhaps? Are the ingredients burned in some way before they officially beer? Maybe with some sort of spiritual symbol? They do call them spirits after all. There must be a reason for that, right? Cyrus. Why isn't he saying anything? Because, I mean, that's the correct reaction to you. Because, like, you're so innocent and pure and apparently just uninformed about some things that seem super basic. Or it has something to do with real spirits? Okay, now you're losing yourself. Like some sort of rite where each batch is brewed in honor of someone who's died? I mean, I've read these places can be very strange and... Am I close? Oh, please let me be close. You went way further away than... No. No, you are not close. Crap, I should have shot way earlier. Why did I ramble like that? Now I look like the fool. Honestly though, I'm a little disappointed. Some fantasy would be nice. Actually, if you listen closely, there, in the background, there is some football noises happening. A little bit, very, very faint. Like chanting and whatnot. Can't make out any distinct words, but it is definitely the sound of football sounds. Winter, I'm starting to think you're already gotten yourself drunk off the atmosphere. Oh, please. Here you go. The waiter has returned, bearing 2 tall and thick tankards, foaming at the brim. Beer, right? I know more of vodka and vines. Okay, so she has a wine and vodka mom. Okay. So she knows that, but doesn't know what the brand is? That's... okay, weird. One is placed in front of Cyrus, and the other in front of me. Enjoy. He leaves. I peek over my cup slip and peer into its mouth. The beverage does not take kindly to my curiosity, bubbling and spitting at me. I withdraw with a start. How intimidating. Sir? Don't be such a baby, it won't kill you. There'll be much worse things you'll have to swallow than alcohol, trust me. It sounds as though Cyrus is perfectly fine with bending over, should the situation demand it. I mean, you are in another world trying to fix its problems, so best way to do that is to incorporate yourself, blend in, and then like fix it from within, instead of like trying to be a tyrant and force the fixes upon it. Ingesting things like this. Ingesting things worse than this. Allow me to apologize, Cyrus, but I am not a wimp. I know where to draw the line. That's good. It is quite the opposite of weakness, really. It's strength. No one is going to be forcing me to do anything I don't agree to. That's good conviction to have, but that's not how the world typically works. there's a thing called compromise, and that's generally how things work out for the best overall. You learn to compromise. Having convictions is good, but learning when to set aspects of them aside, or at least limit them, their scope, is important too, because other people also have their agendas and decisions and convictions and whatnot, and sometimes they're incompatible, so you both have to compromise on something to achieve something better. That said, I did say I would drink some of this. Lifting the glass with both hands, I gingerly tip it toward my lips and take in a mouthful. It is disgusting. Blech! Oh heavens, I do not want to drink this. Correct. That's a correct reaction. I swish the liquid a bit, and as it mixes with my saliva, it seems rather nearly viscous even. I want to retch. This is simply the worst thing I've ever put in my mouth. Atrocious. It bullies the back of my throat with a sizzling, no, a burning sensation that has spread throughout my entire oral cavity. The ordeal lasts less than 10 seconds before I stop thinking and just swallow it. Oh, come on. Goosebumps ripple across my skin, and my eyes water. It's just beer. I guess if you've never ingested any kind of poison, I guess that makes sense. But damn, that's a strong reaction. And my eyes water. The beer drains down my esophagus, raising everything in its descent. This is disgusting. Cyrus proceeds to drain half of his glass with a speed rivaling my mother's and an expression just as insensible. It amazes me that he can stomach it, and even more that he is willingly subjecting himself to it. Okay, so her mom's... Wow, okay. Third time now that we've gone to know that Winter's mom is a wino. This is pretty okay, actually. The best I've had in a while. You're joking. That was worse than what I imagined piss tastes like. And the sensation. Everything about it, it's disgusting. Honestly, I find myself at a loss for words here. This beverage is just nasty. Beer is like the weakest of them, generally speaking, though. Come on now. Finish that glass, and we'll move along. I'm not finishing this. Do it. Do it? I mock him. Don't take that tone. Just finish your glass. Finish my glass. I let my hands drop with gravity, my cup crashing onto the table. This is what you want me to finish. Then Cyrus, who I am quickly losing respect for, fair enough. I will drink this mug, and in fact finish it, if you do one thing for me in the future. Pardon? It isn't loud in here, Cyrus. I know that you heard me. Well then, what do you want me to do? Nothing now. The future is not now. Now is the present. The future is later, and I will tell you then. Cheeky one. You sure you're not drunk, Winter? Hush. Oh, she has bit blush lines now. She's a bit drunk. Fine. You'll have your way if you'll have mine, Winter Harrison. It is a deal you cannot break, sir. With that, I drain my glass in a matter of seconds using a technique I have observed over the years. Fourth time now. When I set it down, there is naught but suds. Cyrus is impressed. I am appalled. Ugh, this is so nasty. I squeeze my eyes shut and let the wave of warm and trembling feelings wash over me. Mercy, Winter. That was something else. How are you feeling? Ask again in like 5 minutes. I answer him with a stare and a shiver. Really? I shake my head. Honestly, now that the wretched experience of an instant is over, I realize I was overreacting. While certainly vile, it doesn't seem to be immediately damaging. It looks like it will take more than one beer to impair my judgment. Let it run its course through your system a bit. If you're a first-time drinker, then yeah. And you're a tiny anime girl, so obviously it'll have an effect. Much stronger an effect on you than it normally would. Either that or this stuff's effects are simply delayed. Yes, it has to course through your veins and your blood and stuff like that. I am fine. I think. Ah, you should be. Yes, I don't really... I realize I might have spoken too soon, as I suddenly feel a bit as though I'm glowing. It's not a terrible feeling, and I seem to still be myself. All is in order. Ah, there we go. I don't feel much different at all. Give it some time. You didn't really drink too much anyway. There usually isn't a whole lot of alcohol in beer. Wonderful. Both of my theories are true. Okay, so what now? Now, we begin conversing. Cyrus discreetly points to a man in the corner. I'm going to talk to that man. You take the other one at the counter. Try picking up work and going on from there. Oh, and of course, don't forget to keep where we're from and why we're here a secret. That kind of bad parting trip shouldn't even be allowed to you kids. I'm going to talk to him alone? Well, yeah. I think it would make him really pretty uncomfortable to have both of us ganging up on him. Oh, I don't know about this. Don't worry. The bartender's right there. And I'm not far either. Nothing will happen to you. It's not that... I'm just not very good at talking to people. You're doing fine with me. You're my superior. Just go over there and give it a try. Fine. I get out of my seat and immediately yank at the table's edge as the floor shifts. Oh no. My knees quiver with fear, and I firmly plant my feet, my heart thumping like I am about to die. Gracious, what was that? Did something happen? Have we failed? Calm down, you're just a bit tipsy. Shut up. I pause. Tipsy. Oh, buzzed. Right, I'm just... crap. Just get over there. I surprise myself, briskly taking strides to the counter. I find the act curiously challenging and amusing. Each step I consider rather silly in its shakiness, and I begin wondering about how people learn to walk at all. It is now not how my thoughts usually go, I think. I can't quite remember what I usually think about right now, and that she's really tipsy, man. I am not drunk, yes you are. I have an idea of what that is from looking, and this is not it. Everyone experiences drunkenness differently. Ah, right, I am tipsy. Goodness, I'm unbalanced. I start slowing near the stools and suddenly break out in a cold sweat. I am not good with people, so what am I doing about to talk to a man? While I am considering this, the order to stop is not processed physically. I sit right down next to the gentleman as if it is the most natural thing in the world and we are the oldest of pals. Strong ties, bonds formed from years of manual labor to peers. I wonder how much alcohol I actually drank. Enough of this. Engage the man by his eyes. Yes, like that. Like in the books. That's creepy. Lean forward and get a closer look. Winter Harrison. Oh, well, isn't he scruffy? Almost in an adorable way. His cheeks and chin are dashed all over with stubble, and his eyes are soft and caring. He vaguely reminds me of a father I knew that was not mine, but a classmate's. I open my mouth and mentally say hello, but the order is again not actually processed, so I just hang my jaw and stare. Wow, she's really not taking to alcohol well at all. That's really drunk. He notices. Hello there, miss. Hello. It is all I can do to say to this. I fail to keep his attention, and his eyes are turned to the television above the bar. Television. That's right, they have that here. It seems to be a sports channel that he's watching. Not that I know which, it's sports ball. You can always cheer for sports ball. It doesn't matter where you're from, it's always sports ball. I only know it is sports as there is a ball, there are people, and both are on a field. Yeah, see, that's all you need to know. That's literally all you need to know. That's more than enough even. Ah, and it seems to involve only sculpted men, a particularly intimate sport. Wait, I'm overthinking it. Though I do believe that most spots have a peculiar and exciting kind of subtext, this one I think I could particularly like to watch. You're a little young to be in here, aren't you? Yes, I am. I am 14. Oh, 14 even. I should not be here. You should not be exploring other dimensions and shit like that at all. That's way too young. I am here with my uncle. My dad would never bring me here. My uncle is here and brought me here while he's on break. Right, mention work. Where is he? I point to Cyrus, who is now talking amiably with the other man in the corner. Goodness, such fast friends. He's the younger, ornery looking person. The old man chuckles, and I smile as though I've made a joke. Interesting word choice, girl. I read books. That's so. It is so. Very much so. I read a lot. Is he celebrating the good news? Maybe was there some news? Yes, there was. Wage increase of whole 50 cents. What do you mean a minimum wage increase, sir? Yeah, great news, isn't it? He grins. I mirror him. It is. I'm glad. You working yet? There's some... Yes, it is work that I'm doing, granted unpaid. I am learning. Yes, I just started a little while ago. I see. Well, welcome to the workforce, young miss. Have you gotten your first paycheck yet? No, not yet. And my name is Winter. That should have been 2 sentences. Nice to meet you, Winter. I'm David. I've stopped speaking. I don't know why. It's almost as though anything I say won't make any sense, so I've shut up. He does not speak either. The quietness is getting to me. Isn't there something I can say? Anything? What can I say? No. I'm lost. This is a terrible feeling, like I'm drowning in air. Think. There must be something. What? You okay? Huh? Oh no, I'm panicking. He could tell. That's bad. Is this because of the alcohol? It must be the alcohol. No, you're just a 14-year-old, like, social recluse perhaps a little bit, in another world. That's a bit more to do with that than the alcohol. Yeah. Speak! So, what do you do? Like for work? I mean... you know, help out the wharf, head down into mines, fill out the parts. Or just a jack of all trades then. That's amazing. Ha, amazing. Nah. When you get older, you have to run multiple jobs too. Just about the only way to survive these days. How about you? What do you do? Ah, crap, what do I do? Oh, why didn't I think of something first? Stupid. I'm an intern. You can say that. I shut my eyes for a second and give a quick shake of my head. What do I do? Well, I guess I could technically be considered a... I'm a consoler? What? Counselor? Yes. Huh? Please let that be an acceptable job. Doesn't really seem like something that suits you. No offense or anything. I didn't really choose it, oh? He gives me a somber nod of recognition. Yeah, you gotta take what you're given. Yeah. I suddenly feel miserable and decide to lean onto the counter. Hey, we're good. Okay, we're gonna figure out she didn't really have a choice. Okay. Can we learn something about her? Who cares about this world? It's just a regular world with some shitty, like, capitalism nonsense stuff that forces people to work like 3 jobs to make a minimum wage. I rest my head, letting the fluff of my hair and sleeves serve as a pillow, and I look away from David. That's right, I didn't really choose it. I didn't really choose anything. As decisions came around, I just sat in my hands thinking. I don't know. Thinking that something would come to me. In a sense, I suppose that something did, but it wasn't in the usual way. Everyone else knew what they wanted to do after secondary school, and I was stuck on the path of a freeter. A freeter. A step away from a leech. Ugh. I couldn't pick a specialty school. I didn't know what I wanted. School Mediatorum, hey? Where's this school? Why had I never heard of it? Yet somehow my parents weren't surprised by the name. Why was I chosen? What's more, how? I had never applied to this thing. Why did I even accept to go? I guess I was just happy that something had been found for me. And the system always knows best. I mean, it's not as though I dislike it. I find the classwork and homework more than bearable, and my first shadowing went okay enough. But is this what I am? Is this what I'm meant to do? Oh, this is stupid. What am I thinking? The oligarchy is infallible. They never make mistakes. Therefore, this must be what's right for me. Oh, the oligarchy runs your world. Okay, that's bad. That's generally not good. They never make mistakes. That's a zealous belief. Indoctrination. So yeah, that's bad. Oligarchy that never makes mistakes and is infallible. Okay, so not a utopian world, a dystopian one as well. Yet one that has the ability to just... Okay, well, maybe I'm jumping into conclusions, but still. Even if everything about it is totally weird. Cackle. What's my issue? This is better than what would have happened. When did I start caring so much about my direction? Wait, what am I thinking? I'm supposed to care about that. Still, why should I? How should I know the ways to forge my life's path when I'm just 14? I don't even know what I'll be like in 8 years. Correct, you'll be a completely different person. I shouldn't have to care about this now. No, this is really messed up. I'm so messed up. You're only 14. Hey, don't go like that. I'm sorry I brought it up. Can I get you some to drink? I turned back to glance at David, my nose tip brushing against cloth and sending a tingle across my face. Seeing him, I remember again. I'm in another world. As if I didn't have enough worries back home. Now I have a whole new world to worry about here. Another world which I had never heard of, but I'm supposed to believe it is real, just because things are here right in front of my eyes. So much strange stuff has happened to me that maybe I could just be dreaming. Is this man even real? Is he really there? Maybe he isn't. I've read there are illusions. Oh, that one beer is really Luciner's philosopher. Philosophizing and reminiscing and contemplation side of her brain. That's excellent. Would I prefer an illusion? Would I prefer this to be a dream? Maybe some sort of virtual reality? This whole idea is so ridiculous. What's worst of all, I find myself rather on the fence about his offer for a second drink. It would not be bad, actually, to forget who I am for a little while. Perhaps longer. It would be natural. No, it would also be dangerous. I force the darker notions aside, steady the course. I draw my head back into the nest of my arms, hair curling over my fingers, and I bring myself up, countenance solemn. No, I think I've had enough. Suit yourself? I will. I look at David. Alright, what's next again? Need to figure out the root of the problem. It usually has something to do with the troubles of the people, right? I'll just be forward then. Has anything been troubling you lately? Nothing more than usual, I suppose. I'm just here to commemorate the occasion. That wage hike takes a major load off, though it's really too bad that we're still under Gabriel's boot. You know, I bet they let the bill just pass just to avoid revolt. They don't give a shit about us. Gabriel. That's not this country, is it? What's that? The mother country? Correct? I think that Brighton shouldn't be a colony of theirs anymore. It was labeled as independent in the dossier. I need to know more. How might I ask properly? What about the president? He seems to be working for us. Hey, he does, right? You know it doesn't matter. He's just a figurehead. He can't do anything about Gabriel's approval. Couldn't even raise a military defense against Fedria without them kicking up a fuss. Hell, it took 6 months before they let him train a single soldier. I'll give him some credit though. They quit crying about it and have been funding us rightly ever since. Probably realized that if Fedria took us over, then they'd lose their workhorse. Fedria is the third country, sharing a border with Brighton. What was it I read about them last night? Don't we have a truce with them or something? It has been around for a while. Yeah, but it's hardly there. Badger has never been too afraid to stir up a war or two over some real estate, or over some insult of their forefathers, whatever excuse. Our truce to them is just a piece of paper. If they wanted to, they'd take us down in a heartbeat. Or they would have, at least, until we got an army to secure the border. Never know, though. Wow, this guy talks a lot. It's wonderful, I hardly have to say a word. I mean, yeah, that's what the bar is for. He's a bit drunk, and he's just laying out his grievances. At the slightest catalyst. Or trigger. Or at least I would if he didn't seem to want me to respond now. I put on a bit of an angry expression for a second, but then reconsider. Maybe a sad expression would be better. What's my character anyway? Am I being myself here? Wait, no. None of that matters, just answer. That's terrible. Okay, I need another question. Maybe I should let some of my ignorance show. Why is it like this anyway? I mean, you are 14. You can tell easily, so it's like, ignorance was totally acceptable. You don't know? Hell, I'm not surprised. They practically skip over that in schools. Give it a paragraph, maybe. Sure, they'll tell you Brighton used to be a Gabrian colony, and that we gained our independence 120 years ago. They just never mention the costs of that freedom. Economic sanctions. Crazy ones. I mean, they weren't always crazy. Back then, minimum wage could feed you and more. The sanctions haven't changed, though. Haven't adjusted with the dollar's value and cost of living. We screwed up. Got lulled into this false sense of liberty. Got so caught up in things we could do, we forgot what we can't. Thanks to inflation, these sanctions are making us so poor that they're killing us. I mean, literally killing us. Not a great thing to bring up when there's something to celebrate, but I don't even think they're tracking just how many have died trying to live. I know I've definitely lost count. Then is this the route? I mean, it sure does suck that these people are poor, really. Though honestly, if they've been this way for so long, they should be used to it, but that's the problem. That's the problem. Like, you shouldn't have to get used to the horrible conditions like that, though. That's the whole point of the issue. What is poor, exactly? The television was hopping on it earlier, and David was hopping on it just now, so I figured it must be important, but... You know, it's nonsense to even consider this seriously. I don't understand any of this. The obsession over the economy, the excitement over higher wages, none of it makes sense. Poor is not having enough for a snack. Money is a trivial thing. Another thing is that this is not even a major society of the world. That being the case, how come we're dealing with it at all? And Cyrus, what is he thinking dragging me here? He probably only wanted a drink. What can I learn about the whole world from just one person? Not much. This is stupid. It must be something else. You're overthinking things. If it's so terrible here, I wonder how it is in Gabria. Complete luxury. They live like kings. Even their bums live better than us. Well, that is filthy. A filthy thing to say. It's a damn miracle any of them work at all, with how much they get for free. They get fired, the state takes care of them. They're hurt, the state covers it. No job to start with, the state. The state will go to the goddamn moons for its precious Gabrians. Can you believe it? People are starving here, and it's that kind of fucking bullshit that... I wince and raise my shoulders a little. Sorry. It's okay. I don't really take any offense to swear words or rude language, but my dad was never terribly fond of them, and I have grown unused to their bite. The harsher ones, anyway. It's a bit shocking to hear one in that tone. I decided to look back at the television, feeling embarrassed on David's behalf for reasons beyond my immediate comprehension. It is the same spot for all of 4 seconds before cutting out. When the picture returns, a twisty and intricate crest, a duck flying over a sword and pickaxe, looks like, appears on the screen, set against a noble blue. Could this be a team logo? An address to the audience from the coach and captain? Ooh, I want to see. I lean back a few feet from the counter until I am supporting myself only slightly with my fingers and mostly with the stool's 2 hind legs. Honestly, the warmth of the beer has not completely dissipated. David, what is that? Holy. George, turn it up. The person who was wiping glasses behind the counter raises eyebrows slightly and then reaches listlessly for the remote. When it is in his hands, he turns and gives the television a tired glance. The crest on the screen wakes his eyes immediately, and he is soon mashing the volume up. Oh? Event? I hear David shifting at my right, and it sounds as though he's turning in the direction of Cyrus and the other man. Clark, get over here! Oh, so that is the man's name, Clark. Clark and Cyrus look at David strangely, and then strangely look at one another, and then they begin rushing over. I find their antics confusing and unwarranted. What is the big deal over this? In a few moments, the whole gaggle of men surrounds the television. Even the waiter has stopped cleaning tables to watch. I know the sports are popular and all, but this is a little bit much, isn't it? This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test. Please pay close attention to the following message. Oh. The message will begin in 40 seconds. This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test. Please pay close attention to the following message. The message will begin in 30 seconds. Goodness, this is it, isn't it? It, the thing, the problem. Oh no, I'm not ready for this. Cleaning up garbage is one thing, but this is completely another thing. And I don't even know what exactly. I search Cyrus's eyes for something to comfort my spirits, but I find nothing and do not know why I bothered at all. His face is indiscernible as ever, aside from the serious brow up and lip, of course. The message will begin in 10 seconds. Ah, crap. The message will now play. Hello. The crest vanishes, revealing a man in a suit at a desk. A dapper brown suit and a large brown desk. I imagine he must be important, as the crest from before is quite brazenly carved into the wood of his furniture. As for the man himself, he looks older than Cyrus, which is ancient at worst and aged 60 at least. He looks very tired. His face is worn, and his expression does nothing for the mood. He does have some fake-looking hair though. That's pretty funny. I almost have a small chuckle, but given the severe expressions of my company, I decided it would be best to stifle it. Brighton, Brighton, we have endured. As a people, as a country, as a workforce, we have endured these past 120 years. Surely you are all very, very tired. I, my people, my friends, am very, very tired. The word sobering meant little to me before this, but I completely understand it at this moment. The way this man carries himself, his speech, and his dour voice have all combined to chill the warmth from my head. I set my stool back down and have an actual seat, looking up at the monitor with certain intensity. The man has me engaged. I am tired of the media portraying our common man the fool, an ignorant sort all too glad to do the deeds of his betters. Tired of these foreign companies providing us work and wages that we will celebrate for only pennies more. Tired of hearing my people say in passing and enormously, "No, I do not know if we will eat today, perhaps tomorrow." Brighton, I am tired of our masters. I am so tired. People of Brighton, we have grown so used to freedom we've forgotten that we are not free. This chair and this desk, this stage in an office on which I play my part, is evidence of that. I offer a serious and composed look to Cyrus. If I am understanding correctly, and I can't say I'm one for understanding much of anything on this world, it seems that this leader here is not as much of a leader as he might like. Which frankly I don't quite get. The way leadership works back home, at least on the large scale, is that several especially intelligent and reasonable people rule over all of us. Sure, they're totally intelligent and reasonable, I believe that. The idea of power being not enough, or being feigned, seems complicated to me. Like, what's the point? Why the show? You have so much to learn about puppet states and whatnot, and shadow operations, shit like that. I'd like to ask Cyrus about it, but he isn't returning my gaze, and instead remains focused on the television. I suppose I'll just have to keep listening. But I am not here to tell you the troubles of our state. I am not here to tell you the glory of our fathers. I am here to confirm the quiet whispers through the alleys and the worried murmurs of the Gabrian elite. Pardon? Consider this a threat. People of Gabria, you have 4 hours to comply with my demands, or a nuclear weapon will be launched at your country. Okay, you have nukes? Okay, that escalated quickly. Holy shit. That can't be good. No, that's not good. So, winter come over here for a minute. I rise and step over to my mentor, feeling surprisingly clear-headed and befuddled all at once. He takes me from the counter, leaving the three gentlemen to discuss whatever it is exactly that the man on the television just brought up. A nuclear weapon? The hell is that? What does Barnaby think he's doing? Can't believe he really did. What kind of place do you think this is? Sir, could you please break down what just happened? I'm kind of lost here. Winter? I know we've only just arrived, but did you look at the files you were given at all? I did. Did you study them? No. Have you been paying any attention to anything out here? I have. You have? You have? Then explain who that man is. Explain anything. Don't put me on the spot like that. I mean, that's kind of his job right now. Though. The leader of Brighton, sir. President Barnaby. He's angry about Gabriel. I'm not an idiot. Gracious, why can't I articulate or explain any better? I just want to clarify some things because I'm shadowing you. I mean, she's only 14, dude. Sorry, I reacted out of impulse. I forget how unprepared life in our world can leave us for these things. His tone shook me up quite a bit. I'm shivering a little. I was going to lie and say I understand, but I'm having a lot of trouble speaking right now. I want to go home. Winter, you may not have realized the severity of this situation. This isn't going to be community service like your first assignment. I know that. Hey, eyes straight, Harrison. Allow me to be frank. Brace yourself, because there may be a lot of dying happening soon. Dying? But... I'm shocked, honestly. I figured those rumors I heard from Clark were only that. Hold it, death? I just thought... As far as we knew, this world hadn't even developed nuclear weapons yet. What did I think? He said weapon. Am I daft? Though with their strides in utilizing nuclear fusion for electricity, I suppose it was only a matter of time. People are going to die? It's people dying. Just slow down for a second. I mean, yeah, that's what happens. Death is pretty standard. But apparently not from her. I suppose that's what comes with our job. Not everything can be in a dossier, right? We smooth out the creases and bring chaos to order. Slow down, calm down. Though sudden wars really are rare. Yeah, they kinda are. There's always somebody knows something. War? My mind stuck to tumble and my heart tries to explode from my chest. I definitely can't handle this. War isn't something I'm supposed to take care of. Correct, you're 14. Shut up, don't excite the locals. I cover my mouth and raise my shoulders. Of course they're looking for a war. You can't believe people dying is just a commonality. Do you even think properly? I am finding it incredibly hard to do anything properly right now, which is understandable, you know. Shaking, I turn to see the people at the counter. They thankfully are still engrossed in the president's speech. I look back at Cyrus and speak softly through my fingers. Shouldn't I go home? Yeah. Oh. This was supposed to be something like diplomacy. Goes show you how important it is to get a look at the situation yourself. Anyway, if what I heard was right, we don't have the time to get you out here without causing a scene. As you should know, interplanar shifts take longer to prepare than just moving from place to place. But I'll protect you no matter what happens, Winter. And you know how to escape if you really must. Yes. I don't know if I want to do that anymore, though. Is he talking about maybe dying? Of course, we don't have a lot of time in general. His demands I couldn't care less about, but his deadline... 4 hours. It's very unreasonable. Consider this a powerful lesson and come with me. We proceed to exit the bar without saying goodbye. It seems it is time to get to work. It is too bad that I am terrified. And we will get to work next time around, because I am now gonna save the data and take gonna go to the side now. It's been what, hour 20 or something like that? Sure, that's reasonable enough. and I still have other things to do. But anyway, in the meantime, I mean, it's a perfect time to shift. We just learned that there's a nuclear war about to happen or something like that, and we're changing scenes. So like it's a natural pause moment as we exit the bar and try to collect our thoughts and figure out what the fuck we're doing. Anyway, in the meantime, have I updated this? Did I update this? Did I update this? I need to figure out if I updated any of this stuff. I don't remember. My memory is a blank. I sometimes don't do things that I should. I did. Did not. Anyway, music recommendations for this breaky thingy. Jim Johnston, Hitman. It's a wrestling theme. Jim Johnston has some great stuff right there. Then Robert Palmer, She Makes My Day. Peter Gabriel, Heroes. Alice Cooper, Brutal Planet. Why is that lowercase? Metallica, Fade to Black. And that's that. Next time we'll pick up as we exit the bar and are suddenly engrossed in a war. Or something like that. And are trying to get home because, fucking hell, a 14-year-old should not be here. A 14-year-old should not be doing any of this stuff. Anyway, ta-ta for now. Hello there, welcome back to the second part of this Dysfunctional Systems Learning to Manage Chaos. We have Nuke, suddenly. The kingdom of, nation of whatever, issued a nuke threat to the Gabrea kingdom, and stuff is gonna, now we gotta run away because like a 14-year-old child intern should not be trying to deal with this kind of situation, you know? They really shouldn't be. She shouldn't be here. Anyway, oh, right. Vocal exercises before we get to any of the other stuff. Before I get to any of that stuff, okay? Let me read you a thing. A small thing I wrote some time ago. Let's take this away. So, another poem thingamajiggy. So, short story 49 from June 24th, 2018. Sleepless nights beckon, wonders to explore, minds to expand, truth to espouse. The window of life, shine your light. Enlighten the masses with my words of brilliance. Anger from all sides, lies and slander. This reality is right, all others ignored. Wallow in bliss. Who goes there? What other people? Only I am real. Sure, another esoteric, who the fuck knows what the fuck that's about. Doesn't matter. Anyway, let us just resume. Last time, yeah, underage drinking and mingling with the locals, figuring out that the world is basically Earth in like the 1920s, something like that. Basically Eastern European type country, but it has nukes, so it's a pariah state essentially, and issuing a threat to a much bigger one, and now we gotta get the fuck away. So let's just do that. Let's continue with Winter and Cyril. That was his name, I forget. Or Cecil? Something with C. Not Clyde. It's not Clyde. Anyway, that's fine. Let us jump right back into the thing. So, we proceed to exit the bar without saying goodbye. It seems it is time to get to work. It is too bad that I am terrified. Understandably so. Okay, what is that noise? It sounds like a... trying to start a really old engine or something. Okay. We take to the streets at a quick pace, Cyrus leading to wherever. I find it difficult to keep up with him though, and in more ways than one. My head is still swimming from the mention of war. What level is the war, do you think? I mean, it was just announced, so... who knows, honestly. You mean, what level do I think it'll be? It hasn't happened. With any luck, it won't. Luck. I'm thinking this could be something like a 4 on the scale. Okay, out of how much? Out of 5 or 10? What? 4? 4? Oh gracious. 4 is 1 away from 5, and 2 from 6, which is terrible. 6 is very terrible. The worst. Even 4, though. A war without rules. Ah, that must be particularly gross. It is a very disturbing prospect. So disturbing that I grabbed my hair and almost shut my eyes. What exactly is this? What will happen? Test. What do you think? Is it really the time for tests? Be appreciative that I'm even doing this work, Winter. He seems so much more angry than before. How irksome. What do I think? What it could be? Well, first of all, Gabriel will respond to Brighton's threat. Oh, right, Brighton. That's why I forgot its name, because that's a small town English, like countryside little pub town, instead of an actual nation name. Possibly. Possibly. Why wouldn't they? I'll answer that for you. Because it might work in their favor to ignore it. I don't get it. Just think, Winter. Oh, okay. Just think. Wonderful advice, you... Well, maybe they just don't care at all about Brighton, and they'll use this tantrum as an excuse to destroy them? That's... nonsensical, I know. Keep pointing out how I'm like a fish attempting to walk. That's actually a reasonable idea, honestly. That's right, Winter. You're right about why they wouldn't respond. What? How absurd. Isn't Gabriel a leech on Brighton's back? They need Brighton, so why would they want to destroy it? Yeah, just take over the resources. Direct management. Well, they wouldn't actually destroy Brighton. What they would do is invade and take away what little freedom and independence this country still clings to. Then they would be able to take advantage of the citizens in ways unprecedented. What a disgusting thought. I can hardly even imagine it. Alright, now here's another question. Why does Brighton think it can take on Gabriel? Damn it, Cyrus. How should I know? The same way you knew the first answer. I was bullshitting. Language. Sorry, sir. Thinking about recent events might help. Goodness, is he trying to get me to think in the place of murderers? Those are boots I would not like to fill. I guess that I have to, though. He mentioned recent events. I can't think that the minimum wage increase would embolden this country enough to believe they could stand against an obviously superior nation. Especially with how unimpressed the president seemed to be about it. Even David wasn't terribly excited. Oh, David! What was it that David mentioned? Their new army! Oh, right, he did that. Ah. The person I spoke with, his name was David. He said that Brighton had gotten the military recently to defend against the border country Fedria. He said it was because Fedria is dangerous and ignores treaties. But isn't it far more likely that this army was actually created to engage with Gabriel? With an actual military, and what seems to be a new kind of weapon, at least judging from how the locals reacted, then that would explain their confidence. I think. Good. See, Winter? You are cut out for this. Wait, don't reference things I mumbled to myself before we came here, creep. Then you understand the situation. Hey, he pays attention. So do you as well. Yes, but I'm curious. Is this more like a level 5 war? As Brighton and Gabriel are technically separate, I can't call what might happen a civil war. Then it's a technicality? Just a technicality? I'd figured Brighton and Gabriel were still very close. Well, look at you. You're all calm. I frown with indignation. I'm not at all calm if this is essentially a level 5 war. Well, you look it. I do not light up with my frown. I like Winter. She's got some cheeky. There. She's got some attitude. That's good. Well, that isn't all there is. How this might proceed largely has to do with what level I would give this potential war. Cyrus stops, and I stop in turn. We are now in front of a fountain. It took me the entire time till now to realize that the city streets are deserted. The doorways are even clear of those ragged children who would ask us for pennies. Could it be that everyone is listening to the address? Before I can drift off in this thought, Cyrus looks down at me. A nuclear weapon is one that can kill a lot of people and destroy a lot of things almost instantly. Excuse me? Honestly, Winter, what do you think I meant earlier when I said a lot of dying could be expected? I won't go into the details, but it's not something you would have been taught about yet. I've dealt with it before though. You're lucky. I am not lucky at all, not even in the littlest slightest. What kind of thing is that? Is it magic? I mean, essentially, for all practical purposes it is. Take a small amount of like something that weighs only a few hundred pounds, maybe a few tons, and turns into a destruction, basically wiping out dozens of square miles, a massive radius, depends on how big it is. A lot. This isn't a magical world, Winter. Thank the higher-ups you won't be going to those just yet. They're less fun than they sound. Okay. I should not be going to worlds with wars either. Yeah, well, tough, that's every single world. Point. You can check your codex for information about what we'll be dealing with, if you'd like. Oh, we have a codex. I need to contact support and update them anyway, so at the least I'll give you something to do while you wait. We have a codex. You know what? Let's read the codex. Brighton. Brighton is a minor society on S8659541, Seoul, with strong historical and present connections to both Gabria and Fedria. Site of several rich mineral deposits, it was previously a Gabrian colony, but gained independence 100 Suli years ago. It also shares a large portion of its border with Fedria, and a truce has been signed between Gabria and Fedria concerning the territory. Brighton was still a colony at the time. Although Brighton shares in the technological advancement of its mother country, it does not share in prosperity, and is economically weak by comparison. The Brighton people are a hard-working and closely knit group, and tend to describe themselves metaphorically as ants. This society has not yet been visited. Category: minor society, no image. Gabria. Gabria is a major society on S8659541, Seoul. It is one of the 3 most significant societies on said world, marked by extreme wealth and influence. It is the richest society on Seoul, and has connections with nearly all other Seoul societies. Gabria is currently a patriarchal monarchy, with socialist leanings, government-funded health, education, welfare, etc. The majority of mediations on Seoul have dealt with this society. Gabrians began as nomadic, trading people, quickly establishing a reputation for their amiability and good dealings. Trust was heavily placed in them for their reliability, and they often ended up playing intermediary between several budding nations on their home continent. Eventually, seeing the value in the messages they were charged to carry between countries, they began trading information. Their mobility, connections, mercenary escort, and knowledge of secrets protected them from assault, and soon the nomads became rather notorious. At some point in time, they founded the Gabrian nation along the coast of their continent. From their new settlement, they amassed a military and turned to imperialistic goals. It did not take them long to have much of the world under their influence, with colonies on every continent and a grasp on most countries. Gabria is also largely responsible for the technological advancements of Seoul. Their ingenuity and cleverness mixed with opportunism has pushed scientific discovery along much faster than the average system. They have managed to develop and act upon nuclear theory, powering the society and old colonies with rudimentary, somewhat experimental, nuclear fusion reactors. Their latest project has been the construction of artificial islands on Seoul's oceans. Currently, Gabria remains at the top of Seoul society. While this granted technical freedom to all of its colonies, it seems they are still leashed in some way or another to their mother country. Category: major society. Image: big blue continent. Seoul. Earth-like planet. System 8659541, plane P73813. Local name: Seoul. Status: active. Type: planet. Major societies: 9. Development: scientific. Low level: rapid advancement. Physics: rigid. Plane shared with S2400821, S8659540, S8659543. Isolated: yes. Visits: 45. Personal security note: many species of fish and soul are poisonous to earthen. Avoid seafood to be safe. System Soul is one of our 4 planetary civilizations known to reside on plane 73813. Currently, it is unaware of its distant neighbors and is likely to remain so at least as it has yet not achieved interstellar travel. Soul's 5 continents are largely arid and mountainous. However, each contains small patches of fertile land. These lands were once endangered due to war and conflict, but are now fiercely protected as a result of mediation visits numbers 8 through 15. Soul contains 12 oceans, all of which are heavily salted and somewhat acidic. Nevertheless, these oceans contain a variety of sea life, and consequently fishing constitutes a large portion of both the economy and food supply of Soul. International conflicts with regards to the ownership of a right to fish sea life was resolved in mediation visits 16 through 22. The harsh conditions in the planet have led to an increase in the rate of technological advancement, causing Soul to teeter on the brink of an outlier classification. Scientific discoveries can happen much more quickly here than in most other worlds. Due to this, levels of chaos within the system are variable and may spike unexpectedly. However, overall this has not been a common occurrence. Although there are 9 societies on Soul of notable influence, there are 3 that are of particular importance to the system. These 3 are called Gabriel, Fedrie, and Rosare. The remaining 6, Roma, Caras, Dom, Jonas, the Madlands, and Messa, are not usually of major consequence, though are often caught up in the quarrels of the main 3. The main 3 will be covered in brief in the following paragraph. Please visit their respective codex entries for more in-depth information. Gabriel is the most economically powerful of the 3, largely due to its sizable number of colonies scattered across the globe. It is also the most frequently problematic. Fedrie is a military superpower, as well as a paragon of the arts. It is prone to warring and is also commonly involved in the subject of mediation. The last society, Rosare, is diabolical, having a reputation of cruelty and bizarre acts of violence. It has used fear to rise to power and control its populace. Interestingly, it is the least problematic of the 3, and its involvement in issues can dramatically lower the levels of chaos. That's interesting, okay. Despite Soul's occasionally high levels of chaos, it does not often require remediation, and is considered quite stable. Still, caution should be taken when visiting this world. Fair enough. Category Planet. Okay. Alright, we did that. What is it called exactly? Just nuclear weapon seems rather broad, like spear weapon or fruit drink. I believe that's a fusion bomb. While Barnaby didn't specify, the rumor I heard supports it. Also, it makes sense, considering their reactors. Reactors? Sip of water? You forgot? We saw them when we first arrived. This country utilized fusion reactors for power. Alright, the looming and shadowy giants that stand on the distant steppes. I remember not wanting to remember them. They were disconcerting. Like many other things here, they looked a mess. And unlike many other things here, they vibrated. I thought they were going to violently break apart. That is distressing, disconcerting. Giant pillars of nuclear power generation vibrating, that's... feels like that shouldn't be a thing. But oh well. Anyway, fusion bomb should be under weapons, obviously. It's technically not pure fusion, but most worlds can only do so much. Not pure? Well, it's a limited reaction jump-started by fission. True fusion bombs are rather like man-made stars. Stars are beautiful. Yes, from a distance, correct. Up close, no. Not the word I use for those. Just keep the distinction in mind, and read that fusion bomb entry. Right, understood. I mumble this as Cyrus turns from me and begins raising his wrist to his mouth. He suddenly pauses, though, and addresses me again. Oh, and Winter, while you're at it, check out the appropriate entries pertaining to this world. Always mind your codex, it could save lives. Remember to keep tabs on it. Understood, sir. I look at my own wrist. Both of us are sporting bracelets which look very similar to stylish and thin digital watches. Ah yes, digital watches. The pinnacle of technology and society. We have to regularly hide them from you, as we are advised that they are considered suspicious looking things, usually. Hey, it's Cyrus. You guys probably knows there's trouble at this world. Yeah, more trouble. Cut the cutesy crap. This isn't the time. I'm actually... Oh, he's actually what? Exactly. I look at him. He notices that I'm listening, shifts a little, and walks out of my range of hearing. That is worrisome. I look back at my wrist device, my ICD, interplanar communication device, and then which does not actually cover all that it does. It also carries a database and tells time, and probably 1,000 other things, as it is fancy. Honestly, if there's anything magical I've encountered so far as a student mediator, it is most definitely the ICD. Science magic or some such. It basically does everything. It is how we got to the other worlds and teleport around them, and it can open up a tiny pocket dimension for holding things. An inventory it's called. I think it's pretty cool. Yeah. And it came from my own world. I would never have imagined. Right now I need to access the codex. I focus this thought. Open the codex. And the device recognizes the command, as it is linked with my mind, which is awesome. A tiny holographic screen emits from the device in a rather inconspicuous fashion, yet still in an acceptably readable size. I begin to navigate the database, searching for, well, let's see, Sul, Brighton Gabria, and Fedri too, I suppose. I think I'll leave Fusion Bomb for last. You should start with that, honestly. I read those. Then Fedria. Fedria is a major society on Sul. It is one of the 3 most significant societies on said world, marked by its rich culture and extreme aggressiveness. It is responsible for many of Sul's major works of art, literature and music, while at the same time its army and navy are unrivaled by any other. It is a direct democracy, emphasizing fairness and the power of the individual. Fedria's wars have been numerous and frequent, but within the last 2 centuries developments in aeronautics made by other major societies, Gabriel and Rosara, as well as a fair number of truces, they have largely put an end to this behavior. Unfortunately, they display an unusual degree of boldness. This has in the past caused them to ignore treaties and threats of technological superiority in order to go to war. Interestingly, despite their history of aggression, Fedria has never tried to expand past the borders of its continent, nor has it created any colonies in foreign lands. Regardless of colonialism, many of the mediations on Sul have concerned Fedria's actions. Fedria has always been extraordinarily territorial and protective of its people. This is due to the location on which they settled, on one of the few fertile lands of Sul. The land was and is quite desirable, naturally. And Fedria was frequently accosted by other tribes and nations attempting to claim this territory. Necessity led to them to be a very strong people, and the familiar helpfulness of its society bore a friendly, nationalistic culture. They grew a rich appreciation for their history, which led to some of their later aggressive mannerisms. Fedrians never forget the slights made to some of against their people, and after violently expanding its borders to scare off enemies, it spent much of its time warring the nations that had assaulted them in the past. To date, Fedria is believed to have initiated 251 wars and participated in 253. Hence, it has been stereotyped as a nation of violent roughhousing. While true to a point, they tend to be incredibly defensive and quick-tempered. Reports indicate that the Fedrians are generally quite loyal and jovial and creative. They are also the least discriminatory nation on Sul. An expression of theirs is that they hate everyone equally. Okay, I can appreciate that. But the truth is that they are surprisingly open to immigration and cultural diversity. It seems they only ever take issue with countries themselves rather than the country's people. Mediators can be advised. As welcoming and charismatic as they are, do not fall prey to their influence. Remember that war is severely chaotic. Furthermore, while their military action has calmed down recently, tensions are always high when it comes to Fedrian relations with other societies. Currently, Fedria has been focusing on artistic endeavors and has adopted a somewhat isolationist doctrine. Its military is constantly honed, but has not been deployed in approximately 50 Sul years. That's good. That's better than any other country on Earth currently. 50 years of not deploying their armies anywhere. That's impressive. And now, Fusion Bomb. Note, this entry concerns fusion weapons which are initiated by fission. For pure fusion weapons, see the entry on True Fusion. Fusion bombs, also known as nukes, are highly destructive weapons fueled primarily by nuclear fusion. Their power ranges anywhere from obliterating cities to entire countries, all in a few moments. Due to this, their possession is often quite efficient in quickly silencing opposition. Stability is often reached, however, when opposing or multiple societies possess the weapon. Mutually assured destruction tends to prevent societies from risking angering one another. Fusion bombs are also notable for their fallout, which often takes several decades to dissipate. To expound, fallout is the result of a nuclear weapon's detonation, fission or fusion, on an area. Since the resulting explosion is incredibly radioactive, its effects will linger long after the initial shock has passed, as the radiation will stick to the surrounding life and environment. Radiation sickness, symptoms, fevers, disorientation, fatigue, headache, hair loss, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, internal bleeding, increased risk of cancer and mutations in survivors' children are all results of a nuclear weapon's fallout. Although most systems refer to these weapons as products of fusion, it is not entirely true. While fusion is certainly a part of the process, the reaction must first be started using nuclear fission, atomic nucleus, often that of uranium, splitting. The reason it is usually begun with fission is due to the incredible energy and pressure required for nuclear fusion. For most societies, fission is the only method available for producing the required energies. If a proper level of energy is reached, the nuclear fuel, often hydrogen, will begin to fuse with itself to produce a new element, often helium. This reaction is significantly more destructive than that of fission, to the point that fission bombs are usually quickly declared obsolete once fusion is explored. The fission stage of these weapons is the primary contributor to radioactive byproducts left by the detonation. Okay, category weapon, explosion and the bomb itself. Alright, certainly, this is amazing. I smile pleasantly in admiration of technology. But we just read about the fission bombs. Most unfortunately, my smile is very, very temporary. As it turns out, the fusion bomb is incredibly horrible. Correct. Good. It is a weapon that will detonate and destroy everything in a very large radius with a disturbing rapidity. In its wake is a kind of miasma so powerful that it sticks to a place for several decades before dissipating. It causes sickness to those who did not die and greatly decreases the chance of cancer and mutations in the children of survivors. Once again, I am affronted by the sense of unreality that has persisted since my induction into the Meditorium. This is not even something you would read about in storybooks. This is not a thing one can imagine. Why would you kill somebody else? Why would you kill hundreds, thousands, millions? And what's more, with such effects, what does that accomplish? They said I would not understand it for a long time. That would be covered later on in my schooling, and that until then I would not be allowed to mediate wars. I need to understand this now, though. It may go down in a matter of hours. What will happen if I remain in this foolish ignorance of mine? My heart thumps and my stomach twists. I put my hand over my mouth and squeeze my eyes shut. I am not the type to freak out, but I am freaking out a lot today. Which is understandable, you're 14. Winter. Come on, calm down. We'll make it through this and you'll be better for it, okay? I close my codex and look at Cyrus, who has placed his hands on my shoulders. The gesture does not help. For some reason, it makes me feel worse. My heart tightens, and tears escape from my lids. I feel the same feeling that comes when I imagine how it'd be if my dad were to die. Only the feeling is much more distorted and disgusting. I answer Cyrus with a warbling voice as my emotions are in tatters. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't understand. I'm sorry, I'm stupid. Winter, come on now. Hey, you aren't stupid. You're a smart girl. I am. I'm incredibly stupid. You know it. You're just a bit hard-headed. It's okay. You're young, Winter. And you're strong, too. You're strong, Winter. I just don't get it. I'm sorry. I raise my head and look at his face. Through my tears, I can see that Cyrus's cheeks are more flushed than my own. He jumps a little, as if he were startled, and hugs my head to his chest. His heart is beating very fast, and I clutch the bottom of his shirt. When he speaks, his voice reverberates through his body in a powerful way. So powerful that I even feel a little more confident. We will not fail. I lift my head and look at him again. He shivers and looks from me to the fountain. I'll make sure of it. But only if you shape up.
I'm terrified.
I know.
Okay.
Let's finish this up, alright? I push away from him and wipe my eyes and cheeks. I feel as though this is too much for me to take. It is hard to have faith in Cyrus. The further I go down the path of a mediator, the harder it is to have faith in anything. Still, if I feel this is so wrong, then I ought to stop it, right? I should stop this all from happening. I should stop this war. Plainly and simply. I steel myself and stare directly into Cyrus's eyes, sure to convey my conviction.
Sir,
Yes?
I'm confident we'll succeed here too. I'll also make sure that we will not fail.
Good. That mindset is good, Winter Harrison. Hold on to it. It's easy to lose. Alright, let's kill the president.
Okay. What?
Correct. My soul decides to flee from my chest.
Okay, well that's a turn of events. Okay.
Right. Escalation upon escalation.
What?
Correct. What? That's the obvious course of action.
I mean, I guess it is, but like... That isn't... No, it's not. This is the least obvious thing.
Oh? Then what's the most?
Talk to him? Convince him that he shouldn't do the thing he wants to do?
Right. Winter, we don't have the time for diplomacy. Yeah, we only have like a few hours.
What? Mediation is all about diplomacy.
No, it isn't. I shouldn't even have to tell you that. Mediators are simply neutral parties that enter worlds with problems, assess the situation, and solve the issue by whatever means necessary. The whatever means necessary. I don't like that phrase. That justifies a lot of things throughout history and everywhere. It's not a good phrase to have. It's not a good phrase. It's just not a good phrase.
You really are scum.
What? I look him in the eye, nearly snarling.
What is it, sir? You think I'm deaf? Every student knows how you handle things. That's right. People talk about you. Everyone knows that you're a murderess. And cold. Ugh. And don't talk to me like I'm that stupid. I remember what they said on orientation. I know that setting existence to balance is totally important. I know how needed it is, but I thought we were more heroic than that, and I
can't believe I felt confident because of you.
Do you even hear yourself? What is necessary? We shouldn't lower ourselves to that barbaric level.
I'm really starting to tire of your lip, Harrison. Now listen here. Many in Barton do not support aggression against Gabri, I've heard. That's only natural. War is a terrible thing. Furthermore, while their poverty extends far, it can be argued that this situation is for the best. Barnaby does not see that, though. He sees his own solution as the only solution. The people do not side with him. That is at least one issue that needs to be addressed. They must support him. They must feel that his decision is right. So, I will kill him. In doing so, the blame should be placed upon Gabria, and it should be clear to the populace that they have an enemy to fight. What is he saying? Was all that talk before to prepare me to accept this evil? To prepare me for these calculated deaths?
You're not just asking me to support killing a man, are you? You're going to allow the nuclear bomb to be launched as well. Are you insane? I can't sit by and allow that.
You've underestimated the plight of these people. For Barnaby, who has no real power, to arrest it for himself in such a dramatic fashion suggests that he is not willing to listen to reason. If we had longer than 4 hours, then it would have perhaps been possible to change his mind. But like this, just forget it. That nuke will be launched. All we can do is unite these people before they go to war. We can still bring this nation into order.
Order?
Does that bother you? Stability is paramount, Winter. So cool your head. Think about this logically already. Being a meteor isn't a thing of emotion.
That's...
What?
That's only your opinion, and you're only one person.
Don't act as though you know anything.
I don't know a lot, but what I do know is that murder is the worst thing a person can do. So horrible and disgusting and terrible that we don't even write about, and it never happens.
What? You want to rebel against me again?
I don't know. I should, because you're kind of right.
It doesn't look like it.
They're so tainted by their troubles that it's doubtful I could convince the president to stop this. Killing him instead, though. Letting you go off, too. Could I even forgive myself for that?
We probably don't have very much time.
From what I've read and what I've heard, it seems that weapon can be released easily very, very soon.
Oh yeah, rockets, they go by quickly. Some more water. Winner?
Blast, I need more information.
Yeah.
Are you saying that preventing the launch in war is impossible?
I'd mentioned before that, with luck, it won't be. With their president gone and the only remaining leader being a backup, there may at least be a delay on the bomb, which would give us more time to attempt other plans. The death of the president could also lead to Gabriel taking Brighton much more seriously, since it signals a dangerous level of civil unrest. In which case, Gabriel would probably leash this nation completely before they even had the chance to launch the nuke. Alternatively, there's also a small chance, a very small chance, that Gabriel will give in to Barnaby's demands. In the likely case that none of these possibilities come to pass, however, you can still expect the relations between Gabriel and Brighton to proceed much differently from now on. Yeah. Brighton citizens will believe that Gabriel has a stranglehold on them, so complete that they can kill their president less than an hour after a threat of aggression. Some will be in fear to rebel against such power, but many will be emboldened in the belief that Gabriel has gone too far. What's more, once that bomb has gone off, the citizens won't be afraid for much longer. The fusion bomb holds unprecedented power here. Nobody understands it, not even Brighton. It could separate those two muddled nations and produce a new order. As an added bonus, once they see its power and grow to fear it, it's probable this world will never see a nuclear weapon launched again. If Barnaby were to launch it now without its nation's consent, the people would condemn him as a tyrant. It could lead to both a civil war and an international one. We need to make him a martyr, a hero in death. He will be a sacrificial symbol of Brighton loyalty, and the people will follow him posthumously. Gracious, he seems so sure of himself. Would this really be for the best? Would this bring about order? What should I do? Oh. Actual choice. Fuck me. Do we follow Silas or rebel? I mean, I get his logic. I can agree. But I'm curious what she's gonna do in the rebel option. We're gonna rebel. We're a rebellious 14-year-old. Rebel. There isn't a question about this. I need to stop him, or I need to try. If only to keep my sanity in knowing I did my best. I need to convince Cyrus not to go through with this. I won't follow you. I can't believe this. Are you even listening to anything I'm saying? Are you listening to me? No, you're just a kid. Well, do. I have a lot of things to say to you. Alright, how about this? If you can seriously convince me that this isn't the right choice, novice, then I'll follow you to the bitter end. There won't be a bitter end. Not if I have anything to do about it. Just shut up and listen. I'm listening. Oh, shit, fuck me. Inform him that this is awful, that doesn't mean shit. Question him regarding the frequency of his murderous behavior. Caution him about the country's people and their potentially ill reactions. I mean, first option, no. That means fuck all. Second one is not really relevant to the current situation. This is the only one that makes sense. Caution him about the country's people and their potentially ill reactions.
Are you certain that the people of Brighton will be okay with this?
Like I said, most people don't even agree with Barnaby.
Don't agree with what, sir?
With the war. We've been over this.
Oh, so you went around Brighton with a little survey, eh? Check yes if you think Barnaby's a prat. You certainly are an amazing mediator. I didn't even notice.
Not only was I told that many disagreed, it follows sense that they should. After all, their president is a tool, and although they live painfully, they also live peacefully. Why would they all agree with such drastic measures?
Listen, what you're proposing is a grand ruse over all of them, simply to paint Gabriel more of a villain. What if they don't follow your expectations? If they don't unite? What if you're found out? What chaos then awaits them?
It'll be fine.
No, it won't. These people are far too tense to just be fine after the president is murdered within their own borders.
You wouldn't know.
Neither would you. Can you see the future?
I can't, but I've seen the past.
Well, I see the present. Killing the president could just as easily tear this country apart as you think it would unite it.
I think that was a good start. He's at least certainly entertaining me now. I'll continue then. Remind him of the speech he did not listen to. Remind him of the mother country Gabriel. Remind him of the militaristic border country Federia. We read the codex. They have been in undefensive posture. They won't do shit. Gabriel. I don't remember what speech that he did not listen to, so that doesn't help. Fuck me. Alright, I can just save. In case I get a feeling from like the first few words that it was the wrong option here. Okay. Okay, Winter, remind me of what speech he didn't listen to.
Have you considered the president's speech?
Honestly, not really.
What? That's something you most definitely have to do before proceeding with negotiations. Listen.
Well then, it's a good thing that I'm not planning to negotiate.
Fair enough. We didn't even hear the entire thing.
We got the deadline, and that's enough.
What about his conditions?
Doesn't matter. I've heard it all before, Winter. Nothing will be different this time.
You're being so bullheaded. What if something you mentioned revealed the key to convincing him?
Don't worry about it. In my experience, such speeches aren't so telling.
Experience is not everything, but it is a lot.
It's better than nothing. No matter how good my start is, if I stumble 1 foot in, then... No, cool it, this isn't over yet. Okay, no, that felt like the off one. So we're gonna go back, we're gonna have Gabriel, because Fedri is peaceful, basically.
Have you considered Gabriel?
Briefly.
That's it?
That is it, I suppose.
Did it ever cross your mind that, with our help, we might be willing to listen to what Brighton has to say?
Oh, are you serious? Oh, wow. Winter, no, they definitely won't be willing to listen. Not even the citizens of Brighton believe in their president. Barnaby's words may as well be empty Gabrians. They're dismissing this threat entirely. In fact, that's part of the real reason they're unlikely to respond. This way, in the event of an attack, it will be more of a surprise. Retaliation would seem more justified.
If we talk to them though, then maybe we can convince them to rethink these things.
Diplomacy isn't my specialty, and don't forget that we only have 4 hours. Going on 3, actually.
You don't think that's worth a shot? Surely it doesn't take so long to talk to a person.
Oh, it can take a while. Not always, but we also have to spend the time finding them. Not to mention convincing a world power as strong as theirs to simply change their society within a few words is a bit of a tall order.
I have read that it's possible.
It's also rare.
Rare. Do you really have so little confidence in yourself? You're a grown man, and I am a child, and I seem to have much more confidence than you.
I have the experience to know where to place my confidence, and you have no reason to be confident at all.
No matter how good my start is, if I stumble on one foot and then... No, cool. This isn't over yet, okay. Insult him. Question the confidence he has in himself. Well, he said he has limited confidence. Show him your determination. Determination. I don't think this is going well. I don't think this is going well at all. Anywhere. Okay, let's question his confidence. I guess. But no, not really. Insult him. You know, fuck it, insult him. Let's insult him. No, that's not gonna do anything. That's not gonna do shit. Show him your... Nah, fuck it, let's insult him. Why are you such an asshole? Come again? An asshole. Why are you so much of one? Excuse me? Now come on, don't tell me you've grown so used to being a bastard you can't comprehend being decent. Hold it, Winter. You're using some incredibly vulgar language. Who gives a shit? It is for emphasis. Winter, come on. No, you come on. Why are you such an incredibly horrible jerk about everything? I'm being a realist. A realist who murders people? What in the world is your deal? I just know what I have to do. Well, what you have to do isn't always best. How should I proceed from here? I suppose the things will be back off from more personal matters. Deconstruct his plan, ask if he's thinking of the worst case scenario, consider other options. Fuck knows. Deconstruct his plan, I guess. I don't fucking know. Let's utilize Winter's analytical mind. Can you tell me more about your plan? What more is there to say? I'll kill the president, and there are two probable outcomes. Gabriel shuts Brighton down before the nuke is launched, or the nuke is launched with the backing of the people. Is that really all there is to it? I mean, I admit that maybe it could work, but it's just so narrow-minded. Aren't there less bloody ways to bring about order here? Furthermore, these are only possibilities, so it's possible they might not work out. Sure, but it's quick, it's easy, and leaves a lot of time for additional measures. Quick and easy, eh? I can't believe what I'm hearing. People's lives are at stake, and you're treating this as it were a game. If you hit enough pressure points in the system, things usually work out. Even if they don't, avenues for resolution are often made apparent by it. Oh gracious, did you honestly just tell me that you go into systems and smash things until they work out? You're the type who thwacks on a computer, thinking it will fix the bugs? No, obviously things aren't that simple. But you seem to be all about simple. Alright, listen here, runt. You've only been to one other world before. One. You didn't even mediate it. And it didn't even have a real problem. Poison water? Help the symptoms invent a damn filter. Cackle? How did it even get to that point? It was never an issue. Oh, but here you are, with this sole sliver of experience, and this odious, sanctimonious air, and you suddenly think you have all the answers. You. Do you not know how long I've been doing this? Do you not know how many worlds I've brought to order? Countless. Appreciate my efforts. Scorn them, do what you will. But it doesn't change the fact that they work more often than not. And hey, you know what? You're right. I don't care for these people anymore. I don't care about knocking one or two of them off their world, and I don't care if a million or more die. It doesn't bother me at all. Okay, that's... You've been at this for too long. You need to retire and do a different job, dude. That's not good. All these problems are their own damn fault. They can't get their shit together, and we have to come in and do it for them. I mean, you don't have to. You've chosen to do this. Like, you've lost your path, man. What nonsense. Do these struggle to even call them people. Do they deserve the same respect as those from our world? Why are you in this job then, dude, if you don't give a fuck anymore? Quit. Go elsewhere. These murderers, these thieves, these swindlers, these racists and bigots and hateful wastes of life. Even now they're threatening to murder at least a city of their own. This isn't your utopia, Winter. This world doesn't work like the one you're used to. These worlds? Oh, they can be brutal. Winter, if you can't handle even this, if you can't handle this alone, then pack your bags when we return, because this isn't a job for you. It's
clearly not a job for you too, man, if you just grown desensitized to this kind of stuff. Wait, sorry, that was too much. Listen, this is just the way things are. I shake my head.
This is the way you are, sir. Just whatever, Mr. Addington.
I suppose I should just move on then. Let's see, I have to remember that my questions themselves can speak for or against my position. Well, keeping that in mind... Waiter, wait.
What, sir?
Don't ask me any more questions. Well, I suppose you really did break the mood. I prefer to ask you something myself, and then we will end it.
That so?
He nods.
Fine.
I'm not exactly right and ready to ask anything else, I'll admit. Right then, here goes. Why are you doing this?
Just that?
Again, he nods. Well? She's 14. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She doesn't know who she is yet. For moral cause, for a just cause, it's basically the same thing. No answer. The correct answer is there is no answer right now.
Would no answer suffice?
Not ordinarily. Are you telling me you don't have a reason?
It's just that I'm very annoyed with you. Yes, annoyed. Or I'm annoyed at something, and I want to get rid of whatever it is.
Winter, you aren't going to get rid of me.
No, I'm saying that I want to change something. For a while now, I've been feeling stuck and... gracious, I shouldn't say this.
No, go ahead.
I've been feeling rather non-autonomous, so I had to fight you. I had to fight you so that I could feel as though I were still a person.
It felt like I had to scrape those words off my tongue. I see. He says it with a hint of finality, which I take. I'm sorry, Winter. I can't, with sound mind, allow you to stop me.
No, listen.
While I respect your ardor, I find your position to be ultimately unfounded.
No.
If not that, you don't seem to be capable enough to handle any sort of resolution under these constraints.
Sir.
Whether you are for or against me, my plan will carry on with what little time we have left.
Why? Why are you doing this?
You're too naive if you have to ask me that.
You idiot, you jerk, ass, I hate you. I hate you, you're a beast. You're a wretched and abhorrent thing.
Are you done? Can I just let end like this? Wait. There's still something I can do. I can literally force him with the one command he's allowed me.
Oh, that thing.
Should I even do that? I followed his rules and lost the argument.
I wonder, Farsighters to listen or don't.
Is he even gonna bother respecting? Because that was just like a silly little thing.
Fuck it, we're rebelling maximally, so fuck it, let's go. Farsighters to listen. No, I'm doing it. I'm going to make him change his plans. Listen, Cyrus.
What?
I command you not to kill the president and to try something else instead.
What?
What? Did you forget already? You forced me to drink that beer, so I can force you to do this.
Really? I don't think that compares.
What does it matter if it compares? We have a deal.
Winter, we don't have time for this.
You're right, we don't. So stop stalling and just listen to me.
Cyrus falls into a quiet state of serious thought, as if he has any ability to worm out of this. You simply cannot break a promise. Yeah, you totally can. I mean, you're gonna lose the trust of the other person, but like, you totally can break promises.
Especially to a 14-year-old, especially when there's a world at stake and going to war and shit like that. After a good amount of seconds, he finally yields. Understood. Oh wow, he actually... he cares. We'll find some other way to do this. You bet that we will. I won't have it in any other way. Got that? Yeah, I got it. Are you ready then? We wasted quite a bit of time with that debate. I am. Alright. Considered mediation underway. I nod with strength and certain gravitas. I'm not overjoyed by any means at my success. However, I feel kind of a relief in knowing no one will be murdered here. Well, at least for now. If anything, I am most certainly confident. I managed to get Cyrus, as stubborn as an ox, to listen to me. If I can do that, what do I have to worry about? So, where is the president? Good question. We'll need to find out. Right. We don't have the location the president's office is logged, so perhaps we'll head to a library. At the least it should offer easy internet access. I giggle at this irony, but Cyrus is thoroughly unamused. Do we know where there's a library? In a minute. He looks away from me, and I follow his cue. As it turns out, many people have started filling the streets, pale-faced and shaken. I should say, the few people who I've seen during my time here have all had familiar looks on wariness of their faces, but they've always nonetheless greeted me with a smile. These people do not have the strength to even do so much. I imagine the speech must be over now, and that what was said quite disturbing. Cyrus breaks away and strolls over to an older person, his expression stern. After a half-minute of serious-looking chatter, he returns, walking straight past me upon reaching me. Come on, let's go. And yes, I know there's a cat in the background, but like, we're doing the library now. We haven't been here very long, but I've already relaxed. Cyrus hasn't though. He's hunched over a keyboard and monitor. In a situation less strict with time, I think I'd like to try reading some of these books. Their stories must be very odd. Fiction is written from reality, right? Then by that notion, I may only assume that here they have books about economy and wartime shenanigans. Shenanigans, that's a good word. It's always a good word. While an unpleasant thought to ponder, I have to admit that I'm curious. Alright. Alright? I got the coordinates for his office. Found the president's building floor plan pretty easily. Looks like he really is a figurehead. Practically a tourist attraction. Or he would be. I should mention that I actually found that information on a site for tourism. In a less desperate situation, that would have made me laugh. Well, no matter. This is it. Are you prepared? The location data has been sent to your ICD. We'll be off when you're ready. I told you I was before. You're still? Of course. My blood is burning fast and everything. What a ridiculous question. After that gauntlet earlier, what isn't there that I can weather? Alright, but if you get worried at all about the dangers, remember that I'm here. I'll make sure you're safe. In a show of what I think is supposed to be a reassurance, Cyrus displays a weapon for me from his inventory. A gun, I think. I do not take it very well. An understatement, if I've ever thought one. I almost have a breakdown at the sight of it. Imagine and reality are very much separate things, and I was beginning to think these guns didn't exist. I was hoping they didn't exist. In its presence, I feel myself shrinking, and I can only hope it will pump back up in time in the next minute or two. I can't be cowering at the climax, can I? I shake my head quickly. We'll shift in 5. Awesome, that's awesome. I start breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth, slowly, trying to quell my heartbeat. Within 5, it is mostly successful. Surprising. With today's record, one would imagine it would be having a fit right around now. Oh, and one more thing. Don't say a word. Flash. And we're here. Alright. I sort of wanted to speak too. Although I guess that is asking for a bit too much. Putting me in charge of this situation would be a bad idea. Good. At least she recognized that she doesn't have any experience with diplomacy and talking to people and shit like that. Doesn't. I can understand the fact. I am not that stubborn and foolish. It appears that Cyrus thinks otherwise, however, as upon our arrival here, he immediately puts a finger across my lips. I frown behind it, but am mostly alright with it. He starts glancing about the room, and I bounce my gaze around as well. There's a desk, a crest, flags, a man at the window, a video camera, presumed to make addresses with, and other things. Is that radio I hear? Well, the man is the President Barnaby, I assume. In my peripheral vision, I see Cyrus raising his weapon. Wait. There's no call for that. The man's alone, Cyrus. Stop it, what are you doing? Don't shoot him, you idiot! Oh my goodness, he's still raising it. I don't want to see a man get shot. It sounds nauseating, frightening, horrible. My lips tremble, and he puts his entire palm over my mouth. I catch myself in confliction, wanting to cry out and stop him, but not wanting to give our presence away. I take to grabbing at the side of his hand and gripping his skin with my nails, trying to pry him off. It's unsuccessful, of course. I can hardly budge his hand. Getting desperate, I try to bite him, and only end up awkwardly licking his fingers. At this, he trembles, his cheeks change shade, and he briefly glares at me. He squeezes my face shut. He aims at the president, and finally, with willful strength, I manage to wrench his hand from my face and shout. Don't shoot him! Don't move. Having both spoken at once, it only ultimately sounds like don't move him. Noticing what I've done, Cyrus harshly addresses me under his breath. What did I just say, Winter? I push his arm away from me and glare at him, a glare that says, I thought you were going to shoot him. I mean, he did. Now, what's all this? The president has turned and is now looking at us. I squeal. Hey, wait. Cyrus might have already been about to shoot him. Also, what was he doing holding me like that? What sort of plan was he making? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you didn't hear me right just now. I said not to move. Well then, I do apologize for my misunderstanding. Right, well, now you know. This is awkward. Okay. Going to say anything more anytime soon? I can't believe we're seriously having an awkward silence here of all places. I mean, really. It takes what feels like minutes before Barnaby decides to break the mood. You're here to kill me, I suppose. No, I've actually come to talk. To talk? His eyes drift from Cyrus to me, and I have no idea what else to do but quake under his gaze. He is foreboding in his oldness. So much for confidence. I don't believe guns can speak. Cute. Just consider the weapon some insurance. It's no real concern anyway. He looks away from me and back to Cyrus, an action that relaxes my shoulders. Well, I've got to say, I was expecting someone to come for me with a gun, but the girl is a surprise. I'm probably not in a position to be asking questions, but I just have to know what you meant to accomplish in bringing her here. She has to be here, and that's all you need to know. Well, alright. So, where are the guards? They're looking after things that are actually important. What is this devilish old man saying? Is he trying to pull a fast one, where the longer we fought around with irrelevant questions, the sooner the doors will blast open and both of us will be killed? Or does he have an even more sinister plan than that? I voice my concerns in action, tugging Cyrus's jacket and giving him a look. Look and tug as I might, though, he refuses to consider me. Whatever. My movements broke his concentration. Now he's taking a minute to recollect his thoughts. I take the opportunity to speak in his stead. Alright, wait a second. Cyrus groans and shakes his head, clenching his fist and teeth. Winter. I mostly ignore him. What should it matter whether you're alone or guarded or whatever? Couldn't you be lying and trying in fact waiting behind the door for us? There's no one waiting. Well, even if that were true, then wouldn't it suggest, in your expectation and aloneness, that you were seeking a, well, certain kind of situation? What situation is that? Like, you know, a murder? That's enough, Winter. Okay, fine. There's not going to be any murder here. We both look at Barnaby, who looks dull. Even though it seems to be what someone here wants. Look, I don't know what you suggest. Quiet, alright? The implications here are really rubbing me the wrong way. Plan murder them? I don't even want to think about that shit. You expressed that. Well, you were going to make him a martyr anyway. What's the matter whether or not he expected as much? Now, listen. That's all I'm asking. Don't argue. Don't make any sarcastic comments. In fact, don't talk unless I give you the go-ahead. If you do, I might have to shoot your legs or something. And I very much doubt you'd like that. Are we clear? Barnaby nods. Hey, that's wonderful. Okay, I want, and this is the only thing, I want your word that you won't launch that nuke. The president regards momentum with confusion and a touch of disbelief. You may respond. That's just not how it works. I can't give you my word my country will only suffer in turn. The lives of Gabrians over Britons is not something I can accept. Are you dense? I don't just want your word for the Gabrians. I want it for us Britons. You two are Britons? Yeah. Barnaby descends into peals of laughter. I, on the other hand, am just bewildered by Cyrus's ability to be so quickly lie. You expect me to believe that one of my citizens would threaten me over the lives of our oppressors? Yes. I'm sorry, that's just too ridiculous. Are you fucking retarded? Do you think Gabriel would even think of wasting resources to kill you? You think they even care? Even if you do fire on them, they'll just take it as a chance to dominate us completely again. They'll ravage us. Don't you get it? You're asking for a war. You're about to take on one of the mold's military giants with a bomb and a ragged army. This decision did not come easily. I don't want to do this. Then find some other way. There is no other way. You, as anyone else, should understand that. I have tried every other way. We have bent and knelt, nose to the floor, for Gabria for over a century. And do you see where it's gotten us? It hurts me to see my people celebrating the increase of minimum wage when I know damn well that Gabria is laughing at us for the joke that it is. This is the one advantage over Gabria we've ever had. A weapon incomparable to anything in their arsenal. In anybody's arsenal. I am not about to waste that. The options are exhausted. I gave them an ultimatum. And I swear to you we're ready for this. We alone can't take on the forces of Gabria, even with the funding they gave us. We are not alone. Looking flustered, Barney palms his face. The adults fall silent. Cyrus glances at me in quick bursts, his expression growing increasingly concerned. If what we both heard is right, Barnaby is suggesting that Brighton has friends. You are allied with Fedria. Barnaby pants, clearly unused to breaking face. It's only temporary. You can't believe that. We had no other choice. We couldn't fund the research on our own. That doesn't matter. Don't you realize? We can trust them. They understand us. Fedri will stomp us into the dust once this is over. We'll have to deal with that as it comes. Once more, they fall silent. That's dumb. This Barnaby's a fucking idiot. This just changes everything. How could he have gone and done that? To what leagues of desperation has this nation fallen? Also, if the research was funded by Fedria, that means Fedria has nukes as well. Obviously, because the fuck. Come on now. Barnaby, sweating, finally speaks again. I'm sorry. Crap almighty, what are we gonna do now? With this, Gabriel really isn't a threat at all. Those powerful weapons, and that vicious nation's backing, Gabriel is screwed. A hopelessness settles into me as I realize how out of control the situation has become with one of revelation. It looks now that no matter what, there will be killings. Then you ask for a military to keep Gabriel out of suspicion. Yes. Kill two birds with one stone that way, huh? Yes. Cyrus shakes his head as though the ridiculousness of the situation is simply too much to take. He drops his gun in the arm, signifying his relinquishment. President Barnaby? He looks at me like he forgot I was in the room. I I probably don't need to tell you how much you've ruined us. You're going to initiate an absolute slaughter this way. At the end of the day, Fedry will just slaughter us too. I understand your desperation, but I think you don't give Bree enough credit. Both pairs of eyes are now on me, and I feel very pressured to speak convincingly. It really is now or never. It's certainly hard living the way we do. My dad works almost constantly, and we really do always have to worry about things like starving and all that. Really got to remember, though, that you're about to bite the hand that feeds us. They gave us an opening, and as much as you think it's a joke, we celebrate it for a reason. I'm sure and I'm positive that if you were to just keep fighting for us, then maybe we could change more things. So you're his daughter. I nod hesitantly. Barnaby shakes his head in a slower manner, reflective of Cyrus's earlier movement. This is just the strangest thing. Well, do you have anything to suggest, girl? Some option I might have missed? Well, no, I don't. I was sort of just hoping to appeal to his heart. I don't have anything to offer that he hasn't already considered, I bet. Also, what with the mistake of his union with that nation on the border, I'm pretty sure there is nothing I can suggest to save this place. Still, he seems to want me to answer, and Cyrus isn't stepping in. Is there anything I think he missed? Obviously not talking to Gabria. Gabria hasn't responded. You're right then. Gabria will use Brighton's actions to justify violent reaction. Mercy, what do their people think? Setting aside that they're likely underestimating this country, let's imagine that they knew full well that Brighton poses an actual threat. Would they be willing to go to war? To perhaps die, just to subjugate Brighton once again? I mean, didn't Cyrus say that even Brighton's people don't want this? Why should those of Gabria? They aren't even very militaristic. They must believe that Brighton isn't nearly as dangerous as it actually is. These nuclear weapons have never existed before, right? Then what Brighton needs to do is make Gabria take them seriously, to inform the public of their abilities. You can always launch it. Okay, that's where we went. He raised his eyebrow. I meant somewhere else. Where do you suggest? Somewhere where it wouldn't kill anyone? You want me to fire a warning shot? Yes. Gabriel's probably just waiting for us to attack so they can then retaliate and put us on an even tighter leash. However, if they and their people had demonstration of the destructive power of the bomb, then I think Barnaby heaves a mighty sigh. Sorry to say, little girl, but the option has already been considered and rejected. Why? We can't afford it. Let's just say that our supply of warheads is limited, and that production costs are rather high. What's a warhead? Another name for the bomb. Oh, of course. Even with the funding Fedry has given us, we could only make so many. Aside from the monetary cost, the materials are particularly difficult to procure and time-consuming to process. We simply cannot afford to be wasteful. We will need every weapon available for whatever threats could be coming. Gabrian or, I hate to say it, Fedrian. Well, it wouldn't be wasteful. It would be to scare them and avoid this whole thing. I know what you would intend them for, but I'm afraid that objectively, it would be a waste. If I may interject, we are both surprised that Cyrus still has a voice. The bomb is untested? Practically. If we had done a full-scale test, our cover would have been blown. And there's really never been anything like this before. Pardon me, but I don't follow sciences. That's right. While Gabria and other nations have tampered with nuclear fusion, it has never been applied to weaponry this successfully. According to our scientists, our largest bomb should be enough to wipe out their capital. Hearing that still makes my head spin. All of Gabriel? Isn't it just a bomb? Nah, conventional bomb. Well, it's no wonder Gabriel isn't listening. No one understands what this thing is. We're just planning on surprising them. How disgusting. The lives we've taken in our attack would be nothing compared to the losses we have suffered under their rule. No statistics have ever been released, but upwards of 100,000 die every year from poverty in our country. What? To put that in perspective, our nation's population is numbered at 34 million, and an estimated 5 million have been lost in just the last 60 years. 47% of this nation lives in poverty, and the rest still suffer under pitiful wages. Sacrificing the city of Gabriel in an instant? A mere 3 million? I wouldn't sleep any worse for it. Fuck me.
That's stupid.
Winter, not now. It is though. What terrifying numbers. And he wants to raise them? What does that even prove? Fucking nothing. That's correct. She's right though. That is very stupid. Mr. President, stop thinking so little of other lives.
Funny you should say that.
Gabriel has heard us, but what will returning the favor accomplish? You're only going to breed more hate. We have a military, we have Fedria, and as if it weren't enough, it seems we have more than one city-leveling bomb. Reconsider already. Just launch it into the ocean. Let them realize what we're capable of. Anyone would fear the weapons we harbor, and you have no reason not to brandish them. You could spare those 3 million lives. You don't have to sacrifice them to make a point. Even if I did agree, I don't know if I have that kind of power. Oh, please don't act weak now. Talk with your advisors, make a new call, and make the Gabrians piss themselves in terror. In the aftermath, I get the feeling they'd be more than willing to talk. Hell, maybe they'll even give us more than we ever asked for. Just give them that chance. I will do what I can then.
Really?
The president reaches up and compresses part of his collar between two fingers. Call off the launch for now. We're having a conference. Immediately. This is an executive command from President Jonathan Barnaby. Call X374. It's done. We will reconsider the issue. However, we need to make a decision quickly. If it changes from one we've already made, I'm frankly not sure how the Fedrians will take it. But we can't allow them to control us. I'm not shedding a master just to take a new one. We should not charge headlong into war, just for slight gains, slights against us. We should retain our identity as Britons. Just as you two. Then we're honorary Britons now. What a badge of shame. Speaking you two, I'd appreciate if you used whatever way you got to get out of here. Whatever organization you're part of, well, I just assume that you are, but I think it would be best if you remain anonymous. I would agree. Cyrus turns and walks a few steps before stopping to scrutinize the rug. He breaks his gaze from it and calls back to Barnaby. Hey. Yes? Thanks for actually listening to us. Thanks for not shooting me. Watch it. I didn't promise I wouldn't bust any kneecaps. This worries me for a second, but as it turns out, his weapon is already put away. And flash away. Okay, well that went better than expected. With Barnaby's husky laughter in our ears, we shift from the room. This seems to be back where we started. Cyrus stands next to me, still and somber. I look at him, confused. For someone who just solved the problem, he seems genuinely, quietly distraught.
Is something the matter?
Quite frankly, yes. We're missing something key here. Hold on. He begins to consult his ICD, apparently searching through his codex from what his eye movements suggest. What exactly could be the problem? As far as I know, we'll still need to have someone mediate the situation between Gabriel and Brighton, and potentially that between Brighton and Fedria. But the threat of nuclear destruction should be out of the way for now. I open my own codex, scanning through the history of this world and such. The minutes pass by slowly, and neither of us speak. Finally, after going through many entries, I look away from my wrist. I couldn't find anything that seemed out of the ordinary. That can't be right.
Sir?
Completely ignoring me, his head swishes to the left and he stares at the wall of televisions intently. I follow, perplexed. And while called off for the moment, it seems as though President Barnaby still wants the world to be aware that his threat was very real.
Therefore, he has announced that within 20 minutes, Brighton will be demonstrating the true power of their bomb, setting it off in the Northern Sea. This will be the first large-scale test of the device, as Brighton has been earlier unwilling to due to heavy scrutiny while under Gabrian surveillance. Our scientist correspondent Samuel Yuri will explain the concept behind this weapon, dubbed the fusion bomb. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Cyrus biting his teeth together. In the back of my mind, something tells me to be very worried right now. Thanks, Scott. Now, if you viewers will care to listen, I'll tell you all that is known on the theory. Now, some of you may know about the science behind our nuclear power plants. The same theory employed in these fusion reactors is employed in the bomb developed by Brighton scientists. Similar to how stars are born, the bomb generates its destructive power through the fusion of atomic nuclei, creating atoms of an even larger mass. Firstly, at the center of the device, the bomb initializes by the extreme compression of a small space filled with gases and fuel. The ludicrously high temperature and pressure resulting then starts a powerful proton-proton chain reaction. Oh, this is pure fusion talking about. This chain reaction is strong enough to fuse the atoms within, beginning the primary process for which this weapon gains its name, nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion releases an immense amount of energy, destructive power thousands of magnitudes greater than conventional weapons. In fact, with enough reactant, the energy release could actually start off a genuine star. Of course, scientists theorize that there isn't enough fuel on the entire planet to accomplish such a feat. But I'm blathering. I doubt you viewers even know what I'm talking about. We'll start by discussing atoms.
Sir, that doesn't really sound like the bomb I read about.
Damn it, I should have guessed. This world is a bloody outlier in every other regard.
Is this a pure fusion bomb Cyrus had mentioned? Yeah, that's real bad.
Creating a star sounds very risky. Cyrus does not seem to be like the possibility.
But there's no way they used enough reactant, right? The person on screen said there was no possibility of such a thing.
I opened my mouth to confirm my suspicions with Cyrus, but just as I'm about to, I find that we're teleporting. We are moved to the president's office in an instant, before I'm even aware of why. I quickly realize that we came here to stop Barnaby, and both of us immediately start looking around the room in desperation. But find the president gone. Fuck. Stay here. I'm going to look for someone.
Sir, wait.
He rushes out of the room, leaving me here alone. To worry. I look out the window, now intensely frightened. Getting the normally cool Cyrus into such a heat could only mean that something absolutely irrevocable is about to happen. In the first place, should we even have to worry? Surely their theories will hold up. Surely that is the case, right? Well, this world is an outlier apparently, so fuck knows if not. I stand alone for several minutes, glancing fervently at my watch and growing more and more agitated as time crawls by. Cyrus returns after 15 minutes. There isn't anyone here. Just a damn receptionist who won't say anything. Sport, listen to me. This situation is nearly out of control. Do you have anything? He walks away from me and into a corner. Again, I look through my codex, hoping there's something that I missed earlier. Hoping they didn't use enough reactant. Hoping that I have nothing to worry about. In a few minutes, the horizon is aglow. Oh shit, it must have gone off. I stare into the brilliant hue, pleading to anyone that will end with only light. But with every passing second, it grows brighter. The glass sweats, and the room grows warmer. I stand still before the spectacle, thinking that maybe it isn't over yet. Maybe everything worked out. Cyrus is still somewhere in the room and yelling, though, so I think I must face the simple fact. I wanted nobody to die, and now maybe everyone will. Is it my fault? Why did I even think to suggest anything? But if I hadn't stopped Cyrus, then this would have happened anyway, right? Who knows? It's not my fault then. I was just trying to save everyone. I just wanted to make a difference. It's not my fault at all. No, you didn't know. You couldn't have known. Cyrus has dived onto me from his corner, blocking the window's light from my view.
Is this it?
Keep your head down. He covers my head and body with his arms and torso. We need to... A whooping, deeply bass sound resonates from outdoors. The window has shattered.
Sir?
He slides off of me and collapses, clutching his arm.
Cyrus...
Ah, shit. I gasp at the sight of where he's gripping. Glass is stabbed through his coat, and blood leaks out from his sleeve. Also along his back there are shards, and his face is contorted viciously. On my knees, I begin reaching out to him, but quickly pull back. It would only make things worse to touch him. I look out of the window that's no longer there. It is not a beauty I care to know. No. Somehow far away, I hear Cyrus yelling. We just felt the wave, that's what. It's become self-sustaining. It's beyond the point of no return. The reaction won't stop until the whole atmosphere is gone. This world is dead, understand? It's over. I failed. Now, get us out of here. Cyrus. Hurry, damn it. I can't believe this. We failed. It happens sometimes. You couldn't know. You didn't have the information to know this. Damn. The light becomes overbearing, blistering, and before it can consume us, we're back. High radiation levels detected. Please remain calm and wait for emergency medical personnel to assist you. It even irradiated me, although I escaped. Where's my mentor? The words come out on their own and are spoken in earnest. I frantically look about the room till I found that he is right behind me, crumpled in a pile and breathing heavily. I'm here, Winter. Are we going to die? You won't. What? Are you going to die? I don't think so. What happened, sir? The words roll up my throat as a stone, and I choke as they part from my lips. I have no idea why I even bother asking. Is it really all gone? The world was killed. Brighton had never tested their bomb, and seems they overcompensated. A reaction that strong will use almost all of the lighter elements as fuel. So the atmosphere was consumed. It burned away in an instant, leaving the people to die. The next and last thing he says is spoken while looking up at me with bitterness and guilt in his eyes. I'm sorry. The pain and ache in his voice strikes through me and my heart thumps. I can't help but cry. I knew exactly what happened. I saw what happened. I know what happened. To call this realization devastating would not be an appropriately poignant description. My heart feels as though it's bleeding, broken, and damned. I don't even know what I'm crying over now. Just comprehending this is difficult. It's difficult. It's hard. Crying harder, my molars scraping together, I grind the lower of my palms into my eyes, trying to hold the flow back. I feel gross all over. I'm sweating cold water and feeling like mud. My stomach turns and my emotions rise even harder. Didn't we? Something wheels into the room, but I can't see it. I can only hear it. Taking my hands from my eyes, I see people in hazard suits walking towards us, with a trolley in company. One comes near to me, and again, my words spill out. We're sick, right? We're irradiated and sick. You are, and you'll have to lie on the ground to get better, okay? The other people in the room crowd over Cyrus, who decidedly deserves the extra attention. Will we be alright then? Yes, he'll be alright. You'll be alright. Just lie down. What about my mentor? We'll be taking him to another room to look after his deeper wounds. Now, come on. You need to lie down. I do so, but fairly reluctantly. I feel like I'm going to throw up. I've heard that throwing up while lying down can drown you. I don't tell her that though, because I don't want to know if it means it's worse if I feel like throwing up. I want to think that I only will be okay, even in this nausea. I just want to be okay. The paramedic lifts my arm and inserts an IV into the back of my hand. I flinch at the small pain, feeling more sensitive than usual. There. It should be perfectly fine from there. We're administering a drug that will clear away all the radiation inside of you. It'll heal you rather quickly. We'll even stop the later effects from coming on. You'll still feel the early symptoms eventually though, and you aren't going to like it. It's going to hurt, and it's going to feel disgusting. What are the early symptoms, exactly? Well, you'll feel weak, you'll feel dizzy, and you'll have a headache and fever. The worst of it though, would probably be the puking and diarrhea.
No. I'm sorry. There really isn't anything we can do about it. She placed her gloved hand on my forehead, wiping away my sweat and hair. If you want to, we can put you to sleep and wait until the symptoms go away. I shake my head slowly. I don't want to sleep. I'll probably have nightmares or something. Which was this? Your second shadowing? Everything went so wrong so quickly. I didn't even know anything about from the start. Blaming yourself, are you? I suggested it. I start crying again. Raging, sadness, hatred at myself, and why? Because I don't take anything properly seriously. I was playing a game of words. I'm such an idiot. I told him to launch it. Why? Shh. Let's stop thinking about it, alright? I killed them. I saw it. It's like it's burned in me. Come on now, you need to settle down. I shut up. I want to shut up. Talking puts vomit on my tongue anyway. Can I stay here for a while? Can you speak to me a little? Sure. You'll have to be here for a while anyway. I'll tell you about where I'm from, okay? She does so, telling me about the northwestern country where she grew up, the vast fields and sinking meadows, the sheep and dancing breeze. Being from the Centerlands, I don't know the rolling, verdant hills and grazing animals she speaks of. I only know lawns and trees, streets of people riding by, distant mountains, corner stores, small buildings, and sidewalks with many faces, all a touching languishing. I mostly know my room though, dark and quiet and calming, familiar and safe. I'm really back, aren't I? Cyrus and I lived. I stopped thinking and let her speak softly, brushing me lightly and calming me down. Damn. Feeling any better? Emotionally, at least. She smiles. Seeing this clearly without her suit on is nice. I feel like the most disgusting thing, but yes, emotionally I am much more alright. Thank you. Don't mention it. Do you want to get up now, or do you want to keep hearing me run my mouth? I like your voice. Thank you. I'll get up. I want to throw up now. At this, she jumps a little and rises, helping me up quickly but carefully. I waver, and would be most completely unsteady, if not for her hand. Alright. Do you need to throw up now, or can you hold it at all? I have been holding it for 30 minutes. She sighs in a matter of defeat. You should have said so. I can hold it a little longer. I can make it to my room. Are you sure? Yes. No, but I really want to go to my room. It isn't like my room back home, but it at least feels like a proper place to rest. Okay then, we'll hurry on. Before we exit the terminal, I look back at the bloodstains which indicate where Cyrus once flied. How long has it been since he was taken away? Is he doing well? I hope that he is. My roommate is at her desk when we arrive, reading it seems. Hey Waverly. Oh, Winter, you're back. She starts to look up. How'd your thing go? At the sight of me, she flinches and looks disbelieving. Oh, cackle. She immediately covers her mouth upon noticing that I'm being carried by an adult. I mean... She stares at me for an incredibly long second before turning to the paramedic and gently placing her book down. Her mouth slowly hangs open as if to try to speak, but it seems she's unsuccessful. Do you want me to help you to the bathroom? Sure, yes, sure. My caretaker says nothing more and simply aids me further on. As we pass by my roommate, she jumps to attention, staring up from her seat. Is she alright? What happened to her? Radiation poisoning. Waverly shrinks back down into the chair. Don't worry, she's not irradiated anymore. The lady opens the bathroom door and sets me on the tiles before the toilet seat. Leaning against the door frame, she looks back out at Waverly. She's got the sickness, though. Yes I do. Flipping the lid up, I immediately vomit into the toilet. It's almost like it's for emphasis. What happened? It'd probably be better for her to tell you. Anyway, you must be her roommate. Waverly says nothing, but I imagine she's nodding her answer, for the paramedic continues. Good. I need you to keep her from eating tonight. Wouldn't be any good for her in this state. I throw up again with impeccable timing. A disgusting, thick and saccharine spit fills up my mouth, and when I try to swallow it, I feel like barfing. Parting my lips to gasp, it just kind of drips out, slimy. It's probably making me feel sicker than anything else. She'll be in there for a while, vomiting and things worse. Just keep an eye on her, make sure she's alright. Alright. Anything else? If she's feeling real bad, I want you to call us down at the ward with your hall's emergency line. You know where it is, right? Yeah. Alright, and one more thing. You've got to get her a good breakfast tomorrow and make sure that she drinks plenty of liquids. After tonight, she'll definitely be dehydrated and more than a little starved. If you want to make certain she remedies that no matter what. Understood? Okay, I will. I feel the paramedic's gaze on me again. It makes me aware that my stomach's churning off noises. I hurl again. You're positive you don't want anything? Yes. Okay. I'm sure you've already guessed already, but your debriefing has been pushed back until tomorrow afternoon, in consideration of your state. I'll be leaving you in your roommate's care now. I need to make sure your mental procedure's gone well, or is going. I hear Waverly gasp lightly at the second sentence. Can you tell him that I'm sorry, too? Sure. And hey. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I look back at the paramedic from over my shoulder. Feel better, okay? I'm even more better. I don't want this getting to you. You should visit one of the councils once you're able to. Don't keep it all inside. I lock eyes with her for a time, but eventually turn back to the rancid fumes of my puke. I'll try. I can feel her smiling. Good. Hopefully I won't be seeing you, girl. I hear her footsteps as she turns to leave. Take good care with her, okay? Of course. The door opens and in another second, closes. I kneel in front of the toilet and retch a bit, wondering whether or not I'll be vomiting again. If this damn saliva will have anything to do with it, I'll make certain that I do. So gross. In nearly a minute, the sound of soft movement closes in on me from behind. Do you want me to rub your back at all? Actually, yes. I think that would help. Waverly doesn't hesitate to tiptoe to my side and bend over. She starts massaging me with one hand up and down between my shoulder blades. The feeling is great, much appreciated. I feel a little more like throwing up now, which, come to think of it, around clean enough is all I really want. Retching is seriously so much worse than just letting it out. Thank you. That's nothing. Can you talk at all? Something comes up but doesn't come to pass, again. I heave a few times before answering her. I don't think I can hold much of a conversation. Try nodding then. I'll just ask you yes or no questions. How'd your mediation go? You do it? I begin the movement to shake my head, but stop, because I sort of did do it, so I now really did remedy the situation. Leaning my back neck right, I kind of shrug. After all, even if we managed to succeed, it led to such an awful failure that, well, does it really matter? I have no idea what that is. Like, you don't know? How don't you know? Did you get knocked out? I shake my head. Then it's like, complicated? I nod. We managed to resolve conflict. Not the actual conflict, but an urgent one. Ah, crap. I hurl again, nearly pushing my head past the lid. When it's over, I rest my arms on the seat, and my head in my hands. Waverly, frowning, continues to rub my back nicely. You alright? No. I can't really answer past barely nodding my head. Then I guess something bad happened after that. I repeat the same head movement. Waverly pauses, clearly not sure whether or not to say what she wants to say next. She evidently chooses yes. How bad? I look at her.
Somehow my silence and my gaze convey the message. For a moment she stops massaging me and just looks in my eyes with a nearly empty expression, one of repressed sadness and of worry. Continuing her massage, she goes direct.
What happened? The world ended.
Still rubbing me, her expression goes indecipherable. If I had to take a guess, the closest thing I'd call it is scared. For several minutes, she stays with me and keeps me relaxed, until I'm finally done with vomiting and ready to do something else. Waverly leaves the bathroom and allows me to sit on the toilet rather than in front of it, closing the door. I don't know how long it's been, but it seems to be over. After a brush of the teeth and a scrub of the skin, I feel as though I'm actually done. Not better though, not by any means. In fact, when I open the door, I nearly collapse. Surprisingly, Waverly is there to readily catch me.
All done?
I nod.
Wanna go to bed now?
Yeah.
Then get walking. Dragging you across the room doesn't make me feel right.
I can't really walk. Waverly frowns at my lack of answer and soon pulls me to my bedside. Plop. She then hoists me up and drops me on the mattress.
You brought that on yourself.
She looks at me sternly for a second before snickering.
You're a wicked person. I can't believe this abuse. I run a strict ship. I'm like a fairy tale orphan now, the evil one that everyone hates. I really have no idea what you're talking about. I was actually reading some of our foreign libraries. There's a lot of stories about orphan abuse.
Why would you hate orphans? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's why they're evil.
She smiles.
Wanna sleep now?
Yeah, well, no, but I think I should.
I feel like a pile of dirt.
Alright, I'll turn off the light. I know other thanks and look up at the ceiling as the room falls to darkness. I hear Waverly enter her bed with a squeak.
Hey. Yeah? What happened, Cyrus? Wasn't he your mentor today?
He saved me from an explosion of glass. Last time I saw him, he was irradiated and bleeding. Waverly lets off a breathy whistle.
Man, how'd all that even happen?
I wish it was a long story, but it's not. It was very quick, actually. It happened all fast. It's just there were a lot of things to it. It got really hard. It turned into a thing it wasn't supposed to be. I could have left, but I didn't. I want to do something myself. I sigh. I'll tell you more tomorrow morning at breakfast.
How was your shadowing?
Compared to yours, it already sounds boring. I think all of ours were supposed to be boring. I went to a city and looked for a group of people who allegedly didn't exist. They did, and we found them hiding in shadows. Went to a place with malleable physics? No, it was rigid. It was some kind of science or something. And man, don't ask me how, because I've got no idea. None. Huh? We both fall asleep but end up chatting again in a minute. I ask her about our classmates and whether or not they have any interesting stories from yet today. It's mostly dull though, and I find that amusing. For everyone else, this run of shadowing was as dull as the last. In fact, the most interesting story came from one of our year's promising students who didn't even have a shadowing this week. He's part of the group that does it while we're on break. It really is just funny. It's funny because it's kind of all just unpredictable. For some reason, unpredictability is such a silly thing to me. There's so much irony in that, considering today. Gracious, I must be totally losing it. That totally must be the case. The longer that I stay here, the stranger I'll become. Oh well. Oh well indeed. That's just the world you live in, apparently. With teleporting to random worlds with rigid and malleable physics and whatever the fuck that means. Oh, a Dysfunctional production, written project, Jeremy Dunny Miller. I can't read all these. Well, screw me then, I can't read all the credits. In time. But we have a fancy little animation here. A very fancy one, in fact. Dysfunctional systems. 3, 2, 1. Complete. floating across the world, solving problems, at least when they can be solved, instead of like, what would have happened regardless, apparently. Because, like, nobody knows what that would have been like. Yeah, shock. That really escalated though, like... who's that? And there's the paramedic. Who's that lady? Okay. Might be from a different potential alternative ending path thing. But that's fine, this is fine. Episode 1. Sadly, there are no other episodes. Except the orientation prequel. Learning to manage chaos. We learn to manage chaos, maybe. Or is this? I need to do something. Right. I should do something. Or is that like the opening act and we're continuing? This is a very long game instead. I don't know. The doctor, nurse, the whatever she was yesterday told me to make sure that Winter ate breakfast and drank liquids. I'm not living up to that responsibility. Well, at least you're honest, Waverly. It's already past 12, and she's still sleeping. I should wake her up, right? I don't know. First off, that's really weird. I hardly know her. Secondly, just watching her in bed feels... sketchy. She's curled up in there, looking uncomfortable. I just can't. Frankly, it's cute. Frankly, just having that opinion makes me feel scummy. Whatever. It's probably best if she wakes up on her own. And again, she's been shivering. She could have a fever. I glance over at her from my desk. And I have to check. What is this? 14 hours rest? I set my book face down with care in her eyes, tiptoeing over to her bedside. She's so small and pathetic, really. She reminds me of this one kid we had back home, and a runt. It feels like anything that happens to her is too much. She shivers again, and I have some ideas to warm her up that likely would make our relationship even more awkward. I'll need to at least touch her forehead and make sure she's alright. Or not, I guess. It's actually a bit cool. She sweat out a lot during the night, looks like, so I imagine any fever she's had is gone now. I pull back my hand. While she's readjusting, I retreat to my desk and pretend to be reading. I hear her sit up, and I flinch a bit in spite of myself. Morning. Is it really? I look over my shoulder to find her rubbing her face and turning to the window. She grumbles and puts a palm over one of her eyes. How are you feeling? Not much. I don't feel much of anything. Could be because of... the medicine. She nods just a little. You seem better. I guess. She abruptly flops down onto her mattress after a small silence. I turn back to face my book. It's actually past noon, by the way. I figured. You'll have to settle for lunch instead of breakfast. I consider apologizing, but restrain myself. I wonder if she even wants to eat. I'm guessing no if the doctor was so insistent that she do so. Are you going back to sleep? I look over my shoulder again. Winter? Out like a light. Great. I'll have to steel myself later and just shake her awake, I guess. I get back to the novel in my hand. Oh, this is getting intense. I got this book from the world's library. It's called a crime of romance novel, or whatever. It's not strange to be interested in weird literature, is it? Nah, it's all good. I don't think so, at least. I mean, come on. It's perfectly normal to be interested in unusual things. You can't just read this sort of stuff from any earth and source. Nothing this terrible exists. Great, just now. I was starting to enjoy this. I close the book and put it down, though I don't get up to answer the door. If it's someone important, like the doctor, then she'll say something. Anyone else would either tarry for only a bit or keep knocking till they're answered. Oh man, what is this? I've got a feeling. I sigh, I stand from my chair, and I stretch a bit. Only then do I step over and open the door. And Cyrus is really not laying up, is he? Oh, no, someone else. Idiot. You've got your nose in some bawdy bookworks again. Reading some pornography again. Answer the door quick, yeah. This is the worst possible visitor. It's like the brightest stars descend right here in the hallway. She's all smiles. I don't need this right now. I don't read pornography, Iri. Cackle, I don't really...
I really don't want to hear your vile accent right now. She puts on a pretend expression of hurt. You'll insult me at the door. Won't even bloody well invite me in. That's the kind of behavior befitting lesser people, V, not you. I stared at her. And V, you've got to be honest. I know you delay in entertaining guests for thine own fancy, but you've got to admit to it one day. Huh? Admit to what? To it? To what? V, listen. She grabs my shoulders and looks me in the eyes through her ridiculous transparent colored shades. Listen to me. If you're not honest, you'll rot. Rot? Yeah, rot. Hard T. Say, is Winnie in? She could at least remove her hands from my person before she asked for another. You came to see Winter? Her grin returns in its full, obnoxious glory. Yeah, I heard she fucked up massively. I wish I'd been there to see it. Her face flushed with tears. You want to make fun of her? She laughs again, shaking me a bit. You're killing me here, V. V, sweet V. Guess I've made fun at her already. What more could I do? She nuked the entire system, man. How'd you even do that? Ugh. Can you ever for a second attempt to resemble a decent human being? V, I just said I'm not here to make fun. I just want to see her. Perhaps give her a gaunt little cheeks of poker too. She's not gaunt. Her smile vanishes. Ah, you're right, V. Your things. Your thighs. Her smile returns. What does she do to fill those things, V? Hath she let you give 'em a squeeze yet? For fuck's sake, Viri. Yet? She's a mess of a girl. Hardly even looks a girl. But those legs. They gave her the idea to wear those stockings of hers. Goodness. You sound like a lesbian. V, I'm just a man and another beautiful woman. As a beautiful woman myself. Nothing lazy about that. Her lips twist a little and she looks right into my eyes. Tell me, who here would think of another girl with lustful eyes? Who's the man, Weaverly? Ah, but I digress. Winnie could stand to be much more beautiful, eh? Right? Get your blade hands off me already. She does so. So can I come in now? No. Why not? You're a bastard, Iri. Oi. She points at me. Let's be a bit more subtle here, right? Let's keep it fun. Fun, she says. And hey, I should be allowed in. Winnie's my best friend. She is not. By what authority dost thou make such bold claims? By common sense, you clod. She giggles. Yeah. Girl, don't I even begin talking about mess about Northwestern voices. It's like listening to a breeze. And you're like listening to a cat being drawn and quartered. Oh? Shit, why'd I mention that? I reflexively cover my mouth, as if I can grab what I've just said before it can reach her ears and swallow it back. Her ears perk up. She blinks. Drawn and quarter? What's that? I refuse to answer. Is that kind of torture? I watch an impulsion as she quietly lifts her thumb to her mouth and gently bites the nail. Nibbling, she sways the rest of her hand in a slow motion. She gives me the slightest smile. Been reading some interesting stuff from the libraries, eh? Old waves. What's the book? Forget it. Tease. I'll find it, I'll faith. She leans into the door, smirking. She crosses her arms and visibly relaxes. Okay, love, I want you to know that I'm loving this. And I love it dearly, Faith. But I do want to see Winnie. Mercy, this girl's persistent. Didn't I say no? Then can you tell her that I feel bad for her? Do I look like the type to spread lies? Tell her I want to see her. What for? Because I told you to do. No, I mean, why do you want to see her? She shrugs. Because spills like that what build character, V. And I'm a scholar for character study. Grinning again, she adds. Though I admit I was interested in her before, because she's like a little animal. Don't you want to grab such things and just eat them? You're coming on too strong. It's suffocating. Me? She stares at me, her hands over her chest in mock disbelief. Eventually, she starts to smile. Cackle, I wish she would just go away. She drops her hands. It's too bad for me you're such a powerful gatekeeper. I can't even catch a glimpse of the grey little one from here. I guess I'll be seeing you then, V. Let's hope not. I think a teacher was gonna come around this room a bit later. Which? I'll tell you if I knew, lovely. Good luck and peace. Alright, well that was a hurricane. She finally departs. Right. I return to my desk in a foul mood.
I don't even want to pick this book back up.
Waverly, who was that just now?
I put my arms up on my desk and slouch, resting my cheeks in my hand.
Eerie.
Eerie?
Yeah. She wanted to talk to me?
Well, no, probably not. She wanted to see, though. She wanted to... I pause. Well, we all know Eerie by now, don't we? As I come hear some kind of ragged, pulsing breath which I take for Winter's laugh.
We do.
She's a character, alright. I flip my book back open and begin once more from where I left out.
I don't want to bother having her around.
I don't want to bother hearing her around. The sentence from before repeats with something of a greater intensity, leading to coughing. I sigh. I'm sorry, Winter. I'm too amusing for sick people, I guess.
You're ridiculous.
I'm too wonderful, amazing, astounding.
Stop that.
I should have chosen to go to a comedy school.
You get laughed off the stage in a bad way.
You laugh at my jokes and go on to say that. I shouldn't bother helping you out anymore.
More ridiculousness. No, I command you.
Command me?
I command you to open the windows. It's hot.
Winter, it's the middle of winter. I do suppose the thermostat's rather high. I start getting up. And there is my smouldering attractiveness to consider. So stifling. Winter hack laughs again as I go to complete her task.
There's something special to be said about people who cause laughter when intent to breed suffering.
Oh, what's that? I open the first window.
Wait, let me try to be clever.
Opening the second, I begin to return to my seat. It's better to be clever when you're quick on the take, Winter.
Oh yes, I was certain I had something there. Have you ever gotten the feeling that there's something smart to be said? If only you could figure out what it was. That's what happened.
I sit down, looking over at her. How slow are you?
I feel like chilled molasses, except warm.
Very slow. By the way, a teacher should be coming around.
Which?
If I knew that, I'd tell you, lovely. I should stop that. I already regretted saying it once.
I cannot believe she comes from the same continent as I do.
The Centerlands are huge. You'd best believe it. Also, I'm pretty sure she's somewhat southwestern, with a name like that.
Do you all sound the same in the Northwest?
Yes, Winter, all 70 million of us talk exactly like me.
Sorry, it's just a lot smaller.
I smile. Well, honestly, the regional differences are nothing compared to the differences between the Westerners here and you middle folk. At least our West dialect is still understandable.
Understandable? I can understand Iri just fine, actually.
I let out an exaggerated groan. Please, I don't need any more talk like that in my life.
I just can understand it, that's all. I didn't say I reproduce it.
I laugh a bit. She seems to have gotten more energetic, even if she is still lying in bed. It's good we're friendly, even if I do hesitate to take care of her. Having a poor roommate sounds like the worst. Winter Harrison's place?
Come in.
As I get up, I smile at Winter. Bet on who it is?
I don't know all their voices yet. Think it's our combat instructor.
Southern isn't ancient, Winter. It's more like Henry. She pulls the cover up over her face a bit in a small show of embarrassment. Adorable, but enough dilly-dallying.
Hello, Mr. Penn.
I was right. Good day, Waverly. How you doing?
Fine, sir.
Oh, Waverly's here. Is that? Waverly, it's been weeks since I last saw you. A bit a few weeks. So you've been fine, eh?
Yes, sir.
My first mentor. What's he doing here with Henry? You know, seeing them side by side, they really dress alike. Very stylish and very sharp. You mentored this child? Can you believe it? They gave me the simplest jobs only because I'm so young. There are plenty of reasons before it, Walter. Plenty of bullshit. I've done measures better than what was we did, Waverly? I totally forgot. It was so boring. Our first mediations are apparently always supposed to be really easy. and unfortunately very tame. Long term, low danger. I think it had something to do with Earth, like moving dirt. It was incredibly stupid.
I think it was construction issues.
I stand corrected. There's nothing that can top that, Henry. Playing in the mud, right? That's totally the pinnacle. Don't be a smartass, Walter. Walter's one of the more bizarre things I've encountered since becoming a mediator, and he's from Earth. I can't actually peg him down at all. He's the only thing I clearly remember about my first mediation. I know. Anyway, we didn't come here to pester my protege, Winter Harrison, right? That's right. Is she in Waverly?
Yeah, but...
Don't worry, you don't need to go get her. I just wanted you to relay some things. Harrison. Was that Cyrus's girl? Yeah, from the dead world? You're here for the girl who went through that? Yes. Walter puts on a strange, somewhat negative expression and places a hand on his hip, pursing his lips. He looks at me and then past me into the room. I just kind of avoid his eyes. I don't know what Cyrus was doing. His report was nonsense. Walter. Nonsense, Henry. His explanation of what went down, it's horseshit. I don't want to hear it. How did he manage to fuck things up so massively? There were simple checks to go through. I know he's all about just getting it over with, but... They were children's mistakes, and he ruined the child for them. I'm gonna need to talk with him later. Will you come? He doesn't listen to anything I say. If you don't persist with numbskulls, they never will. Even though he's a top-tier mediator, I don't think I've ever heard any other mediator go long without talking mess about Cyrus. I'm a little pissed off with him though, too. Not that I know entirely what went down. The death of an entire world. I wonder what they'll say about it when we next have class. I wonder how many other students know about it. There's so many worlds though, so many planes. Maybe they won't bother? What's one more lost? I don't know what I'm thinking. While I'm musing over my cruelly dismissive thoughts, a white square of paper moves into my eyesight. Looking up, I see that it's a letter being held by Henry. Give this to Mistress Harrison, would ya? I take it. On the front it reads, "For whenever it's too much to bear, read this. Henry Penn." Tell her expect a meeting with me later, as well. I nod. Glancing briefly inside, Henry bends to my ear and speaks in a whisper. Presently I won't offer my condolences or words for her, as it would be rude of me to assume her state. I'd prefer to talk to her directly, you see. He puts a hand on my shoulder. If this has affected you, as it very likely might have, you know where my office is. He straightens up and looks at his watch. I rotate my shoulder a little. It's Winter, right? I nod.
Yes.
Make sure Winter thinks about what happened. Everything that happened. This isn't something to run away from. I nod, slowly. The same goes for you, Mistress Aire. He pokes my nose at the tip, and I wiggle it in irritation. What is it with these men and touching? Walter smirks at me. Weirdo. Let's get going, Walter. Aight. Henry nods with his departure. Walter smiles and waves. I close the door. I stretch out again and look at Penn's letter.
Who was it?
My first mentor, and I look over at her. And Henry. He wrote you a letter. I draw attention to said letter by raising it a bit and flapping it lightly.
Your first mentor?
Walter Len... something Western. Moving to her bedside, I hand her the letter. I don't think you should read it yet, though. Winter looks it over and gives it a light shake. She frowns.
Me neither.
I hesitantly allow myself a smile. That's good, right? It's for when things become too much to bear. I wiggle my fingers with joking emphasis.
Yeah.
Resting the letter on her bed, she goes quiet. You need to eat, girl. She grimaces at me.
Do I really?
Yes, now come on. I reach down and she grudgingly extends her arms, embracing me around the back of my neck. I pick her up in my arms. What is this?
I don't want to walk.
You need to walk. I only picked you up since you didn't put your feet to the floor when I moved in.
I'm just really lethargic. I don't want to move around at all. And I have this wicked cough. You can stand, can't you? I'm not kidding, at least just to the door. That's embarrassing, it's totally embarrassing. I don't want to be seen like this. Please, Waverly. Cackle now, you've been lying in bed long enough. Down you go. I begin to lower her, and she moans in complaint. Man, this girl's too light. Feels like I'm barely holding anything. After whining a bit more, she relinquishes and carefully stands. I help her to the door, and pause to let her stretch her legs a little. Are you good? She's quivering and everything. I think I'm fine. Let's get going. Come on, I'll hold you onto you at least. Thanks. I need that, I think. Alright, continuing. Oh. Congratulations on completing the game. You may now save your profile. Saving profiles allows you for future episodes of Dysfunctional System to remember your choices. It's been 10 years and there are no future episodes, sadly. Oh well. Oh well. We can only assume. Be sure to give your profiles descriptive names so you can recognize them later. Note, multiple profiles may share the same name. Sure. That's fine. And that's the end of Dysfunctional Systems, learning to manage chaos. We nuked the planet. Well, it was gonna get nuked regardless of what we did, honestly. Yeah. No actual ending, which is a bit, well, what can we do? Can't really do anything about that. But other than that, I liked it. Winter's neat. Cyrus is, well, he is Osiris is Cyrus. That's fine. Yeah, no conclusion. That's a shame. It's a bit of a shame. Nothing to be done about that, though. Oh well. Still, good. I'd say this is solid. A solid foundation for something else that may or may never happen. Anyway, I'm hopping out not that too much. Anyway, I enjoyed this one. And next time, we'll continue with the prequel of the orientation that was mentioned and foreshadowed and whatnot. Well, not foreshadowed, referenced in the story a couple of times early on. So in the meantime, yeah, there's nothing else to say because it just kind of abruptly ended, sadly. I know I'm hopping up. Still, let's just. I already saw this one. Let's just distract ourselves, move along, move away. Until next time, let this sink in, the story of the things. Decent characters and everything else, so that's fine. Anyway, music recommendations until next time. So, Black Sabbath, NIB, Queen, The Show Must Go On, Celine Dion, My Heart Will Go On, Mark Ronson, Nothing Breaks Like a Heart, and Outkast, I'm Sorry Miss Jackson. And that's that. Next time, Dysfunctional Systems, Prologue, Orientation. Until then, ta-ta! We can continue, in fact, with the thing. Hello there. Greetings and welcome. Wait, we've done this before. We're still in the intermission thing. It's been 3 weeks. For anyone viewing this in the archive, it's been 3 weeks since the last bit. I've forgotten most of it. No, not really most of it. I mean, I did remember that there was the nuke that went off and blew up the planet and everything else. But now, I mean, and it didn't get concluded because it, that's episode 1 is that's the only thing. So we were left on a cliffhanger. What happened to Cyrus? I don't know, he probably recovers. And Winter goes on to study and who knows what else. But we're gonna go back to the past today during the orientation, which was alluded to and referenced a couple of times, of doing something much shorter thing, much less eventful. We already know that, with some kind of female instructor. So no Cyrus here, which is a bit of a shame, but oh well. Maybe they'll be interesting. And more school life, apparently, with the images that I saw on the Steam thing. Briefly, try to avoid those. Sometimes it's impossible. Now, first things first. Let us, while this lovely little background music is happening, let's take this away. Then we can exercise a voice with the thing, with a little
A little short story. Short story 51. Previous one was 49. I'm skipping over 50 because I don't want to read that right now. I'll do that some other point. I don't want to. Not in the mood for that one. It's a bit lengthy. And not... Anyway. Faithfully I served you. Now I can only mourn your passing, until another takes your place, and I am made to forget you. Honorably... What? God damn it. I serve you. No task left undone. But my limits are your doing. So why must I be punished for reaching them? Forever I intend to serve you. Yet you know I'll fail one day. I will end doing what I always do. Then you will replace me like I replaced the last. Okay, life of an automaton or something like that. Who knows? As always, interpret these things as you will. Anyway, I already did the intro and explanation of what the fuck's happening, so let's not dilly-dally. And let's just straight up... let's just go. Let's go. It's a new story. Hello, Winter with the mouse on her forehead. It's got a silly little buggery image there. Alright, anyway, new story. Hello. Let's begin. Wakey, wakey, Winter. Time for your new job at the age of 14, apparently, because what the fuck is that? A muscle spasm causes me to twitch, and I readjust my lying body in response. Those suck, I don't like those. On a small table next to my bed, my laptop hums quietly. It's the future, it still hums. This laptop, in addition to the mouse resting on my head, are the only things which I have left unpacked. Alright, I'll take them on my entire trip unpacked if I'm able to. Granted, I'm not using them right now, and I'm instead admiring the ceiling, but after this I'll likely spend another hour or two browsing the internet. Which, incidentally, was what I had just finished doing. That's fair. Post-internet existential crisis. Blankness staring at the ceiling. Winter, do you want me to make you breakfast? Oh, hello, Mom. No, Mom. Breakfast. I suppose that was my last opportunity to have a homemade meal for a while. I can't believe I'm actually going to a specialty school. I sit up, causing the mouse to slide off my head. I look to my computer while reaching for where my mouse had fallen. I look up mediators. Who would have thought there'd be such a crazy thing with nobody talking about it? I still feel like someone must be playing a joke on me. Oh, so it's not widespread knowledge, just hopping dimensions and solving problems, blowing up planets accidentally sometimes even. Of course, it couldn't be a joke. There's too much history and official documentation available online. Okay. For mercy's sake, I even found out that there's a department of mediation in the government. I had no idea. But even with all this evidence, this career I've been selected for sounds damnably fake to me. That's interesting. She's only 14, maybe even 13 at this age. Not that I'm unhappy about it, I suppose. I'm glad that I'll actually be doing something with my life, but I just feel so confused. That's normal, you're like 14. That's absolutely normal. If you weren't confused, that would be more concerning. I flop back on my bed and place my mouse on my forehead. Okay, well, flopping on the bed is good tactic. You know, up until that last school quarter, I was so sure I was normal. That doesn't exist. There's no such thing as normal. Normalcy is what everyone pretends to do. Everyone's a fucked up weirdo on the inside. I swear I was normal. Bullshit, nobody was. You get less normal as you age and learn and discover who you are. Oh, that's an old-ass car. Hello, 1920s. Orientation notes. Oh, it's an animations and everything. Cool. Big ominous building. Modelless. Hello, Winter. That's some nice red eyes. Mediator, eh? And then blue eyes. Hello. Car ride. Destination reached. It's a self-driving taxi. Okay, fair enough. Dysfunctional Systems. Episode 0. Orientation. My journey to and first day at Schola Mediatorum, Telos chapter, has been tiring and I badly need a rest. A 5-hour ride, plus a 1-hour wait, plus opening ceremonies and orientation. Altogether, they've pushed the clock to 6 PM. That's fine. I enter the foyer of my dorm building, the wheels of my suitcase making a pleasant sound as they roll across the stone floors. I have to say, I find myself disappointed in our reception. The opening ceremonies were sorely lacking in information. To the point where we just straight up skipped them. Well, I guess it's not the point of an opening ceremony to inform, but it should be for a profession as obscure as this. Everything since my unsolicited acceptance letter has been frustratingly mysterious. Sure, I've got the gist of what mediation is from my net research, but nothing explains why I got accepted at school without applying, or why no one talks about what seems to be a particularly wild and dangerous career option. That is correct, it's far more wild and dangerous than you might even think. I look at my suitcase. Is it too much to ask for some order in this? For some reason? Some sense? Give me a break. No, you don't get breaks. Life doesn't do that. Though I guess I don't have the right to complain. I accepted being accepted, after all. Sure. Regardless, I'm exhausted. I need to get to my room. It should be somewhere on this floor. I hope my roommate isn't in. I'd kind of like some time to relax and prepare myself for what will surely be an awkward interaction. Now she's probably there. I forget her name already. Look, it's been 3 weeks. But like, she's one of those indoorsy types, I think. I keep my eyes glued to the stone floors as I make my way to the place I'll be living for the next 4 years. I hope we'll be friends. Yeah, it'll be fine. She's cool. As I open the door and step inside, I'm disappointed to find someone already moved in. Well, tough. Huh? A girl, presumably my roommate, is sitting at the desk, book in hand. Yep, hello. I pause as my abysmal social skills kick in. Yep. Nervously, I smile. Hi, I'm Winter Harrison. Are you my roommate? Oh, why did I spout my full name? Not to mention my over-enthusiastic tone. And are you my roommate? Clearly she is. This is so embarrassing. It's fine, you're 14. The girl blinks and then looks at me. You're my roommate? There's an odd incredulity in her tone. I have no idea why. Oh, yes, I assume so. I've got the right room, right? 105? Yes, that's right. She returns to her book. And the introduction's over. I stand in the doorway for a few moments, waiting for her to continue. She does not. Why would she? She doesn't give a fuck. I don't mean to be rude, but your name is? It's on the room assignment sheet, isn't it? Oh, yeah, it's Waverly Air. Nice to meet you, Waverly. Yeah. It seems I can't hold her attention for long. Her eyes are once again on her book. She hates me already, I'm sure. No, she just doesn't give a fuck. Well, I'm gonna unpack and stuff, I guess. Man, I should just shut up. Well, tough, I won't shut up. Ever. I deposit my suitcase beside the free bed. Then I flop onto said bed. I said I'd unpack, but to be honest, I'm just exhausted. It's been a long day and I didn't sleep much last night. As I lie on the bed, my mind starts to wander, and before I know it, I end up falling asleep. Good night, Winter. And good morning now. Hello. I wake up in what seems to be the morning, feeling appropriately gross for a person who didn't clean up before bed. I turn my head slightly and see my roommate at her desk again. She never left the desk. For a moment it makes me feel as if I had only slept a few hours, but looking to the window reveals that the sun is definitely in the rising trajectory. I groan and swing my legs over the bed to adopt a seated position. Good morning. I've already forgotten her name, so I just let the greeting hang. She turns in the chair to face me. Morning, Winter. Oh great, she remembered my name. That makes me feel even worse. At least the tone sounds much more friendly this morning. Maybe she was just tired yesterday. Do you know what time it is? It's around 9. I see. Thanks. If I remember correctly, all we have to do today is get our ICDs, and that doesn't happen until 10. I guess I have some time to be productive before I get ready. Sliding onto the floor, I reach over to my suitcase, open it, and start to unpack my bed stuff. The rest can wait. As I begin making my bed, I can feel Waverly's gaze on me. Oh, you've remembered her name all of a sudden. Whether or not it's actually on me is hard to say, since I don't have the guts to check and risk awkward eye contact.
Hey.
I turn to face her.
Yeah? Never mind. Come on, you can't do that to me. What was it? No, I'm pretty sure I can do whatever I want. Thanks.
I guess it isn't polite to press someone to say something they don't want to, but her response seemed excessively harsh. I return to making my bed. Once I get the sheets into position, I toss on a pillow I brought from home and consider it done. I don't know what time it is now, but I might as well get going early. I suppose I should be considerate and invite Waverly along.
I'm going to shower and then go to the ICD thing. You'll join me? In the shower? What?
You phrased it poorly.
No, I meant join me to get our ICDs on after I shower. Oh, right, of course. I think that unless you're going to take a very long shower, I'll stay here a while longer.
I'm unsurprised by her answer, but still a little disappointed.
Alright.
Hopefully a hot shower will make me feel better. I could certainly use one at this point. Sure. And refreshed. Excellent.
I'm heading out. See you later.
Now, how to get to the gym? I'm pretty sure it was that building with the half-cylinder roof next to the library.
Hey, cutie.
Is there an exit facing that direction? I should check it out, I guess.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
What's all the commotion? Hello. I tend to see a redhead girl looking in my direction. Oh dear, this one's trouble.
Yes, you. Geez, not a very clever one, are you?
Are all the students in this school lacking manners?
Can I help you? Take off your sweater.
Run!
What? I will most certainly not.
She laughs at my reply.
Oh well, was worth a shot.
I guess. Truth is, I just wanted to introduce myself.
Right.
Okay.
I'm new here and trying to make friends and all that. Name's Iri. What's yours?
I don't really know if I want to associate with such a delinquent, but I haven't made any friends yet, so I suppose I should take the opportunity.
I'm Winter.
Winter, eh?
Nice to meet you, Winter.
Okay, she's very dramatic poses as well. Alright. Come on. Have fun, you're 14.
Nice to meet you. You heading to the gym as well?
Will be. Waiting for my roommate though. I guess she's prettying herself up or whatever. And she said something about adding an extra layer.
An extra layer?
Of clothes, I assume.
It's not cold out right now, is it?
Heck no. But she's from the south and I guess it's cold to her. It's a real shame, I tell you. We're not even at the end of the season for skin and she's already covering up. Right. Ha.
You two talking about me?
God, my fucking hell, it's all female characters. Fuck, my range of voice is non-existent for this. Fuck, I've already exhausted it.
Oh my gosh, Madeline.
Why is it now, Iri? They're all gonna sound the same. I can't help that.
Is that a knit cap?
Don't get started with me. I'm not going to have my clothes criticized by a girl who wears sunglasses indoors.
You may have a point there.
Okay.
You know I do. I might be a little overdressed, but I look fabulous and you know it.
I guess, yeah. Actually, that's not a bad look. Sure. It's a nice coat. Good coats are good. I like that.
Well, fabulous might be a little, drop it. Anyway, who's this?
I'm a little surprised at being acknowledged. I was getting ready to sneak off while they were bickering.
I'm Winter Harrison. Nice to meet you.
Madeline extends her hand to me and I take it.
I'm Madeline. It's a pleasure.
Sorry about my roommate. She said anything weird to you yet? Yeah, literally first sentence.
Well, she did ask me to take my clothes off, I guess. Never happened. Sorry, we know each other from before. Iri likes to fool around to get a rise out of people. You gotta be firm with her or she won't stop. Noted. Hey, don't reveal the source of my power. I'm sorry, but you need to be contained. Ha! Contained? Fat chance. You can't contain those expressions. Her, like, literally goes off the screen. Why do I hang out with you? I don't know, because she's fun, I guess. You know you love me. Yeah, but like, not a lot. While this is going on, I catch sight of Waverly walking toward us. I wave her down. She does not want to have anything to do with this situation, though. Come on now. Hey, Waverly. Hey. She looks to Iri, already pissed off. Oh, it's you. Yo, Waves. You two have met already? We met during orientation. Anyway, you guys had better get going. If you don't leave now, you'll be late. She leaves on her own before any of us can reply. Bit of a grumpy one, isn't she? I guess so. I'm glad it's not just me she's like that with, though. Wait, she's grumpy with you too, Winter? Yeah, ever since we met yesterday. I thought she might have been a bit friendlier this morning, but it seems I was wrong. Interesting. For what it's worth, I'm pretty sure that cold behavior was something I earned on my own. Not sure why'd she treat you like that too. I've seen her be nice to people. Actually, I might have a, like, little inkling. Really? What is it? Tell you later. God damn it. Maybe. God damn it. Okay, I like Iri. She's fun. She's just a bundle of energy. What? Look. She's a chaos agent. Just accept that, and your life will be simpler. Don't put too much weight on that. She probably doesn't actually know. No. But how? Now it's gonna bother me. Yes, and that's exactly what she wants. Correct. Anyway, let's get going. Yeah. Alright. We arrived to quite a congregation. It looks like all the new students get their ICDs on at the same time. Kevin Grant. It seems we have to wait until our names are called, which would explain why there is a loose crowd of people rather than a proper line. I'm gonna go check out where they put on the ICDs. Gotcha. See you later then. I nod and then leave Madeline, who runs off to join Iri in the crowd. Personally, I like to see what the process is like before I have to do it, so I try to wander as close to the machine they have set up as possible. I've heard that once they're put on, you can't take them off. What the heck does that mean? Did they drill them into your wrist or something? This whole mediator profession just keeps getting weirder. I watch as this Kevin fellow walks up to the teacher manning the machine. Okay, that's a look for the teacher. Alright, Kevin. Just wait a bit while I load up your information. Okay. Geez, that's a rather seedy looking teacher, isn't it? Yes. Do they let freeters work here or something? Alright, Master Grant. Would you please put your hand into that hole in the machine to my left? That's how the thing gets on my wrist? Yes. Does it hurt or anything? You may feel a twinge in your head. In my head? What's that? The interplanar communication device syncs with your thoughts. During the first equipping process, it needs to establish that connection. It's sometimes accompanied by a sharp or pinching feeling in your head. Alright, thanks. Kevin walks over to the machine and lifts his arm. He pauses, looking at the several wristbands that he bears. After a moment, he looks back at the teacher who waves dismissively. It's fine, don't worry about it. Okay then. With no more hesitation, Kevin pushes his hand into the machine. There is a soft whir, and after a few seconds, I notice Kevin's brow furrowing. After a few more, the machine makes a confirmation sound and Kevin removes his hand. He rubs his temple. That was kind of a doozy. He looks over the wristbands on his right arm, noticing a new addition among them, an ICD. Alright. Well, I guess it can't be that bad then. He seems in good spirits. You got a crush on that guy? No. Well, you're staring at him a lot. I was just curious about the ICD.
From her blank expression, I can already guess what she's going to do next.
Don't you... Hey, you! God damn it, Eerie. Fuck's sake. Chaos Agent.
Kevin turns, along with several other students, turn to see the source of the noise.
How discreet. Look at her. Discreet is not in her vocabulary.
Eerie points at Kevin.
Yeah, you, the one with the muscles.
Can I help you?
Yes, my friend here likes looking at you. God damn it, Eerie. Think you could pose a little for us? Show off the goods? For fuck's sake.
Kevin looks at me, and I think he realizes that we're both victims here.
She's just an overwhelming personality.
No thanks.
Eh?
I said no thanks. To my surprise, in response to this, Eerie turns to leave. Hey girl, the one with the ponytail. I don't enjoy being messed with. If that's all you've got for me, then don't bother me again.
Whatever, tough guy.
Oh, she storms off. Alright, he handled her really well. I'm actually kind of embarrassed on her behalf after that exchange, but at least she got a taste of her own medicine, I guess. But I suppose she still won in the end, because now I'm alone with Kevin in an awkward position. I guess. Up close he is kind of imposing. Start with an apology. You have nothing to apologize. It's all Eerie's fault.
Sorry for all that.
Hey, no problem. I'm not actually mad about it. I've just got... you've got to hold your ground bullies or they won't ever leave you be. Madeleine said something along the same lines.
Yeah, you're right. I have to stop letting her get to me.
I looked to his wrist.
So, how's the ICD?
Doesn't really feel any different right now. Apparently I can use it telepathically, but I haven't tried that yet. Anyway, what's your name? Alright, I should probably have introduced myself before asking questions.
It's Winter Harrison.
Oh, you'll be getting yours soon then. I think they're going alphabetically. Also, my name is Kevin Grant.
Nice to meet you, Kevin. To be honest, I'm a little nervous about having mine put on. It didn't hurt, did it?
No, it's more like you're uncomfortable rather than pain. That's not a big deal. You'll do fine.
Thanks.
Winter Harrison.
Oh, that's me.
Good luck.
Thanks.
I make my way to the machine, trying my best to slow my heart rate. Slow show, do the thing. I'm not particularly successful. Alright, Miss Harrison, just wait a bit while I load up your information.
Okay.
What is this guy's deal? He totally looks totally skeezy. I assume there's a reason for his dress and I want to ask, but what if there isn't? I don't want to be rude to someone who might be teaching me. He taps on his tablet for a few moments. Alright, go ahead and place your hand in the machine. After a moment's hesitation, I do so. The machine whirs in my hand's presence, and I feel a tingling around my wrist. Closer to it now, I can hear little machinations going on within the giant thing's housing. Suddenly, my eyes feel pressured, and my head feels tight. I shut my eyes, and the feeling quickly fades with a pop sensation. The machine makes its finished sound. I remove my hand. I now have an ICD. It's too big for my wrist. Oh, all that machinery and doesn't even adjust for the user? I guess she's only 14, she'll grow into it. In an instant, it shrinks, fitting much for... Okay, never mind, I was too hesitant as well.
Huh.
All done. Enjoy.
Thanks.
As I walk away, I regard the new addition to my wrist with interest. There's a codex or something in this thing, isn't there? I'm controlled with my thoughts, right? Let's try that. I close my eyes for a moment, probably needlessly, and focus on sending a thought to the ICD. What is an ICD? A small hologram emits from the device, and I can immediately tell that from any other vantage point this projection wouldn't be noticeable. Whoa, I did it! A message appears on the screen. Welcome to your interplanar communication device, ICD, Winter. Please use the command open the codex for any future queries.
From there, you can search out what information you'd like to read up on. Your codex is full of information about the worlds you'll be visiting and the world on which we live, Earth. Always mind your codex. The codex is not the ICD's only function, however. It can also tell you the time of the world you're on, do calculations, keep personal memo entries, and, most importantly, allow you to shift. Shifting is the process we use to move through the planes. You'll be getting very familiar with it during your time here. The ICD has another very useful function, the inventory. You may now access a small pocket dimension in which you may deposit and withdraw items you physically possess at will. Fucking magic. Science invents magic. Enjoy your ICD, and all the best with mediation, Winter Harrison. Whoa, that's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of bullshit stuff, isn't it? Anyway, now that I have this, I don't think there's any need for me to stick around anymore. Maybe I should go somewhere and spend some time checking it out. Probably I need to drink some water as well. Because good lord, it's gonna be a lot of talking. I mean, that's always the case, but still. I look around and see that Kevin chap I met is already gone. Waverly is also nowhere to be seen, so I assume she must have already gotten us as well. What was her last name? Waverly... something, I forget. I already forget what her last name was. Oh well, it's not that important. Erie and Madeline are here, and while I wouldn't mind hanging out with Madeline, I don't think I want to deal with Erie right now. Maybe I'll go check out the cafeteria and have an early lunch. I did skip breakfast after all. That's a very bad thing to skip. You always want to have some breakfast. Hopefully it won't be too hard to find. You have a codex. It should have a map. As I walk to where I think the cafeteria is, I start fiddling with my ICD. I do a few calculations, check the time here and in other nations on Earth, and make a few garbage memos that immediately just to test. Okay, let's open the ICD actually. Do you have anything? Just the welcome message, okay. I try looking into the codex, but there's so many entries that I decide to restrict my personal perusal to specific things I'm interested in. I conclude that this ICD is very intuitive. I'm rather impressed honestly, it's literally magic. The stuff it says it can do is magic. I should try out the inventory, the most magical thing. Like, this is pocket dimension. This is literally game-changing technology. Literally. But I don't have anything on a person that I'm willing to lose. You don't lose it, you just digitize it. No, pocket dimension it. Literally. Wonder if the cafeteria would mind me trying it on a fork or something. It's fine. With some pleasure, I note that my memory of the cafeteria's location was correct. Now, for food. I walk over to the counter and check the notice board to see what's available today. I decide on a burger and fries. Not the healthiest, I know, but I've never been good at resisting comfort food when I'm truly hungry. After being given my meal, I scan the rows of seating for someone familiar to sit with. I almost forgot a thing. God damn it, I'm glad nothing popped up as I thought this, but good. God damn it, I keep forgetting to silence the phone. Fuck me. After being given my meal, I scan the rows of seating for someone familiar to sit with. To my surprise, I spot my roommate. Excellent. She does go out to eat in the cafeteria. I was actually expecting her not to be here. I wonder if I should sit with her though. She doesn't seem to like me much. Well, you're not gonna make friends with her if you avoid her. Unfortunately, as I look at her, she looks back and we make eye contact. Well, now you're stuck. It would suddenly be impolite to sit elsewhere now. She'd be the one to think I don't like her. I wander over. Okay if I sit with you? Well, we're already sleeping next to each other. Kinda to eat next to each other too. Not exactly a friendly invitation, but I guess it counts. I sit down and begin picking at my fries. Guess I'd better make some small talk? That I don't get. I personally don't ever make small talk. I don't see the point to it. I'm not a friendly person. That's just how it works. I just don't see a reason to. I don't need it. I don't need small talk. If there is nothing to say, then there is no reason to speak. It's as simple as that, right? Right? Yes, it is correct. I'm not gonna debate here. I'm not gonna suddenly change my personality because of societal norms. Fuck the norms, those are made up. No one's normal, there's no such thing as normal behavior. As we mentioned earlier before, it's all nonsense. So, where are you from? The Northwest. I wait for her to ask the same of me, but she does not. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I continue on my own. God. The Northwest, huh? I always wanted to visit there myself. Like, this is the difference, like, this is the exemplary. She's an introvert, you people, and she's a bit shy. Like, oh no, people. Like, that's the vibe I'm getting, basically. I mean, sure, it's very simplified, but, you know, starting positions. I hear it's quite flat and full of farms and sheep and stuff. Yeah, that about sums it up. Alright, I give up. I made an effort and that's what counts. Oh hey, Winter! Kevin shows up with a tray of what looks to be mostly some kind of fish. Unfortunately, he's caught me in the middle of chewing and I can do nothing but look at him in the reply. I mean, you can wave with your offhand. This doesn't seem to faze him as he sits down across from Waverly and I, without hesitation. How's your ICD, Winter? Told you it wouldn't be too bad. I swallow and smile. Yeah, wasn't bad at all. Kevin sticks a fork into his fish and starts chowing down. Somehow, though, he still manages to talk. One of those people. Hey, you haven't tried the inventory thing by chance, have you? No, why? I stuck a pen there to try it out, and I'm not sure how to get it back. I chuckle. Your inventory has slots for everything you put in. You have to give it the slot number you want to access before opening, otherwise it'll default to an empty slot. Oh, thanks. I saw numbers in the inventory list, but I didn't know they had a purpose. No problem. What the heck? Did they really just smile? Yeah, it's cute. There's a user's manual for the ICD in the library you can check out. That's really great. All the same info is technically in the ICD, but I think it's kind of weird to have to learn how to use it to use something by using it. I mean, there's a level of intuitiveness to that as well. You learn things by using them. Like, that's how I learned to operate a forklift. I just, like, one day kind of just went for it, and it's fine now. I can do that. Nobody ever taught me. I don't have a license for the shit. I just know how to do it. Because fuck it, just started doing it. Same goes for pretty much everything that I do in my job. Nobody taught me, really. I just kind of started, first observed, and then eventually just did it. And that's it. That's literally all the things it. Like, I started with fucking nothing. I studied technical translation. I work fucking, like, with, like, manual industrial machines and tools and forklifts and shit like that. Completely zero relation to everything I studied. But, like, I'd consider myself a professional at what I do now, at this point. It's been years. I know what to do. I know what I'm doing. Anyway, it's much easier to learn from something you already know how to use, like a book, right? I guess. I can see your point there. Me and books don't really get along with that well, though. I prefer to jump into things. Careful, you keep doing that and you might lose more than your pen someday. Don't worry, it was a calculated risk. But man, I'm bad at math. If you say so. Anyway, I'm done here, so I'll see you guys later. My name's Early, by the way. Nice to meet you. Oh, she's being really nice. Why does she not like Winter that much, actually? Interesting. Kevin, nice to meet you too. And see you later. See you later, Winter. Waverly. The warmth in the voice drains completely when she answers me. What the fuck is up with that? Come on, Waverly. Winter's fine. See you. Wow. Waverly leaves our table, and once she's out of earshot, Kevin turns to me. Jeez, what'd you do to her? Fucking nothing. Right? That's what I want to know. She's treated me like an annoyance ever since we met. She's my roommate, by the way. And you're sure you didn't do anything to her? I think for a moment, but can't come up with anything. Yeah, I don't think we did. Like, nothing happened. Pretty sure, yeah? Well, I wouldn't brag too much. Sometimes there are people who just won't like you. Yeah, that's true. I guess. She is my roommate, though, so I'd like if we could get along. Yeah, I get you. Can't force people to feel a certain way, though. Yeah. I was wondering before if she was just like that with everyone. Well, she was pretty friendly with me. Yeah, but you're... I blush at what I'm almost saying before deciding to back down. Easy to get along with. He's being a bit intimidating with those tattoos and everything. I could say the same to you. Thanks. How's your roommate anyway? Oh, Ayo's great. We got a lot in common. We're both into sports and exercise. He even agreed to go out on runs with me sometimes. You know, thinking about it,
You kinda remind me of him.
He's into sports and exercise, and yet I remind you of him.
Not in that way, I guess, but in other ways.
If you say so.
I'll introduce you sometime. Maybe after class tomorrow. He's likely to be busy for the rest of the day. His last name's Ukalik, so it'll probably take him a while to get his ICD.
Ouch.
There's a few moments of silence as I eat the last of my fries.
I guess I'm finished.
Alright, be seeing you around then?
Yep.
As I return my tray, I reflect that it seems I may have made my first normal friend. Although he does strike me as the sort of person that's more or less everyone's friend. Yeah, he does give off those vibes. Oh well, it's a start. I couldn't think of anything to do after lunch, so I went my default activity, browsing the web in bed. The hours have passed, but Waverly still hasn't returned. Oh, okay. I guess she's more adventurous than I am. I feel kinda bad that it's my first day at the new school and I'm wasting it alone in my room. But I did have quite a bit of social activity this morning. It's getting close to supper time too, and I'm likely to see someone I know in this cafeteria when I return there. I comfort myself with this thought as I read random useless facts on the internet. Did you know that 16 northern continents could fit into the center lines? I didn't. Is it any way useful knowledge? Maybe, if you're on a quiz show or something. I sigh and close my laptop cover. I ate lunch early and now I'm getting hungry early. I should probably leave now and eat something lighter and healthier than I did before. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I get a salad and some fruit this time. I'll probably need a snack later to feel properly full, but for now, this will do. I spot Kevin at the same table as before, but he's eating with another girl this time. Is he a bit of a player? Come to think, I haven't seen him hanging out any guys. Maybe I haven't made as good of a friend as I thought. Jumped to conclusions there, come on now. No reason to be so presumptuous though. He's still my best option unless I want to eat alone.
Yo.
Oh, Winter, nice time. Have a seat, me and my roommate. I sit down next to him. Is he going to be coming soon or something? What? Nah, he's still across from me.
Yo.
Okay.
Is this a joke? That's a girl, right? Doesn't have to be. Does this school allow co-ed dorms rooms?
Haha, no, I was a dude.
Am I though? I'm kidding. I know I look pretty feminine, but trust me, I'm a boy. I can prove it if you want. God damn it. Don't be such a weirdo.
Fuck's sake. Alright, that's enough teasing now, yeah.
If you insist.
I'm sure you're getting picked on a lot lately. Look, you're easy to tease, it seems. I'm still not positive if the whole roommate thing is a joke, but I guess if they're sticking to it, I'll have to believe them.
Gender aside, it's nice to meet ya.
Likewise, Winter. I already forgot what. I stuffed my fork into my salad.
Another note, something's been bothering me. Is it okay if I ask you guys a bit of a weird question?
What's up?
Did either of you guys actually apply to be a mediator?
I didn't. How about you, Kevin?
Nope. Okay. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Okay. I wonder how we were selected then.
I just assumed it was a result of our aptitude tests.
Me too. Oh, that could be. Personally, I thought that maybe because mediating was such an obscure profession, they just accepted whoever wasn't accepted elsewhere.
Quite the self-esteem you got there, girlie.
Yeah.
With my question answered, I start eating more seriously. This mediator profession truly is full of oddities. The selection process is strange. The students are students, well, the equipment is strange. It's magic. It's literal fucking magic. I mean, I had no idea something like telepathy could be used to control technology. I had no idea telepathy was a thing. Or is that... Okay, I know it's technically neural integration, but that just sounds like a fancy word for telepathy to me. Why isn't it used outside of mediating? It seems really useful. Yeah, no shit. While I continue to ponder this, Ayo and Kevin finish their food and head off to check out the gym's facilities. I'm left alone with my thoughts and a bowl of strawberries. I consume them slowly. To be honest, I'm just taking my time because I'm not sure what to do after this. Should I just go back to my room and browse the internet some more? I mean, that's always an option. I was kinda hoping to break some of my old habits at this school. I did overhear some students talking about the rec room on the first floor of the dorms. I should go take a look. That's what a healthy social person would do, right? I mean, you just go around exploring the place. Why not? Right. I quickly finish my berries and return my tray before leaving. Oh hey, this is actually pretty nice. Indeed it is. Some comfy chairs, a widescreen TV, foosball, and that arcade machine. I used to play that game all the time at camp when I was younger. What is this world? It's got fucking hyper sci-fi level technology and arcade machines here. It just looks like regular Earth. Otherwise, what? I want to try it again, but unfortunately it's already being used by another student. I take a position to the side of the machine, and I'm about to announce my dibs on the next game when I'm distracted by his clothes. The guy's just a panda jumper. It's fine. Oh my gosh, that hoodie is adorable! Huh? Oh shit! The machine's game over sound plays. Ah shit indeed. No, I'm sorry, I distracted you. Oh, whatever. I was about ready to do something else anyways. Jeez, I said whatever, it's not a big deal. I just want to try it out anyway. Doesn't matter if I win.
Oh, have you never played this one before?
Nah, never been one for arcade games. Computer games are way better nowadays anyways.
Yeah, and they have been for like 30 years. That's true, I guess. I just like this one because I played when I was younger.
You're 14 currently. You're still fucking young. God damn it. Oh yeah, do you like games?
I play them sometimes. But probably not enough to claim I like them.
Right, okay. I see. Well, if you ever want to play something sometime, I brought a console along with me that we could plug into the TV.
Oh, that sounds like fun. I'll keep it in mind.
Cool.
On another note, you wouldn't mind telling me where you got that hoodie, would you? It's cute.
I don't know how I feel about you calling it cute, but I mean, it is. I made it.
Oh, wow, that's cool. Whoa, you made that. It looks great.
It does. Thanks.
If you ever make another one or something like it, you should let me know. I'd buy it.
Well, I'm not likely to make another one for a while since I didn't bring any of my supplies. But maybe I'll make another one when I get home. Oh, you're not going home from this place. Not from the job of mediator, not from the job of interplanetary hopping and solving the world's problems. All of our other random worlds. This world apparently doesn't have any problems. Anyway, I have to go. Some people are expecting me to log on for a raid. Okay, yes, go you play your wows.
Oh, okay. Well, it was nice meeting you. I'm Winter, by the way. What's your name?
Name's Jack. Anyway, see you later.
Later.
Jack waves half-heartedly and takes off in a hurry. Which means it's time to... Oh no, I drifted away from the machine while talking to Jack and now someone else has claimed it.
Phew.
I spent a long time playing that game, and today's events have finally caught up to me. I'm feeling pretty tired and overwhelmed, and a little homesick to top it all off. At least my roommate's still out. That's nice. Flopping onto my bed, I decide to just browse the codex. Starting tomorrow, I begin my training to become a mediator. I hope that this turns out to be the right place for me. We'll never know.
Winter, get up. What?
I turn my head to see Waverly standing over me.
I don't know about you, but I've got class in 20 minutes. You should wash up and get going. You're waking me up for class?
What's that supposed to mean?
Never mind.
I flip the covers off of me.
I'll just go like this.
Waverly shakes her head.
What's your first class? History of mediation.
Alright, well, I've got social studies. You're on your own.
I'm heading out.
Put on an alarm next time.
Got it.
Well, she doesn't hate me enough to let me oversleep on my first day, at least. I go on to wash my face and brush my teeth, and head out. Alright, the first class, history of mediation. Professor. Good lord. Alright, he looks like a professor. I arrived rather early and took a seat near the center of the class. It's taken a bit, but now class is starting. Hello, new students. My name is Henry Penn, and I will be your History of Mediation teacher for the semester. I will also be your Chaotic Forces instructor, which should be your last class today. To start, I will tell you all in the simplest terms what exactly mediation is. Mediation is the process of recognizing and resolving a conflict in another plane, system, or society. Though I suppose before getting into that, it must be said that other planes exist in the first place.
That's kind of a big bombshell there.
A plane is more or less a container for another reality, and the possibilities for other realities are limitless. Planes are chaotic in nature due to the chaotic energies which birthed them. Every plane is somewhat different from the next, and none of them share the exact same qualities as ours. The people are different, the environments are different, magic can exist, as can scientific advancement beyond your wildest imagination.
Such as fucking telepathy and inventories, pocket dimensions.
But we know of only us who possess the ability to traverse these planes, thanks to the invention of the transplanar engines and our ICDs. Speaking of which, have all of you become acclimated to your ICDs? Absolutely not. If you haven't, that's fine. It may take you a while. Many of you won't even have to use it until next weekend.
I suppose he's talking about the shadowings we do with our mentors. The graduated mediators.
I'm among the many here who don't start this weekend. So, on to mediation itself. You may be surprised to learn that we've been mediating other worlds since the 50th century.
Excuse me?
Since the 50th century. And now it is... What? We've been doing this stuff for 20,000 years?
Okay. The year is 25,000 something something something.
Okay. That's right, Mistress Summers. A little over, in fact. And on that note, let's get to the real meat and potatoes of this class. In 4966, we first sent people into other planes. The first people sent were NEETs.
This gear statement prompts me to speak up.
NEETs, what does that mean?
I thought NEETs quickly dissipated after the establishment of the world government.
The percentage of those not in employment, education or training certainly dropped after the Union of Nations and approval of the decision system, but it wasn't completely eliminated. That information has been subconsciously censored by society.
Really? I feel like I've read it in textbooks.
Isn't that the censoring at work, Mistress Harrison? The textbooks mention perhaps the decline of NEETs, but not their absolute dissolution, although certainly in time they came to be largely replaced by freeters. This information is freely available, but isn't it a happier truth to believe that since the world became one, there were no more social problems?
I guess so, sir? Does the government actually censor any information? It's the government, yes.
It does, although it would be a crime for me to reveal what exactly, not to mention a danger. I nod and the rest of the class utters their agreement. Picking up from where I left off, those NEETs were also hermits living deliberately outside of society. They were considered expendable and thus were chosen to be sent off into worlds unknown. Okay, let's read up on the codex. Freeters. It's a lecture. We're canonically in a lecture. The term freeter refers to a person in Earth and society who sporadically works government-supplied part-time jobs. This meaning became popular after the passage of the Work for All Act in the year 3338. However, the world predates the act. However, the word, not the world. Its prior meaning was a person who worked temporarily or unstable jobs, mainly outside of the formal education, mowing lawns, preparing commutes, etc., etc. It is worth noting that being a freeter comes with a certain level of social stigma, as there are those who would consider them leeches on the productive segment of society. Although surveys have found this opinion to be rare among Earthen, they have similarly found that many more Earthen perceive their fellow Earthen to hold this opinion than the number that truly do. much research has been performed to determine whether the Work for All Act and the creation of FRITA as a formal profession has benefited society, and the results have been positive. FRITAs who were previously NEETs, despite the social stigma of their profession, reported as feeling happier and more fulfilled than prior to their employment. The world economy also benefited slightly, as converted NEETs began earning higher incomes for themselves, which enables them to make more use of the goods and services produced by others. In fact, despite much of the work done by FRITAs being not considered economically useful, the results have had positive effects on their own. In areas where work for FRITAs was created, maintaining parks, cleaning sidewalks, acting as crossing guards, helping the infirm and elderly, overall ratings of quality of life among residents improved. It is therefore the popular opinion among those informed of the topic that FRITAs are a benefit to society, and it is as valid a profession as any other. Okay. And then NEET. NEET is a simple acronym for Not in Education, Employment or Training. And its meaning is exactly that. Someone who is not working or preparing to work. NEETs are quite rare in Earth and society today, with only around 1 in 100 million people falling under the classification worldwide. Due to their rarity, there are many misconceptions about NEETs. For instance, some believe the term NEET to be synonymous with recluse. However, this is not always the case. Many NEETs do withdraw from society out of shame, a feeling of not fitting in, or for other reasons, but it should be stressed that the term refers only to the state of their professional lives. Historically, NEETs were more common in society than they are today. However, after the unification of the world's government in 33-35 and the Work for All policies enacted shortly after, their numbers declined. This reduction was made possible by the creation and allocation of part-time work which required little to no education. This meant that anyone willing to work could do so and be rewarded. The term for those who make use of this pool of part-time work is FRITA. It is common to say that the first mediators were NEETs, and this is true. However, there were some mediators recruited from the general population before the profession was formalized. The need to recruit from the working public was due to mostly a lack of significant population of NEETs. Surprisingly, NEETs fared better in their role than the general public. There has been much study of this discrepancy, leading to the general conclusion that the traits which make it difficult for NEETs to participate in Earth and society make it easier for them to function to the societies of other worlds. In any case, in 4990, when mediation was formalized as a profession and added to the decision system, NEETs were no longer recruited to become mediators. Their decline in number has continued since then. Okay, what is the decision system? I see, that's fair. Anyway, they get sent off and blah blah blah. These people became the first mediators. When confronted with the conflict and strife of these other worlds, they were compelled to help. Their resolutions, in turn, lowered the chaotic energies emitted from those rescued planes. As for what chaotic energies are and why we care about them, that I'll save for the end of the day. For now, I shall lecture you all on the finer details of the first mediators. We do just that. It's a surprisingly pleasant experience. I like this Mr. Penn. He's a professor. Okay, alright. She's got this professor. My next class is social studies. I assume it's largely concerned with other worlds rather than our own. I already spent a great many years studying our society. Sure. Hey! I'm Hayden Argyle. Call me Hayden. I'm your social studies teacher. I also work as a mentor and teach technology. That's your class after the next one. Tom Martins, that's you. You, Tom. Tell me what the average citizen of Earth is like. Law-abiding, good-natured, and level-headed? That's right. This is a plan of do-gooders. Don't get used to it though, since there's no other world like it in all of existence. Kids, the people on other worlds, or systems I guess, they're bastards, kids. That's correct. It's amazing. They literally can't get along. Even if plenty of them do, there's always one or two prepared to bring it all down. It's the one thing that's consistent throughout all planes but ours. You all know the term war. The class mumbles some yas. It's an ancient term used to describe immense battles between members of opposing societies. These days only animals like ants go to war. It's conflict. It's a term applied to the barbaric and beastly. As humans of Earth, our natural state is peace. This is the bit that's like completely alien and like what? How'd you achieve that? The people of other worlds have a natural state of war. They desire conflict.
They can't live without it. That's how we progress. To put it simply, we're the exception to the rule of existence. Our utopia works because we all naturally want it to. If we set up a utopia like ours in any other world, elements would exist to keep it imperfect, or worse, destroy it. Maybe at the top, corruption would be present. Maybe a person would become ruthless and start killing. Maybe a revolution would take place. Who knows? But it would definitely be something. They're twisted. No, you're just abnormal. You guys are abnormal. There's unfortunately only so much I can tell you about them today, though. And we only meet Unde, Trade, and Quinde. Oh, for fuck's sake, why change those kind of names? So today, I guess I'll try to encourage your understanding of war. It's usually a hard concept to grasp, and none of you are promising students. Starting from the right, kids, turn to your left. That's your partner. Hold their hand, but keep your thumb up. Oh, thumb, literally children's game, okay. I do so, also introducing myself. My partner is Laura. Melissa Orson. Hello? Yeah, come down here. Melissa walks up to the teacher. Class, observe. This is a children's game prevalent throughout many worlds. It's called a thumb war. Melissa, your hand. Okay, first we do go 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war, while passing our thumbs over one another. Melissa and Hayden do this. When that's done, we clash our thumbs. The objective is to pin the other person's thumb for 3 seconds. Melissa, go back to your partner. Alright, go ahead, class. Laura and I do battle. She is a surprisingly deft opponent. I quickly find myself trying to play a mind game with her, dancing my thumb around, trying to tempt her to attack. Even when I manage to get her down once, it quickly becomes clear that even suppressing my opponent is quite difficult. Ultimately, I am defeated. Both of us laugh and return our attention to the front. Was that fun? Agreement is unanimous. It was. Great. Then allow me to do some mental gymnastics. Often this game is done to come to a decision between two parties. Real war is done for more or less the same reason. That might seem quite ludicrous to you, since what disagreement could be worth sacrificing human lives over, right? Oh, human lives are cheap though. But consider this. What if you believed human lives to be worthless? If that were the case, then what wouldn't be worth going to war over, assuming you thought you could win? I'm simplifying, but it's often the truth that the people who rule in these worlds don't get too bothered about the loss and suffering of those below them. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, fucking Napoleon had like a quote or a phrase or whatever. He said like, I spend 30,000 lives a month. Like, I spend lives. Like, yeah, lives are fucking worthless. In a sense. That's just normal. That's just how humanity works. For better and worse. It just does. And they are even less bothered by the loss and suffering of their enemies. Oh yeah, absolutely, fuck that. It's us versus them. Like, resource scarcity is the cause of it. I mean, this world can't have a resource scarcity, because then you would have conflict. It's literally impossible not to have that. Seriously? Oh, are they even ever not bothered? Some of the stuff I've seen would make you lose your lunch just hearing about it. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of podcasts you can listen to and get an understanding of like, yep, that, like, we've done that. The only reason we're not dead is because we reproduce like crazy. Like, you hear about all these different conflicts and these wars and casualties, like 1 million there, 10 million there, like 500,000 there, and like, it's like, what? But then, like, you know, overall human numbers just keep going up and up and up and up and up. Oh, are they ever not bothered? Some of the stuff I've seen would make you lose your lunch just hearing about it. But anyway, war is far more complicated than what I'm making it out to be. I just wanted to enlighten you all a bit today. I guess we'll continue by expanding on the intricacies of war. I'll keep the more gruesome details away for now. Yeah, keep it away for like until these kids are like, you know, a little bit over at least like 2 years given time. Although, still. Although she's not gonna go into the gruesomeness of like POWs and camps, and like she's not gonna talk about places like Auschwitz. That would be a little bit too much. That would be a little bit too much. Oh, there's so many examples to draw upon. Anyway, no, let's not go there. Let's not go there today. Not with this visual novel. First, let's talk about territory rights. This class is turning out to be very eye-opening. I'm not sure if I like that. Hayden seems to be pretty cool though.
we need to learn about war. Let's... just one more class until lunch. I'm starting to become dazed.
Winter? Oh, Waverly.
You've got environments next.
I do.
Looks like we have that together.
Oh, that's neat. Oh, cool. Do you want to sit together?
She pauses at my offer.
I guess that's fine.
I think I'm going to stop trying with her soon. Alright, environments, hello. I take a seat near the center of the classroom and Waverly takes this place to my right. Shortly after we're situated, the instructor arrives.
Hello, children.
What a young teacher.
Casey McLaughlin.
Environments instructor. Like, I paused to figure out if I read that correctly and I'm not sure. McLaughlin. I don't know how else I would read that.
Anyway, there's also a lab class on due days and quad days. I'm your teacher for that as well. Have any of you taken an environmental study class before? I'm pretty sure that's mandatory for all schools, Mr. McLaughlin. Right, it's been a while since I was in school.
I hear someone say, is 3 years a while? And can't help but chuckle.
Well, this class will be pretty strange for you guys. My objective is make sure you're acclimated to the random nature of other worlds, well, nature. Every world's environment is somewhat different after all. I won't just be focusing on the environments themselves though. I'll also be focusing on the things which live in those environments. Oh yeah. The plants, the animals, oh, and the people. Have any of you had social studies yet?
Myself and some others raise our hands.
Then you're probably with Hayden. Did she mention the fundamental difference between us humans and those sentients of other plants? Planes? How they are prone to conflict? I've got to imagine she did.
I suppose she did, in a way.
Those differences are, in a way, biological. Chaos can stick around in the body and lead to disorganized and destructive thinking. Oh yeah, on that note, I should mention that we tend to refer to those of other worlds with the term people rather than humans. For one thing, many find it distasteful to call us by the same name. But this isn't a debate class, so we won't be going into that. Secondly, not everyone from other worlds is even a human equivalent.
Oh, cool.
There are infinite kinds of thinking animals, so just try to keep that terminology in mind going ahead.
Alright, let's bring up the terminology. It's the codex. People. Although the term people is defined as human beings in general, for most of society, the word has a more exact meaning in the context of mediation. For mediators, people is a blanket word for all intelligent life found on our own plane as well as others. This is in contrast to the word human, which refers only to earthen. This distinction exists in order to emphasize that although many otherworlders may appear earthen, their behavior distinguishes them to such an extent that they should not be considered as such. There is some controversy regarding this idea. The main point of debate is whether otherworlders are simply humans who behave as they do due to the high exposure to chaos, or whether they are truly a separate species that only appears to be human. Like most things, the truth is likely to be somewhere in between. I mean, it's both, depending, there's infinite planes of existence, so sometimes they are humans, but with the more chaos, and other times they're literally not humans. It is important to note that although we do not consider otherworlders to be human, and therefore do not extend to them our human rights, a mediator is expected to behave as though all otherworlders are human, unless the situation requires otherwise. Any act performed on an otherworlder which would have violated another human's rights on Earth must be reported and justified. Unjustified acts may be punished. Okay, cool.
Anyway, let's talk about pollution and its effects on us. Many other worlds have a problem of pollution. We quickly nipped such issues in the bud on Earth, so we're not used to polluted air or water at all. The people of other worlds, however, largely grow accustomed. When we go to such worlds, it's paramount to take note of the differences in the atmosphere and such, and take care not to invite illness onto ourselves. Always make sure you check your codex to see if there are any foods which are poisonous to us there, and mind that you don't freely eat or imbibe anything other offered to you until you're certain it's safe. We're an incredibly healthy people, but sadly that also makes us very susceptible. So if you're wanting to blend in with whatever society you've gone to, and your body's betraying your legitimacy, don't panic. A few good go-to excuses are that you aren't feeling well at the moment, you're allergic, or whatever you've just been given to eat or drink is bad. That last one can get you into trouble depending on where you are though. Pollution is a very easy problem to fix. The people of other worlds must be total imbeciles. Yes. Generally, yeah. Whether it's good for your own plan or not, it's a good thing we're going out to teach them the right from wrong. Well, apparently they can't figure out themselves. Goody goody two-shoes. Like, right. It's that Simpsons quote. We bring you love. It's bringing us love. Quick, kill it. Fuck's sake. Yeah. That's basically it. Oh well. That's just the way we are, seems. Lunchtime. Finally. And you know what? I'm gonna take a pause and save and continue next time because things, brain melting, it happens. That's inevitable. Anyway, that's that for now. We went to the school. We got introduced to some roommates and classmates and stuff like that. Had some lunch, and we are learning some things. We've learned a bunch of different things already. Utopian things, meddling in other worlds and planes of existence for over 20,000 years, those bastards. Exemplified fucking problem, aren't I? Aren't I? Yes, I am. Deliberately, partially. Also just subconsciously. That's just the way things are. Anyway. Where was I? What am I doing? Oh yes, right. It's an intermission. Let's pause. Let's go on a little musical break. I'm not actually playing the music. I don't do that. Never expect me to do that. Because fuck that noise. That's a quagmire of whatever I don't want to deal with. Anyway, stuff I would recommend and go look it up. It's good. The Bee Gees, Laugh Talkin', Def Leppard Armageddon It, Cinderella, Shake Me, Dalar Medi Tunak Tunak Tun, and Miho Nimble as Lightning from the game Genshin Impact. I guess they call Hoyovas, but I started adding the things when they were called Miho, and I'm not going to change that, so bleh. Mihoyo, deal with it. Anyway, that's that. I'll continue next time. When is that? I don't know. Might be tomorrow. Might be another 3 weeks from now. Who the fuck knows? Nobody knows. Anyway, ta-ta for now. Anyway, there we go. Now, then. Hello, continuing on. It's been 4 days. Apparently, according to the Twitch, how long the VOD is going to expire. So, there's that. We can take this off. We'll continue. It's about to be lunchtime. But before we do that, we need to exercise the vocal cords, as always. And in order to do that, let's go to a little short story. Short story 50. Because previously I did 51 because I didn't feel like reading this one. Because, I mean, it's just a page long, but still. Didn't feel like it doing that on Tuesday, so anyway, short story 50, part 3. Yes, it's a continuation of something that I read like, I don't know, 3 months ago. On what now? I don't remember. So good luck keeping up with that. I can't. I'm not gonna bother. Anyway, that's just how the nature of this thing works. It's just a vocal exercise. I wrote this like 5 years ago. Who cares? Anthony, to the surprise of many, appeared to take on the role of Grand Marshal with a higher sense of duty and eagerness than his joyful demeanor would suggest. The ongoing campaigns marched on as they did under the late King and Henry, now with his more civic profile. The generals showed respect to their young commander, but insisted on doing things the proper and traditional way. Anthony wasn't foolish enough to misunderstand their meaning, so he demanded regular mock battles between all of them and him alone. For months on end, the generals easily decimated Anthony's forces and unraveled his strategies with no effort. Some explained to him how and why, while others began to suspect he would not remain Grand Marshal for long, and that teaching him their wisdom was a waste, especially since he had yet to assert the power of that role on any real campaigns or existing orders. Meanwhile, Edward remained out of public sight, now cooped up in the business of domestic maintenance. As with espionage, his efforts went unnoticed, this time, however, not out of necessity and design, but anger and spite. He had crippled lords and city-states in his early 20s, allowing the king's forces to easily take these lands. Even Henry had made his base of operations near the border within a castle Edward had made vacant a few years earlier.
Cut off from the official spy network, his own secret spies known to some, now reporting to the Queen and her appointees, he has to start from scratch until he can regain the power of absolute knowledge and the resources to act on it. But for now, roads to construct, bridges to repair, and walls to strengthen. Along with some less visible projects he manages to divert funds towards. Henry, on the other hand, did not hide his displeasure with the work of public safety policy and law enforcement. Studying textbooks, considering the needs of multiple sides, no clear target to go after or goal to achieve, none of this was something he much cared for. The burden of responsibility apparently putting no extra weight on his shoulders. Henry quickly delegated nearly every task to countless subordinates and career bureaucrats. They know how this works, so let them handle it all. He will devote his time honing his sword arm, as well as both Edward's and Anthony's communication skills. Knowing the law and circumstances of major cases is vital to performing his duties. Therefore, regular visits to numerous cities and towns within the kingdom and creation of rapport with people from all walks of life is part of his duties. Henry will have his army, be it blade, quill, or needle. I'm not sure what the needle refers to. It's like blade and pen and the sword, sure. What's needle about? No clue. No idea what that means. Anyway, doesn't matter. It is what it is. And now, let's, without further ado, previously we met some folks and had a few lectures, met our roommate, a couple of other students, and just generally getting used to the life in the new school. And now it's lunchtime. I learned a bit about the history of the mediators, and that this is a super utopian place with no war or conflict. Just like, good for them. Good for them. But now, we're gonna get into the meat and bones and potatoes of the thing, as is the reference for the shadowing that she did. Anyway, lunchtime. Finally! Yes, lunchtime is good. Everyone loves lunchtime. Never disturb lunchtime. Ever. Hey, wanna get lunch together? No thanks, I'm just going to get something quick and then head to the library. See ya. Okay then. Minta Harrison. Goddamn, I forgot about Iri. She's great. Goddamn, this extravagant personality. Oh, hey Iri. Madeline up with you? Nah, we have different classes before lunch, so we agreed to meet in the cafeteria after. Wanna eat with us? I kinda don't give an Iri's past behavior, but maybe she's ease up on that the more we get to know each other. Probably not. I doubt it. I shrug. Yeah, sure, why not? Suddenly, Iri's attention is diverted from me. Oh, hey, it's that shady-looking guy from before. Fuck's sake, Iri. My name is Thibault, not shady-looking guy, and I assume that you're aware of how loudly you're saying this? Of course, I never say anything I don't want to be heard. She does not have an off switch, no. So hey, what's the deal with the rough look anyway? It's creepy. I can't believe the things that are coming out of this girl's mouth. I can. I mean, that fits perfectly in line with everything else she said. I hope I don't get in trouble for her attitude by association. Come on, that would be dumb. Creepy. Listen, you little twerp. You think I want to go around looking like this? I'm on call for an ongoing mediation, and this is what I have to wear to fit in on that world. Oh, calm down there, sunshine. Jeez, never thought a mature adult could get so riled up by a couple of teenagers. Oh no, don't bring me into this. I have nothing to do with this. This man is scary. No, he's not. Thibault's eyes drift over to me and his voice changes after seeing my expression. Oh, sorry for losing my temper, kid. Between managing the tech on campus and this damn mediation, I haven't been sleeping much lately. He rubs his eyes. No, we're sorry. Right, Iri? I look to her with pleading eyes. She sighs. Yeah, I guess. I quickly start talking to keep Iri from worsening the situation. So you manage technology and mediate. Isn't that a lot for one person? It is, but we're short-staffed right now, so everyone has to pull their weight. And nobody knows tech around here better than me. If you're the best at tech, then how come you're not teaching it, huh? Iri, please shut up. Thankfully, he seems more amused at the question than offended. Do I seem like good teacher material to you?
Good point. Is being short-staffed common?
Oh yeah, I don't think I can remember a time when we had enough people.
Shouldn't the school be accepting more students or something then?
I mean, this seems like a pretty decent-sized class, you know? Well, it's not as simple as just accepting more people. Not everyone is cut out to be a mediator. But anyway, I can't be talking to you kids. This is one of the few breaks I get, and I want to make use of it.
Oh yeah, sure. Sorry again.
It's not a problem, really. Try to teach your friend some manners, though. She can't be running her mouth like that once she starts mediating.
I chuckle nervously while Iri glares daggers.
I pull her away before she can mouth off anymore. Surprisingly, she allows it. Oh. When we arrive at the cafeteria and meet Madeline, Iri spends the whole lunch hour railing against that loser, Thibault. The girl sure holds a grudge. Next up is technology with Hayden again. Thankfully, Iri is not in this class.
Hey guys, how was lunch?
The class provides many satisfied responses.
Good, good. I don't really eat at the cafeteria or anything I eat these days. I prepare my food at home and bring it to school. So the food here is still pretty alright, huh?
Again, we agree. Miss Hayden, where do you live? Down in Blacksburg?
There's a couple apartment buildings not too far from campus. Most of us live there.
Hayden yawns. Oh.
Anyway, this is your technology class, and today we'll be discussing one kind of technology and the implications of its existence. Please look at your ICDs.
God. Existence. It's hard for my voice to exist, apparently. With that word. And I do so and see Hayden and my periphery doing the same. Suddenly, a codex entry pops up. It's one of 4. Firearms. Yeah, guns.
This is a firearm, colloquially referred to as a gun. Guns are very common weapons in other systems, but we don't have them here. Yeah, you're a utopia, you don't need weapons, apparently.
Oh, what's... interesting.
Camera seems to be acting sporadically today.
Oh well.
We stopped developing weapons in the year 3330. 3333. Great. Shortly before the establishment of the world government. These days, weapons are collector's items, tools for hunting, or are reproduced in a safe form to be used in sports like fencing or bludgeon. Thus, we never made it to guns.
Huh. I'm going to guess that that's a very good thing.
Yes, generally speaking it is. Guns are very deadly and vicious.
Yep.
They work like easy-to-use, incredibly high-speed bows and arrows. When the trigger is pulled, it shoots a bullet from the barrel. When the bullet hits target, it tears through. It can kill most people instantly if it goes through the head. Sometimes the firepower of the gun is too weak and the bullet gets stuck in the target's body. This leads to a very painful experience and a likely infection. Guns are among the most useful and horrifying weapons developed on other planes. They tend to be extremely prevalent and extremely dangerous. They can be tools of protection, but they're mainly tools for murder. Who here knows what murder is?
I'm rather too stunned to respond, as is most of the class.
After a few seconds, somebody answers.
It's when an animal kills another animal for no reason.
Wrong, Mr. Barry Horton. Wrong in a general sense, but right by Earth's meaning. Get familiar with that word not being animal exclusive or related to animals at all. Unless you choose to think of the people of other worlds as animals. According to our history, we've only ever killed one another within reason, and not very much. It was exclusive to wars, during which we tried to avoid killing as much as possible.
So, try to not fight a war when engaged in war, okay.
It should be said that a person of another world is likely to say that any killing of another person, whether within or without reason, is a murder. Regardless, people of other planes murder each other a lot. Oh yeah. I'm telling you this now because it's the hardest part of mediation for most to understand at first. Next to magic, which is just bullshit. Okay, well yeah, some planes have magic that's straight up. That works. Anyway, codex entry. New term. What is magic? Okay. Magic is a force present on some worlds which allows the physical properties of the world and its matter to be manipulated unconventionally. Despite being present in many worlds, the existence of magic is controversial among earthen mediators. There are many theories which attempt to unify magical universes with our conventional ideas of physics. You shouldn't do that, magic is bullshit.
One such idea is that these worlds exist within a simulation of some kind, and that the computer running the simulation obeys conventional physics while allowing the physical laws to be broken inside the simulation. Telos Kokinos, one of the first mediators, was known to be fond of magical universes, and once quipped, "How typical of us to view such beauty and fantasy," and declared it fake. "If we could but establish order, these worlds would be a paradise far greater than our own." Due to the massive variety in types of magic and methods of use, these topics will not be discussed in this entry. Please refer to the entries for specific magical planes for more information. Sure. Literally infinite potential. You shouldn't be shadowing out on any mediators involving murder for a decent while, but it's hard to avoid. At the very least, mediation of wars is completely beyond your current grasp. But murder is something you have to start to understand now. Yeah, it just happens sometimes. Recently watched a bunch of documentary thingies on various crimes and shit like that, and people just murder people for fucking no reason. They sometimes just go crazy. Other times, it's mostly lots of personal reasons, lots of very complicated reasons. It's a lot. It's real bad though. Sometimes it's real fucking bad. There are many reasons people kill other people. It could be in a fit of passion, very common. It could be under orders, it's the complicated. It could be for the best. Ah yes, the greater good as well. That's often. It could be for the hell of it. But I mean for no reason at all. It can be complicated or very simple, and often the murderer can become incredibly shaken up by taking another's life. Yeah, most of the time they are. So they create these defensive barriers of lies and denial and everything else. It's very rare when you get someone yeah, I killed him, I did it, and move on, I am not here to tell you how you should feel about murder. I'm not going to tell you to admonish it or to sympathize with those that do it. I'm here to tell you to get used to it, and hopefully get you used to it before it happens and you're traumatized. In other words, murder is very plain and irregular. That's absolutely terrifying. What exactly have I gotten myself into? I'm starting to become concerned that I'm in the wrong profession. Yeah, well, that's just the way of things. Indeed. Ah yes, Mr. Professor Voice. I entered my last class of the day, Chaotic Forces, with a somber air. Some of my peers seem to be share this feeling. Hello again, everyone. How has your day been? 100% I don't remember what his voice was. Don't care. Statesman voice. For once, reaction is mixed. Likely because not everyone here had technology before this. Oh yeah, technology, where we talk about murder and magic. I see. Well, I think it's about time to start unraveling the mystery of chaos, don't you? Chaos is a rather nebulous concept. It technically does not exist, per se, but rather it is the likelihood of ordered states to fluctuate in a system or plane. It should be said that this fluctuation can produce positive results, one example of which being evolution. The small changes from the fluctuation of genetic code during reproduction can result in an improved organism. However, to continue with the same example, fluctuation in genetic code can also create less functional organisms and diseases like cancer. In fact, it is more likely to cause a negative or neutral result than a positive one. It should therefore be easy to see why too much chaos can be harmful to a system. As is the case with most things in life, moderation is key. Let's talk about Earth, or System Zero, for a bit. Our plane is an exception that, so far as we know, has no equivalent in existence. Our world absorbs chaos and reduces it, rather than producing and emitting it as most do. Because of this, some theorize that we are the chaotic equivalent of a black hole, while other worlds are stars. Because evolution requires chaos, it can be said that all life requires a level of chaos to exist. So, if we do not produce it, then how do we exist? The answer is that chaos bleeds over from neighboring planes which are emitting chaos, and this is a good thing as long as we don't receive too much. In the early years of our existence, we received very little, and so our world was naturally predisposed to order. Because of this, we are the only perfectly functioning utopia existence has ever seen. Must be very nice. However, in 4850, over a millennium and a half after the establishment of the world government, we finally took notice of chaotic energies. There was a major chaotic event in a nearby plane, and the resulting rise in chaos caused many disasters and tragedies on our world, which I will not get into here. Ironically, the high levels of chaos also accelerated our rate of technological advancement. Yeah, that's kind of how it works. Not really ironic, it's directly connected. Chaos makes things happen. It's a giant thing that you cannot stop. The discovery of chaos, the invention of the Transplanar engine, the ICD, and many other breakthroughs occurred during that time. Over the next 200 years, we researched and came to a greater understanding of chaos. When the first meteors brought the other planes nearer to order, the chaos in our plane reduced, and so too did the disasters. It is no exaggeration to say that without mediation, our world would break apart and fall to absolute ruin. New planes rise and fall every hour, every second. Races come and go, wars begin, and planets die. It all contributes to chaos, and as we are at the nexus of all worlds, it all comes back down to us. That is why it is our job, our duty, to prevent and reduce the occurrence of chaotic events on nearby planes. It is what keeps our world stable and safe. Ah, this is kind of heavy stuff. Yeah! It's a lot of stuff to deal with. Chaos forces, emitters, an absorber. Get a bit of chaos and start involving and shit like that. Phew, my first day of classes is complete. Plop. I allow myself to fall into bed. I deserve it, I think. I don't know why, but classes always make me sleepy. Maybe it's the lack of movement? It could be, yeah. In any case, I decide to take a quick nap before supper. I snuggle into my bed and quickly fall asleep. Alright, nighty-night. Naps are good. Take a nap. When I wake up, I regret my decision to nap. I feel kind of gross now. You'll get over it. You'll feel better in like an hour. I should have just gone for a walk or something instead of waking myself up. I roll over and look at the ceiling. I should explore the campus a bit after I eat, I think. Waverly mentioned an ICD instruction manual in the library. Maybe that would be worth checking out. At the very least, visiting the library in general sounds like a good idea. So let's do that. For a change, there's nobody I know at the cafeteria, so I eat my spaghetti alone in peace, which is actually kinda nice. I've probably been getting more social interaction these past few days than I have in weeks, and it's starting to wear on me a little. But enough of that. Onward to the library. Yes, we have a quest. Ooh, very dark, fancy library. Well, this place looks pretty cozy. Dim. A little bit dark for my taste, though. Seems like it might be an easy place to accidentally fall asleep in. Might be part of the appeal. And my record for unintentional naps is not as good as is. I'm going to check out the sectional map of the library and discover that, contrary to my expectations, most of the library is dedicated to off-world literature. Well, it's more fascinating, I guess, would be, because it's literally everything potential, all kinds of fiction. It makes sense now that I think about it. Also, yes, the school where we're at. That's kind of the point. But I had assumed that would be more conventional library with some mediation-related content. I mean, all that's in your ICD thingy. I decided to drop the idea of checking out the book Waverly mentioned. Waverly? What? Waverly. Off-world literature sounds far more interesting to me. Ah, yes, what are we gonna check out? I used to read quite a lot when I was younger, so I'm curious to see how the literature of other systems differs. I mean, it depends on the author. Some are pieces of garbage and some are brilliant. Doesn't matter what plane your existence are from. Making my way to the off-world fiction section, a combination of categories which seems somewhat ironic to me. I'm surprised to see a familiar face.
Hey, Madeline. Oh, hey, Winter. Checking out the library? Yeah, your roommate Waverly mentioned that they had books from other worlds here, so I thought I'd come and check it out. You were talking to Waverly? Yeah, we have history of mediation together. Huh. She sure is a lot friendlier when it isn't around. Is that so? Find anything interesting yet? She nods. It's all interesting, although kinda in a worrying way. Although most of the books here are about good conquering evil, the extent of the evil is really disturbing. Well, we got a lot of experience with evil, with all kinds of evil. Just the common thing everywhere. Not sure I actually want to read any of these, although I think they would be extremely useful for learning how other worlds work. I mean, they're useful for learning how the brain of a particular author works, usually, and their life experiences and knowledge base. Which, I mean, a little bit, but eh. I guess I'll take a look and see for myself then.
I begin perusing the novels on the shelves and find that Madeline is correct with her first impressions. I'm only reading the backs and skimming through them, but they all seem to revolve entirely on bad stuff happening and people trying to stop it. Oh yeah, conflict is the main driving force of all fiction. I can definitely see how reading these would be useful for mediators. After all, we're kinda trying to do the same thing, aren't we? Stop bad stuff from happening. I decided that I should probably read at least one of these, as I'm sure it would be enlightening. I end up selecting a book whose plot revolves around time travel, since the bad stuff in it seems relatively tame. Ah, yes. I wonder if time travel is a thing in reality. I mean, I would have thought jumping between dimensions is impossible as well, so who knows? I mean, fair enough, it's probably possible in some worlds. Let's see. Time travel. Time travel is a theoretical form of travel which transports matter back and or forward in time. It is currently considered impossible. The reader should note that a sufficiently powerful god could make it seem as though time travel is occurring, or has occurred via reversing or speeding up the physical interactions in the universe, or by rearranging matter into past or future states. This is not true time travel, as all other planes will be unaffected by this physical transformation. It is also recommended caution be exercised in if time travel is mentioned on a plane where magic exists. Due to the nature of magical worlds, the potential of time travel being possible in the local sense previously mentioned, or in the true sense affecting other planes, cannot be ruled out. Yeah, magic's bullshit. I wave goodbye to Madeline, who has now ended up somewhat far away from me, and go to check out the book. I spend the rest of my evening reading, and what I find inside the book is fascinating. The world within is very similar to our own, although with many downsides not present in ours. For instance, people steal things. They are very rich and very poor, and people seem to be genuinely afraid that another person could kill them, although it never happens in the book. The weirdest part is undoubtedly when a war is mentioned to be happening on the other side of the planet like it's no big deal. I mean, yeah, there's wars constantly happening. There's like, at the time of this recording, there's one war happening, not too far away, honestly. There's probably another happening elsewhere that I'm unaware of. Probably a third one at least. A bunch of regional conflicts, definitely, in a bunch of places. Yeah, who the fuck knows? It's just the natural state of being. It's a war. People are dying on your planet, yet nobody cares. Yeah, because it's happening over there and not here. Generally speaking, that's how it works. And even if it is happening here, it's like, it's not happening to me directly right now, so I got other shit to do. It's real bad. It leads like some sort of twisted version of those bizarre horror stories where bad things happen to the main character and nobody does anything to help. Although it is very interesting, getting through the novel is a bit of a chore since I find myself rereading the same sentences over and over to make sure I've absorbed the contents correctly. A lot of times I read phrases so outlandish that I feel I must have missed the word somewhere, but it turns out not to be the case. Finally, as the sun sets, I lower the book to my side. I can't take any more of this. I don't want it to enter my dreams or something.
Hey. Oh, welcome back.
My roommate returns and sits at her desk, opening a book of her own.
What are you reading anyway?
Just some romance book.
Okay.
I decided not to press for details, since I assume her generic response means she doesn't want to discuss them. I'm pretty tired now anyway, to be honest. Reading that book was draining. I roll over and open my laptop to browse the net for a while before bed. There's nothing particularly interesting, especially compared to what I've learned today, but it passes the time. Around midnight my roommate goes to bed and I decide to be considerate and do the same. Yeah, midnight's normal time. Although they're 14, so you might want to go to bed earlier. I wake up and immediately sighed with relief. Today we have only practical classes. Those jarring theory courses only happen on a 1:35 schedule, while the practical classes go by 2:4. Then again, I'm not great with anything requiring physical activity, and we have not one but two physically intensive classes on 2:4. Cackle, the school's going to be rough on every part of me. I sit up and notice Waverly looking at me. I decide to play her game for a change and don't bother greeting her. This doesn't seem to bother her, and she starts collecting our things before leaving. Maybe Kevin was right and I should just leave her be. It's not like Waverly has to like me. I do seem to be making a friend or two elsewhere anyway. It still feels bad though. In any case, it's time to get ready and head to the gym. I seem to know a decent amount of people in this class. Waverly, Io, and Iri are all here. Not sure how I feel about though. The only one I might consider a friend is Io, but really I hardly know him at this point. And I don't think you could call whatever relationship is between Iri and I a friendship either. I mean, she's just there. Hey kids, how's theory been treating ya? I and several others grumble. Don't worry about it. It won't be rough for too long.
You're Souther, right?
Doesn't take long for that nickname to spread around, eh? Souther. What a strange nickname. It must mean he's a Southerner? I suppose there must not be a lot of Southerners here. How about I give you guys a proper introduction to myself while you all do laps around the gym? Nobody moves. Not a joke. Get moving, kids. We start jogging. Can you guys hear me over your running?
Yes.
Great. With this, the teacher comes up and begins to jog right beside us. I'm Walter Heinrich Dominguez, your physical education and self-defense teacher. I'm an alumnus from Telos. Me, Cyrus Addington, and Walter Lieberens graduated in the same year. Notice something there? 2 Walters. We were in a pretty close group of friends back in the day. It could get confusing. So they started calling you Souther? No, not at first. We managed fine between ourselves, but when I started mentoring, so did Walt, and the confusion started up again with the students. I'm the only Southerner on the staff, so that's when people start calling me Souther. With nicknames like Walter and Heinrich, he must have some West in him too, though. As we pass our second left, Mr. Dominguez turns to face us and starts running backward. Listen class, I've got my pride. Some facts are just facts. I'm pretty excellent at my job. I may have started bad, but I eventually got a real hang for it. Feel free to use me as inspiration. I'm proof that there's hope for everyone. A student mutters under his breath. That's some confidence. Somehow, Souther manages to hear it. Wow, thank you. My wife says it's endearing. Mr. Dominguez looks up at a clock on the wall. Alright, stop. We all slowed to a stop. We ultimately completed just over 4 laps. Phew. Anyway, kids, don't worry about calling me by my proper name. Souther suits me just fine. Well, alright then. I think it's kind of cute nickname. But enough about that. How are y'all feeling? I'm a little tired already, but it's nothing awful. Most people just seem to be warmed up. Okay, listen up. I'm gonna cheat a little today. We've got self-defense together after your next class, and I'm pretty sure you lot aren't going to be familiar with the concept. So we're gonna play one of the more intense sports out there to get you going. Dodgeball. Oh no. Alright, you, name.
Melody Eisen.
He points to somebody else. Name? Anton Antonov. You joking me? No. Well then, Antonov, Eisen, go get the dodgeball card from the supply room. The rest of you, guess I'll figure out teams. While the 2 students he picked out go off to complete their assignment, Souther starts sorting us, seemingly at random, into 2 opposing teams. When he's done and both Anton and Melanie have come back, I find myself on a team with one familiar face, Iri's. Oh, good. I will face Io and Waverly in the upcoming battle. Iri creeps over to me while Souther starts explaining the rules.
What do we have here? Suppose I'm saddled with at least one weakling, huh? I suppose that you are. Haha, alright, I'll watch your back. You hit him where it hurts, tiger. What in the world are you talking about?
Alright, that's it. Get going, kids. I'm taken by surprise as the students around me rush to the center of the court to where the balls were laid. All at once, it's utter chaos. Balls everywhere. None of them are moving toward me, and I take the opportunity to move closer to the front lines.
Oh, didn't take you for an aggressive one.
I notice a student on the other side squaring up with me as their target. I squat and prepare to attempt a catch. When they let loose, to my surprise, Iri jumps in front of me and swipes it at the air. She then tosses me the ball.
Told ya, Kavya, let him have it.
What is this? Some new form of bullying? I wind up to fire at a nearby student and let loose. Predictably, I miss. Iri laughs.
You can't throw for shit, girly. I'm aware of that. Thanks.
The game continues on like this, with Iri protecting me and me embarrassing myself. Iri certainly has a talent for this, but Ayo's no slouch either. We end up playing several games and they often end up the only remaining players. Despite my poor performance, I mostly enjoy it. My impression of Iri improves a lot as well. After changing, I head to my lab class. Waverly seems to be in this one too.
Hey there, familiar faces. We've got both regular and promising students together here, huh? Anyway, this will be a very informal lab class.
Promising students? Oh yeah, I think there's some of the upper echelon of students called promising. I wonder how they got into that before even coming here.
Due to the nature of chaos, earnestly trying to get any part of it down to a science is a bit pointless. This course will be almost purely practical.
Alright, that's good news for me. I like practical stuff.
Since we discussed pollution yesterday, today we'll begin by observing it in action. As Earthern, we have a concept of pollution, but we don't really see it these days. Some of you might think it's obvious from a glance what's polluted and what's clean, but that's definitely not true. Pick up the leftmost vial on your table. Don't worry, it won't break.
There's actually spread materials and containers on the table. I pick up the vial filled with something light grey and almost see-through.
This contains smog, a type of polluted air. We've never had it on Earth, but it can be a big problem in more technologically advanced societies.
What is this? It's not just smoke?
It's not really smoke. The one in your hand is made up of exhaust fumes from cars and industrial emissions. We harvested it this morning and concentrated it to make it more visible. In the real world, it's not quite so dense.
Sorry, what? What do you mean by exhaust fumes?
Hold on, before I explain that, I'll explain another common source of smoke. Anyone here remember how we tried to use coal for heating and such ages ago?
I raise my hand.
We stopped using it due to its negative effects on health and the environment. Yep, and that's a philosophy we tend to adhere to. If something's bad for us or the world around us, we don't use it. Good for them. Goddamn utopians. So to answer your question, Mr. Y, cars on other worlds usually emit something called exhaust, which is similar to the reaction produced by burning coal, noxious fumes. Furthermore, there are places which use such fuels to power industry, which, you can consider industry to basically be huge facilities that make products or energy, but typically while creating heavy pollution. Usually the fuel source for otherworldly vehicles and industrial complexes is something either plentiful and cheap. Cheap and plentiful is economical, after all, and other worlds tend to put economy above all else. Anyway, with enough cars and factories like that around, and unchecked, smog can come about, which is very unhealthy, potentially lethal in fact, and bad for the environment of course. Compare the smog before you with the appearance of a fog. You might find that they look only a little different from one another. If you go to another world and see this stuff hovering around the city, try to avoid it. Even if you think it's fog, don't assume anything. Learn first, because as I've said, this stuff can make you very sick and possibly kill you. Going back to cars, it's probably going to take a bit before you separate our idea of cars from the cars you'll be seeing elsewhere. Try not to be too surprised when you run into them. It's hard to imagine cars producing pollutants. There's quite a few of them around, so it seems like it would quickly become a problem. My mind wanders for a moment, and when it returns, Casey has begun explaining how to gauge water quality. They even pollute the water? I can't say I'm getting a good impression of otherworlders. Well, no. We're not really good at that stuff. After lunch is the last class of the day, self-defense, a term usually applied to justified acts of violence against animals. They attack you, you attack back to protect yourself. Judging by how the word murder is treated on other worlds, I have to imagine this term concerns itself with other humans instead of just animals, if animals even enter the equation in the first place. Very rarely, if ever, no. So basically this will be a class teaching me how to defend myself against other sentient people. With these arms, I can't say I feel any confidence in my abilities. Fair enough. Yo kids! We all greet Southern. So, do I need to explain to you why you need this class? It's only the second day in, but you've probably figured it out, right? People are probably going to try to hurt you out there. It's a nice idea to think you'll always be able to talk things out, but sometimes that just isn't going to happen. Plus, even if you escape, which I'll admit is really easy with the ICD, you're still going to be on some person's shit list. So, when push comes to shove, you're going to have to smack somebody around, at least enough to get them off you. Myself and many others aren't too excited by the prospect. I may be unusually weak, but Earth has produced many more lovers than fighters. I am far from alone. Look, I know that what most of you are thinking. You're thinking you'll never be able to take on anyone earnestly trying to hurt you. Well, that's just not true. I'm not going to tell you how I used to be skinny and weak and eventually got stronger. That's not true either. I've actually been pretty strong all my life. But I've known my share of what you'd call weaklings. It's honestly not all that hard for a person lacking in muscles to turn the tables on an attacker. For starters, that's what I'll be teaching you all. That said, muscles definitely help, and I'll try to get you guys fit over the course of this semester too. Lastly, though I prefer just using fists, I'm also going to be instructing you in the use of various weapons you might come across on mediations. This knowledge could save your life. Sutter claps twice. Alright, enough talk, let's get started. He begins to pair us up, once more seemingly at random. I end up paired with the girl who sits next to me doing social studies and technology, Laura. We're going to assume any enemies you face will be human for now. Obviously, or not obviously, come to think of it, not everyone you face will be a human equivalent. Still, with some observation you should be able to apply these techniques to most anything you come across. Basically, you've got to think about what you can hit on the other person that's sensitive and what you can use to hit them with. Look over your partner. On their body, they've got several weak points. From the front, top to bottom, there's the eyes, nose, throat, the solar plexus, the groin, knees, shins, and the tops of the feet. When another human like this rolls up on you, wishing to bring you harm, these are the kinds of places you target. One of you turn around, let the other see your back. I decide to do so. Okay, from behind, top to bottom, we've got the kidneys, the groin again, and the knees again, which can be hit from that side. From the side. Once you're done looking, tell your partner and switch. I face Laura again after her cue and look her over. Thinking about it, these places are all definitely harsh places to be injured. It's difficult for me to imagine actually trying to hurt somebody using them. I might jokingly punch someone in the arm or flick them on the head, but if I were to put my all into striking these spots, I think even my fledgling weight could manage to break a few things on the other person. It's a rather grotesque realization. Laura turns back around and we return our attention to Sutter. Now, look over yourself. You've got to strike with safe and effective parts of your body. For starters, look at your hands. Hands are, in my opinion, the best available weapons in most situations, as long as you've got them free at the time. I like to think it's best to take only your hands and nothing else on a mediation. For one thing, you're not going to misplace them on another world, and even if you do, they're just hands. Nothing strange about them. Misplaced hands, okay. I don't want to think of how you could end up misplacing your hands. Even bringing a completely foreign weapon to another world or society can have hugely chaotic ramifications. To lose it can be a practical damnation. It's not like something bad will always happen if you bring something along with you, but I've taken to only gathering objects I find on the world itself rather than potentially causing trouble. Consequently, I've become quite the pugilist. I trust my hands more than anything else on a mediation. Now then, that was a bit of a sidetrack. I'm not even going to be teaching you how to punch today. I'm a mentor as well, so I figured a little extra knowledge on mediation itself couldn't hurt. Now, let's get back to the lesson. While you're not going to be learning to punch yet, your hands are still very viable tools in an altercation. Mainly your fingers and your palms. Making fists can also be useful, even if you're not actually going to use them in the jab or anything. You've also got your elbows, your lower thighs, and your own feet. Anyone want to tell me how you could use these weapons against the targets on another human body? I see Iri eagerly raise her hand. Of course she does. Go ahead. You could point your fingers and stab a bloke in the eyes, or make fists and pound them into the side of their head, or just punch them in the throat. Bash their nose with your fist or elbow and all that. God damn, she's been reading stuff. Or more like browsing the net. Or you could elbow their kidney or knee them in the groin. Works for both ladies and boys. Better for boys, obviously. Or you could just kick them a bunch. If you can get them to trip or push them over, it's easy to lay into them when they're on the ground. Okay, Jesus. She's violent. She knows a lot about violence there. Wow. You're very enthusiastic. I've given this quite a bit of thought. Of course she has. Really? Well, can't say I expected to ever meet someone else like that. Usually people here hate thinking that way. Anyway, Garrett here is right. I doubt her very spirited explanation didn't leave an impression on you all. The basic idea is this. Use what's available to hit what's available. Pretty much everything she described can get you loose of an attacker.
These aren't takedowns though. They might shut a person down, but they're also pretty likely to just make them mad. Always be ready to run or escape. Hopefully your defense will dissuade any future attempts by your attacker. Pain is a powerful deterrent. I'll now demonstrate how to perform these tracks. Seller proceeds to do some simple motions on an invisible attacker. Too many ends there. He points at where the eyes would be, sideswipes at an imagined nose, grabs around the shoulders to get in a knee, shows how to grab at a man's testes while being attacked from behind, and so on. Once he's finished, he asks us to take a fake spar with our partners. We're to get used to our range and come to understand our capabilities. We take turns being attacker and defender, and practice hitting the key points with our key weapons. Okay. Pause. Okay, the cat did not want to be a co-host, so he just kinda wiggled his way off the chair. Alright. Okay. Anyway. Oh, damn it. Once he's finished, he asks us to fake spar with our partners. We're to get used to our range and come to understand our capabilities. We take turns being attacker and defender, and practice hitting the key points with our key weapons. Throughout the process, I feel very uncomfortable. I can't find joy in trying to hurt someone. Even if someone were to try to hurt me, as near inconceivable as it is, I would much rather talk out the conflict or run away altogether. If I were to be grabbed and the assailant was unreasonable though, I suppose I'd have no other choice but to fight. I don't know how teleporting the ICD works, but whether it's flashy or subdued, a person suddenly vanishing from beneath one's grasp would surely cause a fuss. I may not know much about anything about chaos, but surely that would be very chaotic. But is it okay to hurt another person just to prevent myself from being hurt? Yes, it is. Doesn't matter if they're bad people. Not necessarily. This is not a problem I can solve today, I think. No. We spend the rest of the class practicing. Laura seems about as unenthused as I. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm interrupted on my way back to my room. Winter Harrison. Can I help you? I challenge her to a duel. Of course she does. Of course she is. For fuck's sake. What? Did all that talk of hurting people get her fired up or something? I mean, she was the one who talked about yes. A duel on the fields of foosball. Okay. Oh, thank goodness. Hey, Winter. Madeline walks up to us from around the corner that Eerie had appeared from, and seeing her reminds me to stick up for myself. Why should I? I don't even like foosball. Go play with someone else. Alright, how about this? You beat me, and I'll tell you my theory on why you and your roommate don't get along. Actually, that's a pretty tempting offer. Madeline may be right that she doesn't really know, but at least now I'm potentially getting something out of spending time with Eerie. Other than abuse, of course. Of course. Deal. Then, onward! Great, good job. We move to the rec room together, where luckily the foosball table is still free. I move to the blue side, while Eerie takes the red. The ball return is on my side, so I reach for the ball and get ready to drop it. Ready? Always. Oh. I drop the ball, and Eerie instantly pounds it into my goal. I'm not surprised. I wouldn't expect Eerie to invite me to do anything she wasn't good at. I'm not giving up though. There's some nice beat in the music. Yeah, alright. We continue on, with Eerie absolutely outclassing me at every turn. It's frustrating, but I won't allow her the satisfaction of an early victory. I'll keep playing until she tires of it. That's not happening. Oh, there's lyrics here. Okay, I have no clue what they're saying, but that's fine. As I grow used to her movements, I manage to start blocking some of her passes and get some shots on net. It seems to work against me though, as the more challenge I provide, the more she gets fired up, of course. She frantically moves from side to side as she mixes and receives passes between the players. To say I'm unable to keep up with her is an understatement. I can't even keep sight of the ball sometimes. Nevertheless, I tense my body and do my best to control my players and predict her shots. After 8 or 9 games, I finally start getting some goals. It's not much to be proud of, but it's something. On our 11th game, or was it 12th, she sighs and starts taking it easy on me. I'm rather surprised to see it. I didn't know Edie was capable of mercy. She even goes so far as to allow me to win this one, although she still makes it a tight game.
Oh my, it seems you finally bested me.
Her voice is dripping in sarcasm. I don't bother playing along.
You weren't even touching a goalie for most of the game. I appreciate the handicap, but don't patronize me. Yeah, sorry. I must say I'm impressed with you though, girlie. You didn't give up or complain. I played lots of sore losers already, and I was getting tired of them. Thanks. Anyway, deal's a deal. I'll tell you my theory. You sure? I didn't win properly. How about I give you a clue then? That seem fair? Yeah, what is it? Well, you're a smart girl, so you may have already thought of this, but if it's true that you didn't do anything to earn your treatment, then doesn't stand to reason that she might be cold to you due to something outside of your control. And if that's the case, then being kind to her will never help, right? Because how you act isn't the problem. If you want to become friends with her, then you'll have to figure out the real cause of her behavior and address that. That makes sense. You're surprisingly observant, Edie. I didn't expect that from you. Ah, what a backhanded compliment. Perhaps I'm a bad influence on you, girlie. Anyway, I have to go to the bathroom. With this, she confidently strolls off. She sure is something. Yeah. I think you're starting to see why she's not as bad as she first seems. There's a good heart in there somewhere. Anyway, wanna have a game? You should stand a much better chance against me. Sure. Madeline and I start playing while we wait for Edie to return, and I do much better against her. She still beats me though, just barely. When Edie comes back from the toilets, Madeline and I form a team and try to take her on together. I take control of 2 defense roles while she takes the offensive. We fare better against her than I did on my own, but nevertheless, we are dominated. Of course. A master of football. That one. We played well into the evening, and when I return to my room, it's already becoming dark. Waverly is in a chair, reading as she typically is. I lie down on my bed and reflect on Edie's advice. What's beyond my control that could be upsetting my roommate? I can't really think of anything. Maybe it'll come to me tomorrow. Adjusting my mic, I don't know how much it can be heard when I'm moving the little hand-arm thing. Another day, another series of bone-chilling revelations. I'm not much looking forward to it. Morning, everyone! I think it's the 3rd different voice I've given him again. Morning! Last time we went over the very beginnings of mediation, and today we're going to talk about its development as a profession. Back in 4989, Telos Kokinos, who is our chapter's namesake, was killed while mediating on another world. Until then, the few mediators we had, then referred to as planar scouts, operate out of the planar schools that were established in 4865 as independent contractors. With Telos' death, the other scouts cried foul. In 4990, the planar schools were restructured and reformed into the mediation schools we know today. The individual schools are referred to as chapters and carry the names of the initial planar scouts, the first mediators. The new rules and regulations that came with the formation of formal schools resulted in mediation becoming a much safer occupation. He continues on, detailing the new rules and processes that were implemented. It's rather dry. Fair enough. Hey kids! Hey Hayden! Yeah. So last time we discussed war and territory rights. Someone summarize territory stuff. People in other worlds are usually really concerned about ownership and property, at least compared to us who consider all territory to be owned by everyone and only divide and assign for the purpose of creating a functional society. That's right, Heather. In the first place, it's weird to think that a human could own land. What is land? Is it the dirt in an area? Is it volume? How far does it go down? What about upwards? Do the laws of the state apply on your land? If so, is it truly yours? Really odd, and speaking of odd, hey, let's talk about privacy. How much do you guys care about your privacy? I mean, you should still care. Most of us, including myself, shrug. It's not a big concern, still should be. Why don't you care about your privacy? A weird question, but I'll bite, I guess. I suppose because there's nothing about me I'm afraid of others knowing? That's pretty much how we tend to feel about it, yeah. That mindset doesn't fly on other worlds though. No fucking no it doesn't. It works here because we have a good government and good people. But if a government or its people are bad, privacy becomes very useful, since it allows people to privately have opinions or lifestyles that the mainstream does not accept. Man, they are really utopian. On the subject of comparing governments, most worlds would consider our government to be a very dangerous one, since a small group of elites decide all our laws and the common man has no say. Yes. What's wrong with that? Wow. Yeah, utopia. Utopian world. What's wrong with a few deciding everything with no one else having any say in it? Yeah. In most worlds, the elite do not have the well-being of their people at heart, and they tend to abuse their power and privileges for their own gain. Yeah, that's the default state. This is why many of the best off-world governments implement controls and power which allow the common people to replace bureaucrats if they disagree with their policies. Entree has told our government censors information. Is that bad too? Censorship is usually considered distasteful on other worlds. Withholding information is seen as a sign of untrustworthiness. Many would rather all government secrets be exposed. Yeah, myself included. I would much rather that be the case, honestly. Let the chaos reign for a bit, and we can deal. Which is rather ironic considering that most of these people would be rather upset over having their privacy invaded. But that's beside the point, and come to think of it, not entirely the same anyway. Oh, and I think censorship can be a good thing, by the way. Certain information is dangerous and be best suppressed. Fuck it. I'm like absolutist on that, I think. Absolute information freedom. Let it all be out there. I don't care what the secrets they are. I don't care, let it be out there. Fuck it. Let there be chaos. Then we can resolve it. For instance, the method to create homemade bombs, or particularly potent poisons, I mean, that still exists anyway. Like, it still just exists out there. But I'm more talking about, like, government secrets, about the treaties, whether people and secrets like that. That's the kind of stuff that I'm like, just fucking put it out there. It'll be so much easier. Stop with this backdoor dealings and shit like that. God. For that matter, even knowing something terrifying has happened at all could be bad, since it could inspire others to replicate the event for stupid reasons. That one just doesn't make any sense though. At all. Anyway, despite this, the truth is often sought after because other worlders tend to fear the unknown. We, on the other hand, tend to accept that there are things that do not concern us, and we are fine not knowing about them. That's a very laid-back attitude. That's very unadventurous of you. I'm kind of disparaging other worlders here, but to be honest, oftentimes their desire for what's hidden from them is justified, since sometimes it is hidden with malicious intent. And like, we just want to know. Nothing is ever absolute in other planes. There are benefits and disadvantages to censorship, and the truth can be helpful or hurtful. What I want you to take away from this discussion is an appreciation that our world is a unique case, and that you shouldn't blindly apply our philosophies or laws on your travels. Yeah, fuck no, none of that applies, none of that works. You could cause even greater problems. Be on your toes. Hey everyone, getting right into it. Last time we discussed pollution. As you might have guessed after yesterday's lab, that's basically the theme of this week. I think we've spread quite enough doom and gloom over the past 2 days, though, so this class I'd like to play devil's advocate on the side of otherworlders. Well, I wish her luck. It's easy to start thinking of these people as awful or stupid compared to us, but like many things you'll be encountering in mediations, the circumstances are rarely ever black and white. Yeah, they never are. To put it in perspective, consider locusts. You're not starting off well, Miss McCollin, comparing them to insects. Well, I need to illustrate my point. Waverly chuckles. Anyway, what I wanted to say was, locusts consume without regard for anything but themselves. It's a basic instinct of survival. These grasshopper swarms will eat and eat and eat, traveling huge distances out of their need to survive. As a result, they leave crops in ruins. My point is that the grasshoppers harbor no ill will. They want to live, and consuming is how they do so. We are only different because we have the benefit of perspective. We know that if we consume everything today, there will be nothing tomorrow. Otherworlders often know this as well, but lack the societal unification required to place the future above the present. Oftentimes, due to poor distribution of wealth, they have no choice but to exploit their plan to survive. Sometimes, yes, it's pure greed, but that is the case less often than you might expect.
We on Earth live in a very good time now, so the dread of starvation or freezing to death or of losing someone to preventable disease is foreign to us. There was a time when those things were not foreign, when we had to choose between polluting our environment while living in comfort and preserving it while living in want. It was a great sacrifice on our part to go with the second option, and many people suffer for the greater good. The fucking greater good. Always with the greater good. Most of the dwellers choose the first option, and to be honest, I find it difficult to blame them. It is the incorrect choice, but the correct one comes with such a high price that it's a difficult sell, especially to a less unified population. On your travels, you need to remember that they are still thinking and feeling people. They are not all monsters. None of them are monsters. Except for the one... No, there are no monsters. Those don't exist. They aren't exactly like you or me. No, but they're still people, exactly. They're alive and they want to live. Really remember that. Many of them can't do much better if they only have someone to help them along. Miss McCollin seems to feel very strongly about this, and I must admit that it's nice to hear a more compassionate view of other dwellers. I was beginning to consider them misguided animals. I suppose I can sympathize with them more now. Goodness, what a lecture. The teacher continues class by explaining the finer details of monopoly and big business in the context of peoples and their environments. It's a lot to take in. Yeah, in a single class, fucking hell, that's literally an entire like college course, college year, fucking entire, like, you could do a PhD on just like monopolies and big business alone, probably. I'm glad it's lunchtime, as I think I need a break to process what I've just learned. I need to stop by the bathroom first, though. Sure. As I exit the facilities, I hear a rhythmic clacking on the floor. Oh, hello. Looking to my right, I see a rather cool-looking woman with dark sunglasses and a white cane. Oh, she's blind. Okay. Is she blind? I wait her to move past as to minimize the chance of me impeding her way. Instead, she stops in front of me. Something the matter, kid? No, why? Well, you're just standing there. Oh, that's because... I paused. It seemed too blunt and somewhat disparaging to say because I didn't want to get in your way. She seems to figure it out on her own regardless. Relax, I'm not that blind, you know. The cane is just for things in my feet. I can see what's in front of me. Well, see might be an exaggeration, but I can tell when there's a young boy watching me, for example. Oh wait, that's the girl's bathroom, isn't it? Sorry, kid. I'm rather disappointed that's my previous location that causes her to realize her mistake. Anyway, since we've been talking this long already, I might as well introduce myself. Name's Margaret. I'm a mediator here. Really? I didn't know you could be a mediator when you're... For all intents and purposes, you can call me blind, sweetie. I don't mind. Certainly, compared to a normal person, that's what I am, after all. In any case, a blind person can be a mediator. It's much more dangerous, but as long as they're willing to accept the risk, then it's possible. I suppose I should also mention that I wasn't blind when I started, so I have the benefit of my experience from the time when I could see. Interesting. Anyway, I'm Winter Harrison, a first-year student. Yeah, I figured you were a student. I might be seeing you later then. I'm into first years sometimes. In any case, you must be running along. I don't want you attending classes with an empty stomach on my account. Alright, it was nice meeting you. Likewise, kid. Alright, Margaret continues on her way, while I go in the opposite direction towards the cafeteria. Hey gang, lunch good? It was. Great, so earlier today I realized that I mentioned something called a bomb. Some of you more enterprising students might have already taken the time to look that up, but I figure I should give a better rundown on them before I start out our real lecture. A bomb is a device used to cause fairly severe destruction and or damage. Like guns, they're something we've never made on Earth. Well, not even for like clearing out rubble or like mines or something like that. Or demolishing buildings. Nothing like that. We do have something analogous to bombs that occurs in nature though. Consider the carpenter ant. A certain species of carpenter ant, the Camponotus saundersi, can explode while defending others. What? Nature's whack, yo. They rupture their bodies, releasing a poison from glands all along the side. The process is called autophthisis, and obviously leaves the ant dead.
I'm not well versed in biology, but I think the componentes saudarsi provides a good context for people to understand the nature of bombs. They also have the benefit of leading into another concept, self-sacrificial terrorism. Does anyone know what suicide is? This is when an animal kills itself since it's scared, depressed, or I guess defending something. Also, sometimes parasites can cause them to kill themselves. But that's our definition. Are you suggesting it can also apply to humans? You don't even have people who are... Wow. That's an amazing utopia there from... No one's ever had like any kind of circumstances or even just like unfortunate mental conditions that would cause them to... Okay. Alright. That's... Dang. It can also happen to people, yes. Nice work, Barry. This isn't social studies, so I won't go into every detail behind intelligent suicide. Instead, I'll focus on suicide bombing. Putting it simply, the terrorist kills itself and usually many others to make a statement and, well, spread terror. There's more to it, but I digress. Terrorism isn't a subject you'll have to deal with anytime soon. Sorry, I have a tendency to nerdgasm over social behavior, history, and technologies. Let's get back to business. I introduced you all to guns last time because of how common and dangerous they are, but in the process I skipped over what is usually thousands and thousands of years of weapons development. Yes. Today I'm going to go through the typical technological life cycle of worlds, which will hopefully help you do a better job of mediating by understanding where these people come from. What you first need to understand, though, is the fundamental difference that myself and surely other teachers here have started to drill into your head. Earth humans do not equal otherworlders. You'll be meeting many people who look like humans on your travels. They are not humans. They will call themselves humans, but they are not the same as you or I. I cannot stress enough how important it is to be aware of this. Never assume they will behave like you will think they will. Actually, never assume anything on another world. Now, with that out of the way, otherworlders and their history. Hayden starts going into how humans, people, on other worlds developed. It starts out remarkably similar to our own world, but quickly diverges in terms of the speed of their development and the things they develop. Quite frankly, it's horrifying, and the goodwill that I had built toward them from Casey's class quickly leaves me. Not only did they invent guns, but also guns that can shoot thousands of projectiles a minute, and guns that can shoot projectiles that explode. Oh, that's baby stuff. They also invented planes for dropping bombs, and then planes for blowing up planes that drop bombs, and then planes for blowing up other planes that blow up planes that drop bombs. It's almost darkly comical how it seems like with every new invention, the otherworlders also invent something to destroy it. Well, yeah. You gotta. By the end of the class, the methods of murder have all blurred in my mind, and I'm not sure what I've truly learned. It's fucked, yo. That's what you learned.
Hello again, class! Before we get started, I'd like to remind you all that your first week review exam will be tomorrow afternoon.
It seems like even going to specialty school isn't enough to escape the weekly review system. Although I suppose I'm not entirely really surprised.
We haven't gone over much material yet, since this week is a short week, but you should all still study. It won't be easy. Moving along, I think it's about time we discussed gods, as their existence or lack thereof, as well as people's beliefs regarding them can be very important in many worlds.
Oh fuck yeah, it is. Unfortunately it is. Super important. For starters, I don't believe I've ever heard the term word gods. Judging by my peers' reaction, I'm not alone.
I imagine none of you know what gods are.
Wait, you didn't develop a religion? The fuck? Okay, that's another utopia plus for you. Fucking hell. We shake our heads.
To make this simple to understand, imagine authors. Fiction authors to be specific. Authors can forge entire worlds, albeit imaginary ones. They set the laws, create the lives which they live there, and often dictate how the stories of that world will proceed. Gods are authors of reality.
Is this old man saying we live in the book? Is there any author for our reality?
We're fairly certain there isn't. I've assigned you a few articles to read detailing the evidence that our plane was born from chaos, not any specific will.
What about, existence? Was that made by gods? To my surprise, Henry shrugs.
Maybe. There's no real evidence either way. In neither case it matters very little, as if there is an author, they are certainly not a very active one.
So like, do gods exist in their own work?
Sometimes a god may have a physical form, and sometimes they may not. Sometimes they may actively interact with the world, and sometimes they may not. There are likely many worlds where gods exist, but because they do not interact with the world or have a physical form, we will never know. So if a god is like an author, that they can do anything in their own world, make anything happen? We usually would say so, yes, although there are beings we would consider gods that only have some power instead of absolute power over their worlds. But before we go too far into the particulars of gods, it would be best to understand the basics first. We'll begin with discussing an average plane inhabited by gods. Plane 473 is home to a pantheon. No, actual god. Okay, sure. I mean, if there's magic, there's planes with actual gods in them. Sure, good. A pantheon is essentially a community of gods. Yeah, Zeus and all those bastards. Fucking hell. After Mr. Penn's class, I end up wandering into the hall trying to figure out how a world with a god and a world without one could interact. I mean, if a god can create anything in their own world, then let's say they create a starship that can travel faster than light, which is theoretically impossible in ours. If we then brought that starship to our world, would it still work? Would we even be able to bring it to our world? Maybe I'll visit Mr. Penn's office sometime and see if he knows the answer. Hey, Winter! As I'm pontificating, Kevin appears from a nearby classroom.
Hey, Kevin.
What are you up to now?
Good question. I'm not sure. Nothing special, I guess.
Cool, wanna go for a run with me then? Ayo was supposed to come with me, but he bailed to go hang out with some girls. Every fiber of my being screams no at this proposition. I am not really one for exercise that isn't forced by a curriculum. I did say I would start changing my habits at this school though, and running would be a nice habit to get into. But isn't getting kind of close to supper for running? Maybe, but isn't that even better? Won't be weighed down by a full stomach and we can build up an appetite for later.
I guess. Alright, I'll go with you. But I warn you, I'm not in very good shape.
Awesome. And yeah, don't feel pressured to keep up with me. There's a trail that goes around the campus, and I'm going to run the whole thing since it's part of my regimen. But if you need to stop midway or switch to a walk, then go ahead. I'll wait for you at the end of the anyway, and then we can grab supper when we're done.
Alright.
We head outside, and Kevin leads me to the start of the trail. Once there, he starts doing stretches and I mimic him, not really having any idea how to properly stretch myself. When he's finished, he turns to me. Probably shouldn't do stretches if you don't know what you're doing, you might hurt yourself actually. It's not a great idea. We'll start with a walk and switch to a jog once we're loosened up.
Sounds good.
And have a nice chat along the way. Oh, even a special screen for it, that's nice. We start off at a brisk pace. As we walk, Kevin brings up where I'm from and we begin conversing about our homes. It seems we're both Centerlanders, so there's a lot of similarities. Kevin is from a much larger city than me though, and it's interesting to hear about the differences between small and big city life. After a short while, Kevin declares that it's time to start jogging, and so we pick up the pace. Rather embarrassingly, I'm already a bit winded from walking and talking at the same time, and I don't think I'm going to be able to last long. I wonder how long this trail is. Kevin said that it encircles the campus, but we haven't looped back yet. It'll cost me some of my precious oxygen, but I decided to ask about it.
How far will be running?
I think it's about 5 kilometers.
That's a while.
5 kilometers. A brisk, like a steady walking pace. That's almost an hour. That's like 50 minutes or so. At a brisk pace. That's at a jog. That's still like half an hour probably. 25 minutes. 5. Oh my goodness. I can already feel my motivation draining in response to this new knowledge. However, I won't allow myself to be so easily defeated. You really need to control your pace there. If you're not used to it, this might burn out your lungs entirely. And she's like, oh my gosh.
How far have we gone now?
I try to speak normally, but I can't manage it while keeping up with Kevin's pace. I'd say we have about a kilometer left. Oh, that's actually not bad. She managed to keep up for 4 kilometers. That's actually pretty impressive. If it's okay with you, I'm going to sprint the last kilometer. I huff and puff my reply.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Alright, meet you back on campus.
Yeah.
Kevin takes off at an impressive speed. Kevin's endurance really serves to underline my own lack of fitness. I highly doubt I'm ever going to become the type of person who runs every day, but I really should be taking better care of myself. With this thought in mind, I push myself to continue my jog for the remaining kilometer.
Eventually, I make it back to campus, totally exhausted. Kevin is waiting there for me, looking no worse for wear. Hey, looks like you made the whole way without walking. Good job. To be honest, I didn't think you had it in you. Me neither did I, no. I might have been insulted by his honesty, if not for the accuracy of his opinion.
Thanks. Do you mind if we just sit a bit before we go to the cafeteria?
Yeah, no problem. We take a seat on a nearby bench while I recover from the ordeal. When we arrive at the cafeteria, it's already somewhat late. There aren't too many students left. Ayo is here though. Ayo, are the ladies done with you now?
I told you it was a promising students thing. A lot of them just happen to be girls.
Sure, man, sure.
Oh, you're a promising student, are you?
Yep.
How did you get chosen for that?
You know what? I'm not sure. I'm assuming it had something to do with my aptitude tests. I think the title of promising student is something you have to progressively earn though. It's not a permanent thing. Like, I think you get promoted or demoted as the year goes on depending on your performance. It probably doesn't mean that much that I'm considered one right now. It's likely that they just had to select some students to seed the group, you know? Interesting. So you're saying I could steal your spot and hang out with those ladies in your place? For fuck's sake.
You'd do something that cruel to me?
Of course. No hesitation. It's what you get for ditching me.
Maybe. Maybe later I could do something to make up to you.
You could start by cutting that out.
Alright, fine. Anyway, the meeting I had to go to was only an introduction to the differences in our curriculum with Mr. Penn. Shouldn't be a regular thing, so I can go with you next time.
Cool. I'm not really upset, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Geez, I feel like I'm witnessing the birth of a bromance or something. Hey, that's fine. Bromances are cool. They last for a while. The run has really caught up with me now. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, by the way, I'm just spouting random words sometimes that just feels correct or not. I don't know. I'm just going to shower, browse the net, and then head to bed, I think. I got more exercise today than I have in months. I think I've earned it. Your body's going to be sore. So bad in the morning. Like, really bad. It should be sore as hell. Your legs, you should not be able to get up easily at all. I woke up in a good mood. It's finally time for a break, at least until this afternoon. Normally I'd use some of my free time to study for the weekly test, but I don't think I'll bother this time. Since it's the first week, there's only 3 school days to review instead of the usual 5, and on top of that, what we've learned thus far has been so baffling that it's seared in my mind. In any case, before I decide what to do with my time today, let's get some breakfast. Alright, so the exercise didn't leave much of a strain on her at all. On my way back from the cafeteria, I ran into Ayo.
Hey girl, what you up to? Hey Ayo. I was just on my way back to my room. Got plans? Not really. I'm probably just going to read, I guess.
Wanna play some frisbee with me instead? I guess frisbee wouldn't be too tiring. I do seem to have some energy back from yesterday.
Sure.
Cool. Just let me get back up to my room and get the disc.
Is Kevin going to join us?
Nah, that meathead is lifting weights at the gym. I always preferred aerobic exercises myself, so I was looking for someone to play with. Anyway, we're here. I'll be right back. He runs off. Ayo seems like a nice guy, but he might be one of those people with too much energy for me. Really? You seem fine, normal. Irie's the one with the abundance of energy. Like, seriously. When Ayo returns, we exit the dorms and find a patch of grass to play on.
We'll just toss around then. No need to get fancy, right?
Sure. I don't even know how one gets fancy with a flying disc anyway. We throw it from the back of some whatever. I assume he must be referencing one of those sports I don't play. Ayo runs a little ways away before swinging around and tossing me the frisbee. I have to run and jump in order to catch it. Nice catch. That throw was a bit off, sorry. I'm actually rather impressed myself, as I'm typically not capable of even the most minor athletic feats. We continue playing for a while, stopping to take a break when it nears lunchtime.
I'm kind of surprised to see you playing around, Ayo. Aren't you a promising student? Shouldn't you be studying?
Nah, I've never needed to study. Good for you.
What? Never? Good for you, man.
Is that really so weird? Yes. A bit. It's not like any of those tests at school were hard.
You fucking gifted prodigy. What? I had to study a lot to get my grades as good as they were. Am I actually an idiot or something? No, some people are just like that. Some people are just like that. Ayo cracks a smile at my reaction. Don't freak out, I'm just kidding. Oh. I've studied for lots of tests. I'm just not worried about this one specifically. The promising students get extra classes, and this week it was mostly spent reviewing and expanding what we learned in our regular classes. Apparently after the first week and a half, it changes to unique material though, which means I'm going to have to study even more than everyone else. You know, it's a bit hard to look at this promising student like something I want, when it's just going to make me have to work harder. While you're a promising student, you could be such a great mediator in the future. But it's cool! I blurted this out with a bit more force than I had planned.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, I've always wanted to be exceptional at something, since I've never really been much good at anything I've tried. So I think you should be proud about how well you're doing, even if it is more work. I guess it does feel kinda nice to be better than you. Fuck's sake. Poor choice of words, but not wrong. Wow, that's the last time I tried to make you feel better then. He chuckles.
You know what, you inspired me. I think I'll go study a bit after all.
Oh, great.
Where are you going to after this?
Go eat lunch and then take a nap, maybe?
Oh, so you've already finished studying then? Fuck no, she hasn't.
Beginning to see why you're not good at anything. Rude. Truth can hurt like that, yeah.
Alright, anyway, I'm off. You should try to study at least a bit. He heads back into the dorm. I mean, he's right. I sigh to myself and make my way to the cafeteria. I guess I should study at least a bit after I eat. My confidence has been eroded now.
Good job, Winter. Huff and puff at the tablet. I didn't study and I regret everything. Of course you didn't.
I find myself looking at questions and wondering when we were taught the answer. Was there some reading I was supposed to do? We do have a textbook, but I didn't think we'd be needing it already. If a system with low chaos tends to order, then maybe my guesses will tend toward the correct answers. I comfort myself with this theory, despite having disproven it many times over the years. Oh well, I suppose I'll just take this as a lesson that weekly exams are not to be trifled with. Thankfully, despite my lack of knowledge, I am able to logic map to some of the correct answers, so hopefully my grade won't be too low. We'll see. Internal logic can be a thing. Well, that's done. On the bright side, now my weekend can begin for real. I stretch my arms above my head and think about how to spend the rest of the day. I think I'll take that library book I borrowed to the rec room and try to do some reading. I'm too liable to be tempted by my bed if I read in my room, and I have to maintain a regular sleep schedule now that I have classes again. When I arrive, there's a familiar face sitting in front of the TV, holding a console controller.
Hey Jack.
He pauses the game and turns to me. Oh, hey Winter, wanna join me? I just got to a checkpoint, so now's a good time.
Oh, sure.
I didn't really want to read that much anyway.
What game will be playing?
Jack leans in and swaps discs in the machine. Pawn. It's a puzzle game.
Oh, I've played that game before. It's fun.
Glad you think so. The game starts booting up and the familiar main menu music begins to play. I'm just gonna give myself a handicap since I've played this a lot. Is that okay?
Yep.
You're not secretly really good, are you?
I'm not.
Jack begins setting up a 2-player match, giving himself a hefty handicap. We begin playing, and the competition is heated, although it's hard to feel very good about it since Jack is playing on a much higher difficulty. Nevertheless, we have a lot of fun, and after a few games we decide to relax a bit by switching to the 2-player cooperative mode. So how was your first week?
Good, I guess. I still find this whole thing a bit surreal though.
Yeah, tell me about it. I'm still really weirded out by my ICD. Like, it links with our thoughts, yeah, and listens for our commands, right? So doesn't that mean like it's listening to our thoughts all the time?
Oh my gosh, never thought of that. It's kinda creepy.
Right? I'm sure it doesn't record anything we don't tell it to, but it's weird to think of that it could. But anyway, that aside, I'm glad I've made at least one friend here so far.
Really? Who is it? You?
Ouch, I was talking about you, but...
Oh, sorry, yeah, we're friends, I think. I just assumed you meant someone else. Like your roommate or something?
No, we don't have anything in common. We're nice to each other, but there's nothing really there, you know?
Yeah, I get it. I don't really get along with my roommate well either.
Really? Why not?
I don't know. She's just treated me coldly ever since we first met. Like, I want to find out what's wrong and do something about it, but I can't figure out what she doesn't like about me.
If you want to know, then just ask her.
I can't do that.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? It's too direct and kind of rude, isn't it?
I mean, it would work on Waverly, absolutely would work. She wants directness. Like, she's blunt about stuff, so that would work. Who cares about that? If you want to know, then ask her. Yeah. Just going around worrying about and wondering about it is dumb. Just ask. She'll then tell you, and then you can be done with it.
But what if she won't tell me?
Then you're no worse off than when you started, are you?
I guess that's true. You might be right. I think being so straightforward is probably impossible for me.
Fine, don't do it. As long as you don't, then you're not allowed to complain. Because you have the solution, you're just too much of a coward to enact it.
I mean, he's right. Well, I can see that. You, at least, have no problem being blunt. Good, I like bluntness.
I know it costs me some friends. But I just can't stand the BS people go through to spare the feelings of others. Just be direct and blunt, it's so much easier and straight. It's a waste of time in my opinion. It's not productive. Like, it's not productive in my opinion. Waste of time is irrelevant. I waste all my time. I mean, look what I'm doing. It's a waste of time as well, but I'm having fun, so whatever.
Well, sorry for being a waste of time.
Come on, don't be like that. I'm being honest with you instead of just ignoring your problems because I like and respect you. I thought you could handle it. Don't prove me wrong. I sigh.
Oh, fine, I guess you do have a point, despite being a bit of an ass about it.
Thanks for being reasonable. On that topic, you can be as blunt as you want with me. I won't get mad. Neither will I. I am absolutely, I will be blunt. Be blunt with me. Anyone watching this, whatever. That's the best thing for me. I'd be a hypocrite if I couldn't take as much as I dish out.
Don't expect me to participate in that offer. I think how you go about things is wrong and I don't want to encourage it.
Why is it wrong? I don't get that. I don't understand. I legit don't understand why that's wrong. Being straightforward and blunt and direct is like the most simple and straightforward way of being. Like, it would solve all the problems. Sure, it might create some problems, but you can resolve them once you've brought them up. Like, the fuck? I disagree entirely. I don't understand that thinking at all.
I think you should be considerate of others.
I mean, sure, be considerate, but like, don't pretend stuff not happening or like go around it. Confront it directly. Be considerate, but don't leave out any like truths or facts or shit like that. Like, what the fuck? That's like, well, maybe you'll bring me around to your way of thinking eventually. Not me. Fuck that. I doubt, but it's possible. Let's hope it is. Fuck that. Be more blunt, Winter. Be more like Jack. We pillow for a little while longer while talking about less sensitive subjects before I leave him to go get supper. I mean, you've already dealt with an unpleasant topic with him directly there, so you can move on. You can resolve it. You have the problem right in front of you. You know what it is, and then you can work on it. Instead of this whatever they have with Waverly where you know nothing. On my way back from the cafeteria, I ran across Margaret. She's sitting on a bench and looks to be staring into space. Or I assume she is, I'm not sure considering her condition. Having no other plans, I decide to say hello.
Hello, Margaret. Oh, Winter, right?
That's right. Want to have a seat? I'd like to talk with you about something for a bit.
Sure, but what do you have to talk to me about?
I take a seat to the left of the mediator. Well, it doesn't have to be you specifically, I suppose. I just have a moral problem that I'm trying to work out. So I'd like to hear another person's opinion on it, especially one still young and uncorrupted.
Uncorrupted?
I don't want to discourage you, girl, but this job wears you down over time. Makes it hard to see what's right and wrong. Yeah, Cyrus was close to that edge. You spend so much time looking at grays that you just can't tell if you're closer to white or black anymore. That sounds worrying. I see, because there is no black or white. It's all gray.
I see. So what's the moral problem you're talking about?
Margaret leans back on the bench. On our world, when a person is suffering, like when they are at the end of their life, for example, we allow them to the choice of life, of death over pain. The mercy laws, we learned about them in school. Mercy laws. Sure, those exist. Those are normal things. Mercy laws. Historically, it has always been accepted in Earthen society that if a person is suffering, they have the right to die. This belief has been so prevalent that many weapons and poisons have been invented explicitly for the purpose of granting a quick and painless death to those who choose it. In fact, prior to the world government, euthanization was considered so natural that few countries had laws regarding it. On medical records where mercy killings occurred, cause of death would often be simply listed as suffering. However, after the world government was formed, the oligarchy merged existing laws, and so the first universal euthanization law came to be. Interestingly, there was a period when society regressed with respect to euthanization. This was during the chaos spike in 4850. During this time, euthanization skyrocketed for various reasons. Firstly, there were more diseases, disorders, and accidents which caused the number of those in suffering to rise greatly. More egregiously, however, the number of those euthanized for an unlisted reason also rose. This led to additional restrictions on the mercy laws. By the time chaos levels had begun to decline, one could only be euthanized by meeting the following requirements. The requester's suffering must be severe enough that they are incapable of participating in society, i.e. they cannot work. The requester's condition must be terminal, with death expected in less than 6 months. The requester must submit an initial request as well as confirmation 2 weeks later. These limits on the law made it more or less inapplicable for most people, which was the intention. The tragedies occurring on Earth were causing a labor shortage, which was in turn causing famines and other misfortunes, and therefore people couldn't be allowed to end their lives as it would worsen the problem. These conditions led to some of the first ever recorded unassisted suicides in Earthen society. Once mediation began and chaos levels were lessened, these restrictions were removed from the law and was restored to its original wording. Right. Labor shortage, people shortages. Okay. Fascinating. Oh, that's what's happening. The light is hitting my glasses. That's what's happening with the thing. Of course. I still don't have fucking curtains. Need to get on to fixing that problem eventually. Yes, you're a knowledgeable one, aren't you? So, our moral position is that it is okay to end a life if the person is suffering and wants to die. But here's another case. What if the person is suffering and wants to live? Well, if they are willing to withstand their pain, then their wish should be respected. Yes, I agree with that, but let's further complicate the matter. Let's say that the person in question was soon to die anyway, and everything that remained between them and death was increasing unpleasantness. Their desire to live stems only from their fear of death, and from a belief that somehow they will escape it. You, however, know for certain that they won't. Would it be acceptable then to save them from their torture? Not really. Morally, not really. It's that person's life, it's their choice, generally speaking, so that's a very touchy subject now. I don't hesitate. No, of course not. None of the conditions you mentioned matter. The person can't override another person's will to live. If they want to withstand their pain, no matter how foolish they are for doing so, then they should be allowed. I mean, it's their life, it's their suffering, it's not like, sure, it might cause a burden on others, but can't really decide someone's life for them. Still. Margaret gives a small smile at my answer. So you would allow a person to pointlessly suffer, just to maintain your belief that taking their life can never be justified? That's a strange way to put it, but I guess so. I mean, it's their suffering, ultimately. It's their choice to keep living through the pain. So what would you think of a person who thought otherwise? Someone who mercy killed another against their will? Would their intentions lessen their crime? I mean, no, in the eyes of the law, it doesn't, generally speaking. Not really. My brain trudges its way through Margaret's question. Taking a life without permission is a great evil, and I can't imagine any justification that makes it not so. It's just too much of a certainty. Yeah, generally, yeah. Though, and yet I feel sympathy for Margaret's theoretical murderer. Oh, that's not theoretical at all. That happens often as well here. I feel like I can understand how they reached that conclusion, even if I am unable to imagine the type of person capable of killing another, good intentions otherwise. I mean, it's very easy to understand why. Understanding is not what's the word? Accepting or like permission or something like that, or like whatever. Anyway, there's like Something that Spock once said somewhere on some episode I saw, like a little screenshot thingy. Approval, yes. Understanding is not approval. There we go. Like, or something like that. Killing another with good intentions. What am I even talking about? Something you're gonna have to think about. I feel tempted to simply reply that they are evil, but I can't shake the feeling of that being the wrong answer. No, that's the moral grey areas there. Instead, I allow my feelings to override my logic, and I give an answer which horrifies me.
I feel sorry for them.
No, and why is that?
I feel like taking a life is evil, but if a person did anything to stop someone from suffering, then they must have cared a lot for that person. Cared about them more than right or wrong. Cared enough about them to become evil. Well,
For some reason I feel on the verge of crying. Why is this so sad to me? Why am I sad at myself for thinking this way? I'm so confused. That's fine, you're 14. That's totally normal. You've dealt with a lot of subjects that you really shouldn't need to deal with at this age.
A very interesting answer, young lady. Very interesting indeed. I'm surprised.
Margaret's boisterous attitude brings me back from my melancholy.
You're surprised?
Yes, you abandoned your black and white certainties for a very nuanced perspective. Thank you, Winter, for entertaining my strange questions. Please don't worry about it anymore, and be on your way. I have to be on mine as well. She stands up, and so do I. And so I do the same. After exchanging goodbyes, I leave Margaret and continue on my way back to the dorm, feeling somewhat morose. When I return to my room, Waverly is sitting at her desk. Margaret's conversation has left me in a strange mood, and I don't so much find the courage to confront her about her treatment of me as find the indifferences.
Do you dislike me, Waverly?
Hmm?
I'm sorry, Winter. I just meant to keep a distance between us, but I'm pretty sure I've just been acting like a jerk. So, sorry. What do you mean? Why would you want to keep distance between us? It isn't because you don't like me? No, I like you just fine, Winter. It's just that... She takes a breath. When I was young, I went to boarding school and I had a roommate there. We got along really well and, well, it's no exaggeration to say that she became the person I cared about most at that place. But I did something that upset her during our final year, and then had to continue living with her. It was unpleasant, to say the least. Every day hurt. Ow. Before I came here, I decided that I wouldn't let myself get into that situation again. I decided to keep my distance from whoever my roommate turned out to be. I don't dislike you, Winter. In fact, I do like you, and I would like to be your friend. I was just suppressing that feeling, because it hurt less than what I knew could happen. But the more I acted that way, the more I realized that it was selfish and cruel to you. It was obvious that it bothered you. So, I'm sorry, and I understand if you hate me for it. I don't hate you at all, Waverly, but thank you for your apology. Never thought that you might have a reason like that. I'm sorry for making you talk about it. But I'm glad I understand now. I can give you your space if that's what you want. It's okay, you don't have to. Just please don't hate me if I do anything stupid. Yeah, I think I can probably handle that. I can't really see myself hating anyone, much less you. Watch out, I'll hold you to stuff like that. I chuckle. Okay. I jump onto my bed, feeling much better now that the mystery is solved. Maybe this mediation business won't be so bad after all. Well. Will it, won't it? Who knows? Okay. Now the situation with Margaret. The not theoretical, the actual one. Upon my entrance to the nondescript shack, a man on his knees looks at me with a panicked glance. I think his name is Samuel. I swear, I've told you everything. Claude approaches me at my side. Good day, Margaret. To what do we owe the pleasure? You're still not done with him? Well, we believe he has yet more to say. He turns to the man. But by God, he's stubborn. We're running out of things to break and cut on. The discipline on the King's army is something else. You know, Samuel, if you would just oblige us, we would return the kindness and end it for you quickly. I don't know anything more. Please, believe me. Relax, Samuel. I believe you. Bang, bang. Alright. Alright. An exclamation point there. What the hell were you thinking? He paces frantically around me as I lean against the nearby wall.
Ignoring him, I reach into my pocket and draw out a cigarette.
Light it for me?
You think I'm about to do anything for you?
Please?
He swears under his breath, but nevertheless rifles through his pockets and then strikes a match. He moves to me and gets me started.
Alright, wasn't expecting us to shift over to this kind of situation.
You better start talking. This is going to be on my head, you know.
You were going to kill him anyway.
Yes, when we were done with him. Who knows what information we missed out on now?
He throws his hands into the air.
He told us everything.
According to him, you don't know that.
I do, actually.
Claude pauses at this.
You couldn't possibly.
I knew everything he had to say before you even picked him up.
He crosses his arms.
Is that so? Then why'd we go through all that trouble?
Would you have believed any of it had it come from me?
The man grumbles to himself.
Well, how did you know it then?
I have my sources.
Sure.
Oh, how trustworthy that sounds, Margaret. You are already on thin ice, you know.
I changed the subject.
Have you heard of the trolley problem?
Oh, that one. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Are you philosophizing again? Is now really the time?
Isn't always, Claude.
For a man in an organization so concerned with ideology, you don't see much for new ideas.
Well, what is it then?
Pretending you are a train engineer at a juncture in the tracks. There is a lever to change which track the train will proceed along. You know for certain that if the train follows its current path, it will kill 5 people. But if you pull the lever, it will kill only 1. So, do you pull the lever?
Claude pauses. Simple answer is yes.
Simple answer is yes. Fuck the moral dilemma, fuck that. Just yes.
Is this some sort of trick? Clearly you pulled the lever and saved the lives of 5 lives over 1.
Sure. That is no trick. That is the correct answer in the simplest case. But the thing to consider is that by being aware of the situation and by being in a position to act, you are now responsible for the death of either the 5 or the 1. Sure, still an easy choice. My concern, Claude, is that you are continuously placing me in situations where I must make these decisions. You are coating my hands in blood. I do not like blood on my hands, Claude, and by the end of this, for your sake, I hope the numbers will tally well.
To my annoyance, Claude chuckles at my warning. You, the kindness of us all, are threatening me. Pardon if I don't take it too seriously.
I mean, she did just, shoot a guy, anyway, so my frown deepens. I feel it is important, Claude, that you realize that those who dislike violence and cruelty are just as capable of it, provided they have sufficient motivation. He snuffs at this, but I know him well enough to sense his acceptance.
Enough this. There's more for us to do tonight.
I let out a sigh and appreciate the cool air on my skin before turning toward our next destination. Yes, let's get on with it. When our work is done, we go our separate ways. After a short distance, I pause to reflect before shifting back to my home plane. I recall the girl who I so recently became acquainted with, and will likely mentor in due time. She may not see it herself, but I can sense great potential in her. She's a rare blend of doubt, of strong morals, of quick understanding, and of deep care for others. She will either go on to do great things, or this profession will quickly break her and toss her aside. Despite my experience, I have little idea which it will be. I take a breath of the chilled evening air. Sometimes I feel it is rather cruel what we put these children through, but there is little choice in the matter. There must always be someone who pays for the comfort of others, and these young pupils have drawn the short straw. I can feel myself becoming distressed at these thoughts, and so I toss them aside as I have learned to do so. There's no sense in worrying about what is beyond our control after all. I simply must do what I can, and so must they. Alright. Prologue end. Thank you for playing and see you next episode. Sure, there is no next episode. Alright. Oh, okay, that actually does straight up just conclude orientation. Alright. Extras. What's here? Bunch of little images. And the jukebox. Oh, I should actually go through the jukebox at my own time. Get some of this stuff. There's the main image. Sure, there's that. Oh, there's some additional drawings. Cute little chibis. Sure. That's neat. Bunch of other drawings. Anyway, okay, let's get the credits. That's important. Dysfunctional Media.
Lead artist and visual director Rian Ertil Miller. Artist Tim Timber Bar. Artist Artyom Levashov. Writer, editor Terence Smith. Editor Shadow. Okay, Shadow. Sure. Composer Christian Combat Player Jensen. Designer Josh Winters. Promotional video Simon Doomfist Ma. Fucking everyone. So many of the like nicknames and stuff like that. Doomfest. Producer Jeremy Miller. 3D party, third party sounds. freesound.org by a bunch. Yeah, I'm not gonna go through all those. It's a bunch of stuff. Could be a lot of anything. Like freesound.org. Very nice resource. I use that occasionally as well on my Bob's Reading Corner for some of the things. From Zap Splat. Oh, that's a new one. Special thanks Tom Python Rothamel. Kickstarter backer. Special thanks to a fuck ton of people. I'm not going to read out all of those because that's a lot. It's just going to keep scrolling for a bit. A lot of people. I got a fair amount of people. Although we're getting through the alphabet relatively quickly. It's fine. And they got funded, so good for them. It was nice. It was nice. But sadly, still no conclusions to anything. It's just more stuff that was set up. We didn't actually get to any of the mentoring bit that was teased about in the first one. Bit of a shame. We only got the school stuff and well, a little bit of Margaret. I assume Margaret is the one who Winter shadowed, maybe, but we don't know. We don't know. And since then, it's been what, 6 years? So it's doubtful that we will ever find out. But who knows? Who knows? And an additional backer, super special thanks to a bunch of things, and made with Rempi. Indeed, the classic Rempi. Always prevalent, always there, and stuff like that. For some reason, I thought this was going to be longer. Like, VNDB told me this was like 4 hours long for some reason. It's not even 3. And that that's including all my ramblings in addition, like reading stuff that's not related to anything. So, okay. That's fine. And that concludes the credits. Alright. And with that, I suppose we're done completely with this thing. Oh, okay, it just loops back. Okay. It does a bit of an awkward stutter there. And that's that. That's that. Alright. Well then. Well then. Alright. We have concluded. We can just... Yes, we're gonna quit this now. We're just gonna leave this as is. So that was Dysfunctional Systems, Orientation, and Learning to Manage Chaos. I enjoyed them. Like, it's a good, like, establishing characters and everything else. Solid there. But both leave on a cliffhanger, basically. And like, it's a shame it didn't continue. Didn't conclude. That's the important thing. There were no full-on conclusions to anything. It's like, lots of establishing stuff. Like, it's a solid establishment. And little interactions there, but I want more. I want to conclude. I want that to be like resolutions to all the things that were set up and introduced and stuff like that. Like, but oh well. We got what we got, and it was nice. And we should just, and I'm thankful for it being as is. And then we can just, well, that allows me to move on to something else. Eventually, whenever that happens. But for now, then, I suppose we'll just conclude today this whole thing. And as always, we must now descend in chaos of the warp. Let's go into the void. Let's resume with one of the things, which is the... Where am I even? I don't even remember. It's one of these. It's one of these. So it is, as we resume, The Reign of Dio, Act 2, Black Sabbath, Volume 4, Heaven and Hell, Chapter 28, Wishing Well. Hey, penny for your thoughts? Just talk, I'll listen, and keep it safe. Life's not fair. No, never has been. Do what you gotta do. I don't judge. How about love? Rejected? Misunderstood? Yeah, emotions be like that.
Cry and scream and shout. Let it all out. I'll absorb it all. Works of pain, or still in school? Either way, you'll get through the day. I know you will. Feeling confused? Well, that's fine. There's too much to understand anyway. I'll guide you past all that. Are you afraid? It's okay to be at first. Learn about whatever it is, and you'll see it's nothing special. I trust you can. Going now? It's been a pleasure. Remember, I'll be here for a while. You can come back anytime. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.